Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. I can
Hello,
hear you,
Mike. How's it going?
and I can see a quarter of your face.
Yeah.
How you doing, man?
I am good. I'm good. How are you? How are you? I used to ask you that, and you said you're good, and I'm also good. We're all good.
Well, that's settled then.
How's everyone? How's everyone in the comments section? Alex, you're here as well. How's it going?
Oh, since I saw you here, I was like, I can't not come on and Terry.
Anyone heard anything from Anastasiia?
She's on her way.
She's
on her way. She's living in shame at the moment after losing the bet to Alex yesterday. So,
God, I would be ashamed as well.
Wait, she's not dressing up as a clown or something, is he? Is he?
I don't know.
She? No? Okay.
Don't know.
No, there is another bet on today. Oh, by the way, it's starting at 4:15 my time.
What is?
4:15 your time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I know. Yeah. Yep. It's in the description. It's all in there. It's all in the description.
It's in the description.
Yeah. So we're gonna do a massive giveaway today, guys. A massive giveaway. So I'm setting up the giveaway link and everything. I'm gonna announce the link later in the live stream. It's gonna be a massive giveaway. We're gonna do a giveaway over 20 accounts. 20 accounts for Trader Pool, 20 accounts for the Fivers. It's gonna be a big one. Big giveaway today. And then later in the giveaway, we got Michael and Mitch joining us from Trader Pool to come in, and we're going to ask the question that everyone wants to know.
Oh, look, here she is, late as always. Can't believe it, guys.
Okay,
holding up
was...
the live stream. She didn't want to come because obviously she lost her bet to me yesterday. It's okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm determined to kick your ass today.
Wow. No, we're on the same team though today.
I know, but we still can compare the P&L in the end, like Jonatan said yesterday. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I messaged Alex in the morning. I said we have to win this, so no GBP USD.
No GBP. That's neither, I guess.
Yeah. So it's only going to be 1 hour. Okay, so the competition is only going to be 1 hour. So, and looking at the markets, it's like, how much money can you make when the market is not moving? That's the real question, And yeah, we'll see. I mean, we can make money by kind of getting in and out on the 1 minute is what I'm thinking. And hopefully S&P just stops trading, just continues in one line,
Yes, because it always does that.
Yeah. But they have the US, like they can just open a position just with the US Open, So I think we have to take advantage of the momentum that's coming in when we start at the US Open.
I think you're all gonna have to go like full margin on gold, basically.
I have said to Michael that whoever team loses, the head of the team needs to go on like full screen and say how much better that the other team are and how much better stock traders are or Forex traders, so since I'm not the team lead, Anastasiia, that is going to have to be your job.
Well, I guess I'll take that responsibility as
okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jonatan.
So hang on, so you got who have you got doing it? So you've got you three doing it?
No, it's going to be Anastasiia, Victor, and Alex going to be trading, and then it's going to be against Michael, the CEO, like an actual boss of a company is coming in trading live against us, and we're going to beat him. That's going to be amazing. And then we have Michael, who's a CMT. Like Michael's a CMT. He should be making more money than us.
They're only letters.
Only letters. That's right.
Only letters.
He is a fantastic technical analyst, but is he a good trader? We'll see. Mm-hmm. And we also have Mitch, Money Mitch, the host of Trader Pool, coming in trading against us as well. Like he's a streamer, all right, but he's a good trader as well. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
So you've basically got the Trade the Pool Triple M coming in to take you guys on. Is essentially what you've got.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's going to be
interesting. Next. And we should definitely have Sol versus Michael, CEO versus CEO. We should definitely have that. Should definitely have. We win. Yeah, I mean, we know who's gonna win, but it's interesting. I
don't know. Mickey's a pretty good trader. To be fair, I've seen Mickey trade. He's pretty good. Pretty risky. Pretty risky. Like Mickey will just add, and then eventually it turns. It's kind of actually it's what Sal does as well. So they're pretty similar. Maybe that would be.
But the problem with that approach is we have 1 hour, and if it doesn't turn around in 1 hour, he's on the water. So hopefully he continues with that strategy. Are you all trading the same pair? No. The people over at Trade a Pool, they're going to trade the stock market. We're going to be trading the Forex market. Which probably is going to end up everyone trading indices.
It would be quite interesting though if we had like a team account overall, and for a whole month we were all trading in that team account, and they were trading in the same team account, and at the end of the month, see who wins. Then it would be a little bit, easier to see who's actually, because this is quite difficult to see who's what market's the best to trade,
in 1 hour. Yeah,
but can they trade a whole index, or do they have to trade actual stocks?
I think they are able to trade whatever's available at Trade a Pool. I guess that's the thing, right?
That's the thing as well. They've got you've got these low cap stocks that open up. But then again, it can also go the opposite direction. So it's,
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, it's like if we're gonna sit here and say like, oh, they have these small caps, so you can make money on it, and it's easy. Well, then obviously everyone would be trading that. I mean, it's trading is difficult. So I think whether you're in the stock market or the Forex market or whatever market you're trading, you have to have a clearly defined system. You have to have a plan. You got to be careful. You got to manage that risk. Everything goes the same way as in all markets. I think what we have to do is we have to I'm talking like I'm going to be trading. I am going to be trading. Obviously, I'm going to be trading as well.
Why aren't you trading, Jonatan? Why aren't you trading?
We need somebody to organize this thing.
Because we need someone to actually I don't want Alex to be trading and talking at the same time.
All right, so Alex just has to sit there in silence.
I want Anastasiia, Alex, and Victor to be able to focus and not have to talk if it's not needed. When you're on the 1 minute and it's like you have to make a quick decision and you're trying to read a question, you're trying to do this and that with the live stream. Obviously, that's not really going to help.
Okay.
I'm going to be trading as well, though. I'm still going to be trading in the background, because it would be quite funny if I'm able to pull that off. But I will, of course, focus on the live stream and everything, because we're going to be trading here, and we're going to be streaming here, and then they're going to be streaming over at Trade a Pool as well. So it's going to be a lot of things going on at the same time. And then we have the giveaway as well that I'm going to be setting up now. And I'm going to jump off because I got a video to record to upload on Monday, because we're not going to have a live trading room on Monday, but we're going to have an interesting video for you all to watch.
Ooh. All right. I'll see you guys later as well.
All right.
Alrighty. See you later, guys. So Anastasiia, after yesterday's what should we call it?
You need to talk about it. Do you really need to talk about it?
Yeah.
I just want to.
Before I was about to click leave, but yes, you should talk about it.
Just want to check if you're okay, Anastasiia. Any burn marks, any scars or anything, that we should be, concerned about.
I was pretty sure he's gonna stay to listen to this.
He's watching in the background. He much prefer to just to lurk rather than gloat in public. So yeah. It was, I mean, in fairness, you guys didn't really put any skin in the game, though. It was like, okay, who's gonna? What was the bet?
Yeah, it was just ego, I guess.
Yeah, you see, that's ego. We're traders. Ego doesn't matter in trading anymore. Lose a trade, you go and get another one.
Yeah.
So
but
the next
because it takes like just to poke Alex a little bit for him to take another trade, you know. So I really just wanted to see how fast I can get him to get in the USD cat.
Yeah, in fairness, Alex manages to do that to himself, so it's really it's something that he is very well aware of. That all you got to do is just say to him, Alex, have a look at this, and he'll just go and look at it. So yeah. And if we start talking about him enough, he'll probably jump back in again as well. So yeah. So you're going to say
yesterday it reversed. It literally hit my stop loss one tick to tick, and reversed all the way to my take profit. And it didn't even hit Alex's stop loss. At least I would get like some revert, you know, and feel a little bit better. But he actually closed it before news.
Exactly. Insider trader, ICT insider trader, posting the same question 20 times in the chat is not going to suddenly get us to answer you. All will be revealed throughout the course of the day about the giveaway. That is all Jonatan, and Jonatan isn't here right now. So you'll have to wait and check and keep us on stream, like and subscribe, and then you might find out. So yeah. So Anastasiia, what are you looking at today? Have you seen anything at the in the markets that has taken your fancy?
Actually, I definitely do see something, and I'm looking right now at silver because we actually did have a questions on silver as well in the chat, the repeatable one. But nonetheless, I'm actually just bought it a couple of minutes ago. And let's have a look at this. Why? Well, yesterday we had this consolidation here. I was trying to sell it. I sold it and got out too quick maybe, but nonetheless, yesterday, after all, the price did break to the upside, but at what cost, right? It did consolidate here and created lots of volume. So even without just putting the volume profile on it, we see on the VRVP indicator on the right side, which builds it automatically, that here is the majority of the volume from the whole previous day. Now we also see the blue bold line, which is a point of control of the current week, and we're already Thursday, so it does matter. The price did come back to it 2 times already and retested the same point of control in the previous volume area, the previous consolidation. So I am actually expecting the price to go back up from here for silver, at least towards this previous consolidation and the volume accumulation here. So I want to see if I can get about, let's say, 100, maybe 90 ticks from this move to the upside.
Okay. So do you have the same sentiment for gold as well?
Gold, a little, well, I actually didn't 100% like it. I was looking at both of them. So on the left side, it's CFD, on the right side, it's futures. It did not reach the level that I would prefer it to reach to take a buy. So it was also consolidating here. Also, if we place the volume, I had a place already both on futures and on CFDs. We have quite a big volume area here. So if the price would go a little lower, then I would probably be looking for a buy. But right now, I do like silver more because actually it came back to the same zone that I was looking for. Whether it's gold, both on futures and CFD is missing on a little bit. CFDs is still quite far. Futures are very close here. But still, I would like it to hit the level both on futures and CFD before taking a buy. Although it did reach the volume itself, right, the volume zone, so it didn't necessarily hit the point of control, but it did reach the volume zone both on the CFD and futures. So I suppose it might just go up from here. But I feel more comfortable with taking silver because it's closer to my zone, and the probability that it's going to reverse now, I see higher on silver than on gold.
Yeah. I mean, looking at gold, I have been in I've taken some shorts on gold today, but it's not looking as convincing as I would like it to. So I've actually closed this most recent one, for a 2R, which I took on the 1 minute, just to basically closed it here with this pullback as we're pushing back up. I may live to regret that, but if you look at it on the 1 minute, it is slowly pushing down, but it's struggling. It's not doing the normal impulsive moves that I would expect for gold to do. And I do think that's partly because obviously where we are in terms of, we've got the Easter holidays coming up. A lot of countries are going to be closed tomorrow. Obviously a lot of countries are closed on Monday as well. So, there's a fair few people that will be off already as of today. So I think we're just seeing less movement in the market. We do still have USD news coming out, and we also have the ECB interest rates coming out as well. So it is more than possible as well that people are just simply sitting it out and waiting to get a feel for what the market's going to do after the news comes out later on today, with that ECB news and also the jobless claim. So still got another 3.5 hours until the ECB interest rate decision. There is a general consensus that they're going to lower the rates. We'll see if that does actually come to fruition or not. As for the jobless claims expected to go up slightly. We'll see whether that does come through or not. But I mean, the biggest thing with these is that if we look at the last few weeks, even with NFP or anything else for that matter, there hasn't really been the reaction in the market that we are accustomed to and that we're used to. And I feel as though that is that's kind of setting us up for maybe a little bit of disappointment. I don't know. What do you think, Anastasiia?
I have a feeling about the ECB I mean, based on the current situation with tariffs and everything, I think they're going to lower the rate, because the lower the rate, the more push to the economy they'll be able to give. So the economy needs to be, for Europe, they cannot afford this tariff. So it would be good for them to lower the rate to encourage at least the economy to speed up a little bit, and people to feel more comfortable also with spending money, right? Because the consumer is in the core of it. So I think they're going to lower the rate. I think we can find some interesting opportunities closer to that moment on the euro, which is going to be risky, of course, because it's a new trade. But I think it's worth risking it. Whether it's for jobless claims, I don't necessarily have the huge expectations from it. We don't have the big difference between the consensus forecast and the previous numbers neither. And I think we're still not seeing the effect of tariffs. Although Trump, has already announced himself as a winner of the inflation, the one who battled inflation in the US.
Yes.
I think we're still gonna see the effect that his decisions take. So I'm not expecting the jobless claims to take to make much of a move to Pedro, to be honest today. It's also the weekly things that gets announced. The housing starts is one of the first indicators, actually, that is the housing data that is the least lagging, whether it's the jobless claims is the one that is one of the most lagging macroeconomic indicators. So jobless claim, housing starts, building permits can perhaps show us the direction of the economy already after Trump, right? Trump.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Building permits are one of the most leading, let's say like this, because it's a permits, it's even before the housing starts, it's something that we can expect. And depending on this number, if it's going to be much lower, because right now we see that we are expecting approximately the same amount of building permits as the previous months. The house starts expected to decline significantly. Now, if building permits decline, it's going to mean that the next month's housing starts, and in general, the housing data and jobless claims is going to decline. Or jobless claims are going to increase. The housing starts are going to decline even more in the next month. So I think this is something to watch out for today regarding the US.
Yeah. No, that's a great insight from a macro level. The building permits, a lot of people think, well, what's that got to do with the economy? But it does, as you say, sit as a leading indicator on what is coming for the market. At the end of the day, the real estate industry is very, very closely tied to how an economy is doing.
Yeah, it's actually one of the biggest. Yeah, it's one of the keys, because we just think about the house. You just think about, okay, the house is just, what is it about the house? But you need the materials, you need the delivery, you need the production, you need when the people move in the new house, they usually buy a new car, they buy the new furniture, they buy the new electricity around the house, all the products, all everything. It actually is such a chain. If you just, and this is not, we are not talking about the people who are working at the, at itself, at the building of the delivery of the materials to be able to build a house, at the reconstruction and a renewal of the house inside. So it's just such a chain of people working on it. So if you have a decline in the house that starts on the building permits, the amount of jobless claims automatically increases, and people lose their jobs because the less houses, the less materials are needed, the less products are made, the less people are needed to be able to work at those jobs. So it's like a global effect afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. And it's often kind of overlooked because I don't know, maybe it's because people don't understand it, maybe people aren't familiar with it, but it is a key indicator that is worth remembering. Excellent stuff. Let's have a quick look at the Forex scores today. So the dollar is showing a fair bit of strength this morning, also against gold as well. I don't think that's necessarily weakness against gold. It's more strength against the dollar. The yen and the Swiss franc are also starting to sell off. So that strength in the dollar is looking likely to be across the board. The pound as well showing some continued strength. So certainly from a Forex pair perspective, ones that I would be looking at, I'd be looking at anything with a USD, but in particular I'd be looking at probably the CHF and the JPY pairs as ones that we might have some divergence. If we look at what's happened yesterday, we had CHF and JPY showing strength. That's why we're seeing that that flipped reversal, if you like, in terms of the strength versus weakness. The dollar was so weak yesterday, it's now trying to regain some strength again. The euro as well was very, very strong yesterday. So again, that might also be one just to look out for. The euro USD, maybe the euro GBP might also be some pairs worth looking at. So if we take a look at some of those pairs, if we look at, for example, USD JPY, we're looking at on the daily. What we've done on the daily today, what we've done is we've come down and we've broken this low. So if we take a look here, this low here was a strong area of support that I was looking to see held. Reason being is that on multiple time frames, we could see this long wick here of support. Now that's actually been broken. Now the fact that that's been broken suggests to me that we may start to see further weakness in the dollar, and when we may come down to retake some of these lows further down. On USD CHF is less clear. We have had that massive sell-off over the last few days, and yesterday actually ended up being an inside bar, so we do have liquidity now on both sides of it. So yeah, let's see how it plays out. If we take it out to the weekly, we can see that the last time we were anywhere near these kind of levels on USD CHF was back in 2015, so 10 years ago. So we're looking at a big time difference of when was the last time that we were looking at these kind of levels here. So yeah, it's certainly a difficult market to call, I would say. We were talking about it earlier. People seem to be really struggling to understand at what point do we trust Trump and what he says. And that seems to be really tricky at the moment.
What do you think about USD JPY?
So USD JPY is obviously a different story compared to USD CHF. I do think that we are somewhat overextended in terms of the weekly outlook. So as you can see, since COVID, basically, we've been on this rocket of a move, and we haven't really looked back. I do feel as though the weakness of the dollar is likely to continue. If we look at it here, for example, we've crossed over the moving average on the 4-day. And now, granted, that doesn't mean that we're necessarily going to just fall through to the floor. But if we look at the other two as well, these two, the 100 and the 50 simple moving averages, we've crossed over. And so we're starting to see that turnaround. We've had this kind of, you could call it head and shoulders. I personally don't like the look of it. But you could argue that there's a head and shoulders within that there. So there is definitely a lot of selling pressure against the dollar, and I think that's just purely down to the fact that people don't know what they can believe. They don't know what they can trust. They don't know what to put their confidence into. And I think the reality is that the dollar has lost a lot of confidence. Not only the dollar, the US economy, but also just whether they can trust Trump when he talks about we'll do a deal, or the tariffs. There's no clear basis for any of this. And I think anyone who's done any kind of negotiations in their life wants to know that they can trust the other person on the other side, that they're going to keep to their word and they're going to keep to whatever is agreed. And it just seems with Trump at the moment, nobody feels confident that they can trust what he's saying. And I think that's showing on the markets. Let's have a look. We'll have a look at the major one, obviously Euro USD, and it has, if you look at it on the 11-day and the 4-day, we have just shot straight up, and we're really not leaving much left behind. These moves are significantly, pumping, and where we've moved off from, we're moving off from areas of significant interest. So Euro USD for me also looks long today. I think we're still going to be coming up to this sort of area, the 147, the 145 sort of area. We could even break the 1.5 area, which when you think, just a few weeks ago, it didn't seem likely. But sure enough, we're already back at the 1.5 and looking likely to test it again. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. If we look at the markets as well, the markets yesterday had again a sell-off. They've shown a little bit of support today in the morning in pre-market trading, but nothing of great significance. Again, just testing the let's say the highs of yesterday. The DAX is showing more strength. The DAX is showing a little bit more confidence, I would say, than the US indices. If we look at the FTSE as well, the FTSE is also showing a little bit more resilience than those US indices. And then lastly, the Japanese Nikkei, again, pulling up and showing just a little bit more resilience, showing up a little bit more support. So yeah, there's certainly a lot to be keeping an eye on. But I think the question is going to be how much volatility we're going to see from a day trading perspective today. So let's see. If we go to Bitcoin has actually been ranging for the last few days. And really, since the beginning of the week, we've just been ranging for quite some time, showing some weakness yesterday evening. But again, nothing of great significance to really write home about. So there's, I would say there's a risk of over trading from a day trading perspective right now, where you're trying to find moves and they may just not happen. You might just get yourself stuck in a range. So yeah, so we'll see. Lawrence is saying, if you look at the higher time frames, it all makes sense what is happening, though just when you go on the 1 minute, you think it's manipulation and crazy price action. Yeah, Lawrence, we're looking at the 1 hour here, so we're not necessarily looking at the 1 minute. But can you say that this all makes complete sense? I'm not so sure. There's certain levels and there's certain positions, right? But there is a lot more anxiety and uncertainty in the markets than we've seen for a long time. So Russell says the final goal of Trump is to stop the BRICS from threatening the USD. You're far better on the fundamentals than I am, Anastasiia. What's your thoughts on that comment from Russell?
Well, there is some truth in it. I think so, at least from my perspective, because Trump, just a couple of days ago, or yesterday, I saw his announcement that China doesn't need USD, right? China doesn't need dollar, and we need to make them need dollar. So essentially, he wants, because the US has a different economy a little bit than the rest of the world, because US is a consumer economy. They are actually very smart on it, right? Because their whole GPT comes from the consuming, not from the producer. Now he wants to bring production back, obviously, but what he wants is to make sure that everyone needs to use dollar. You position yourself as a main consumer in the world. Essentially, all the producers will need to bow to you because that's one of the major economies that consumes all your products.
Exactly.
So this is what all he wants, right? He wants to essentially bring the US dollar down so it gets again more accessible, because with the high interest rates in a couple of last years, it became more expensive, it became less stable, right? The trust went down after Biden and COVID and everything. And he wants everyone to come back to the using US dollar and not try to find another way to it. So there is a truth in it. I don't think it's only about BRICS necessarily. I think it's about everyone back, but it's also about China, right? Because they do not want China to be established as a self-sufficient economy 100%. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Do you think there's any validity to the fact that, obviously China, just purely from the sheer size of their population, that their domestic market can also, okay, granted the consumer side of it from the US is not on the same scale, let's say, to the Chinese domestic market, but that is something that I know that they've been working on in China, is to develop their own domestic market from a consumer perspective.
Definitely, they are developing their consumer market, right? But if you just look at the size of the US as well and the amount of people, of course, if you lose such an economy, that is significant, right? This is a significant hit for them. So although China is one of the only self-sufficient economies at the current moment, but they still, losing another big economy where they, send all their production. Almost everything is produced in China, right? They're like, this is US made, okay, but the parts are produced in China, Exactly. So a lot of things are produced in China, also in Europe, but in Asia it's much cheaper, right? So I think they also want to lose such a market, and this is why in the past, yesterday we just got the information that they are willing to communicate. A couple of the past weeks they were trying to battle it back with another tariffs, hoping that they're gonna lower, US is gonna lower their tariffs so they can lower theirs, and now they are open to negotiations because they saw that uplifting the tariffs didn't work. So otherwise, if you think about this, they would just say whatever.
Exactly.
If they wouldn't need such a market, they would say just whatever. You don't want to cooperate, you want to put the tariffs, no problem.
Yeah. How much do you think of what's going on right now in terms of all these negotiations and all these kind of this, I don't want to, I don't know how you describe it, but almost this posturing, right? This public posturing. How much do you think is just for show, and how much do you think actually behind the closed doors something else entirely is happening?
There definitely 100% something else is behind is happening. The question is what? I think part of this we know, part of this we are only going to find out later on, but I do think almost always when America turns your attention onto something, there is something else happening that they want people to forget about. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I think
exactly. Yeah, and I think what's one thing that the current situation I think is demonstrating to a lot of people, more so than any of us truly think about in, let's say, normal times, right, is actually how the complexity of the world economy, the complexity of the interdependencies of all of the different economies, all of the different countries, and how they cooperate with one another is very, very, very complicated. And I suppose one of the reasons why we're seeing such volatility is because we've had such a long time of, right, this is the established norm, this is the established way of doing things. and it's almost as if the rule book is just being ripped up and screw it, let's go and do what we want, sort of thing. And that's why we're seeing so much uncertainty and so much fear in the market. You know, we look at the fear greed index, and there seems to be extreme fear right now across the board. Is that a buying opportunity for certain, you know, assets? Quite possibly. But you know, I think the likes of us who are, let's be honest, we are the plankton in the ocean when it comes to the financial markets. You know, all we can do is hope to try and jump on the back of a whale's back and ride the wave with it, rather than trying to get a clear picture of everything that's going on.
I think actually what people are doing wrong when thinking about the buying opportunity is that they are not evaluating what is going to be worth buying. And I broke it down in AlphaBeta Lab like just last week. Which parts of the sector's economy are worth being, you know, paying attention to, because some of them are actually going to be rising in terms of tariffs as well. So tariffs do create an opportunity to some of the sectors to increase. And I think stocks need to be found in those sectors if you want to limit the risks, and if you want to just make sure that the buying opportunity is going to worth taking, you know, a look at it, because otherwise not everything that is dropping is worth buying. You know, a lot of things that are collapsing is because in a world of the tariffs right now, in the world of the trade war that Trump is escalating, some of the sectors of the economy are actually going to be declining. And people are just, Harash actually posted the breakdown on it on AlphaBeta Lab. So if you go to AlphaBeta Lab, there is a reading sector, right? The reading folder where you can find this analysis. I'm going to comment on it so it can pop up higher as well again. And you guys can go look at it. There is quite a lot of posts. There is around 10 posts, so you need to be able to sit down and read about it. I don't know, go through this for the half of our stream today. But as an example, just surrounding places of the US, because they are going to be bringing the production back to the US, but not everywhere in the US it's worse because of the taxes as well. Because right now, in the US, I saw this funny breakdown yesterday. I tried to find it and I'm going to bring it up on the screen, that US people pay more money in taxes per year now than they spend for food and clothes. So the whole union of all population of United States combined buys less food and clothes than the money that they spend on paying taxes.
Wow.
So
and what taxes are we talking about there, Anastasiia?
Consumer taxes, right? People, normal consumers pay. I'm gonna try to find this and bring it on the screen if I can find it. But what I was saying is that they cannot just bring the production back in the United States and certain parts of it, because the taxes they're gonna pay in it are gonna be insane, right? So for example, the economies are gonna be most likely thriving is the surrounding parts of Mexico, you know, like where the production is still, the cost of the production is lower than in US. It's still higher than in Asia, but it's lower than in US. And although they are like trying to put tariffs on Mexico as well, if you look at it, they have less tariffs on Mexico than they have right now, for example, in Asia.
Exactly.
So they're bringing it there, and I think some stocks of the companies that are already there, that are going to be brought there, those are the type of things that are going to be increasing.
Absolutely. It was interesting talking about the China piece. Russell saying behind the scenes could be a message to the EU not to get too close to China. I mean, even front of house, you know, Trump has, I think yesterday or the day before, basically said, you know, countries are going to have to choose between us and China, right? And I think this is where there's a lot of confusion in the market and a lot of confusion as to which way things are going to go, because on the one hand, Trump is saying, hang on a second, this is ridiculous. Everyone's going to get a 10% tariff, right? And then so-and-so is going to get a tariff and what have you, right? Publicly, he is, you know, he's very, very aggressive towards his traditional allies. But then a few days later, he's then saying to those same allies, guys, you need to choose between us and China. Now, you know, historically, the trust towards the Chinese has been reduced. is that going to change when realistically the Chinese haven't changed what they're doing? They haven't done anything differently than what they've done for years now. So there's almost I think a sense of, all right, okay, better the devil you know, if that makes sense. It's which is the one that we can at least get a sense of a feeling as to where we're heading, So yeah, I mean, as Hamed says, Euro might have an issue with the US right now, but 100% sure they don't like China at all. Yes, but the problem is, Hamed, is that, just like the US, Europe also has a lot of import from China as well. So, it's a tricky one. The EU, yes, I think, as RC says, they do take a long time to read a message and make a decision.
So true. I think I cannot say it better than that.
Yeah, it's not an easy block to kind of understand where things are moving. Let's go back and have a look at some of these currency pairs then. So we were saying about CHF and USD. We've had a look at that. Pound CHF as well, and Euro Pound are maybe other ones from yesterday's moves that we might want to look at. So let's have a look first of all at Pound CHF. I know that was one that Alex was trading yesterday. On the daily, we can see obviously from a couple of weeks ago, we had that big sell-off at the beginning of April, right? And now we've started to pull back up. Yesterday was a bit of an indecision period, right? If we look here, we had an inside bar on this side, and we haven't taken either the high or the low yesterday. And as of Monday, we actually started Monday without any kind of pull back down to test the lows from the previous day. We shot straight up from the open, and we haven't retested that area yet. So there's certainly some area of liquidity down below. If we go further down and we look at the 11 hour, for example, the 11 hour, we can see that we have, again, inside bars down here and down here. So again, there's a lot of kind of area to be tested further below. If I look at the weekly, the reason I have this area marked out, I think it's possibly on one of these time frames. Let's see, which one did I have it marked out on? Somewhere in here, I have got an area marked out for a zone of reaction, should we say. So let's see what it is. It could be on the 4 hour maybe. But we see this big pump up and we pulled back down and then shot up. So we haven't actually reached that area yet. We've kind of just reacted just above it. So there is probably still room for some more strength coming into the Swiss franc, but we'll have to see how that one plays out. The other one that I mentioned was Euro Pound. Euro Pound, interestingly enough, I mean, that to me looks like, on the 4 hour at least, a pretty nice head and shoulders pattern forming at the moment. We've tested this area here, and it looks like we could start to pull back down, at least down to the kind of the 845 area. So that might also be one to be looking at. So yeah, certainly some opportunities out there. But as I said earlier, given where we are, given the fact that we've got the Easter holidays coming, essentially starting tomorrow in a lot of countries, you may need to wait for the New York Open first before anything really presents itself. Anastasiia, I know you've got some comments out on the chat. Do you want to go through some of those?
Actually, let's talk about yours for a second, and then I'm going to switch to mine. So Femina is asking, the currency strength matter that you are using, is it based on past data prediction or the potential future projections? I think this is an interesting one as well.
So, great question, Febin. The strength scores, I don't know the formulas that they use. That isn't something that I have access to. It's obviously proprietary information. But my calculations that I've done in the past on strength scores, and if you look online, you'll find all sorts of different strength scores out there, right? There's this one from Baby Pips. The reason I use it is just it's nice and simply, easy to use from a graphical perspective. What they do is they take all 28 currency pairs, and they'll look at various different indicators, various different formulas, let's say, and create a scoring method. And so it's not going to simply be right. Okay, the pound yen was particularly strong or particularly weak. It's across the board, and that's where you'll then find, for example, okay, so the Aussie isn't really very strong or very weak at the moment. Okay, what I like about this one as well in particular is that you can go through into different time frames depending on what kind of a trader you are. So if I pull it down just a little bit here, you can see it a bit better. So you can zoom in and decide which one you want to look at, and you can go in real time as well. Further down, you can also get a better understanding as well, where there's movement, where there's some kind of change, right? Obviously, the more extreme the change, the more likely it is that you're going to maybe see some kind of a pullback, or possibly a continuation. There's no certainty, but these are the ones that suggest there is liquidity in that market, there is movement in that market, and it's worth keeping an eye on. As I say, there are plenty of others out there. The one that I use for the most part is this one, which is Market Milk from babypips.com. But if you go onto Google and simply do a search for currency strength meter, or just currency strength, you'll find a sense of what's out there. The other one that I do like to use as a follow-up to this is the heat map. And the heat map can also just give you a good understanding of where things are from a currency perspective. So if you're looking, for example, at the yen pairs, for example, you can see that they're very weak across the board. You can see that the pound is showing a little bit of strength, as is the dollar, but nothing really significant. The fact of the matter is just there's a lot of weakness in the Swiss franc and the yen at the moment. So yeah, those are the ones I use. I actually have my own personal formula for currency strength scores that I'm working on behind the scenes in the background, but it's not something that I have ready yet to publish and share with others. But maybe one day soon I'll manage to get around to doing it once I've stopped messing around on the charts.
Oh, that's amazing. I'm looking forward to see that.
Absolutely. A little bit of AI work.
That's really cool, Mike. Okay, so what William is saying here that EU is not the same. It's coming back to our macroeconomic conversation. I agree with that. So for EU, it's much more difficult to make more decisions, and that's a problem of Europe because you have so many parties, you have so many governments, and within one country, you have so many governments sometimes that even the country can barely make a decision. Like, for example, Belgium, but if you're talking about the EU itself as well, that's obviously much more difficult because everyone needs to agree on a certain percentage, before making a decision. And I think that has been a very problematic for Europe as well, the last years. Okay, so let's go over the questions. So Maxwell is asking, can I share the pairs that I trade? I trade majorly main pairs, so only main pairs, EU, GU, AU, sometimes USD CAD, USD JPY. So majority of my trades are in EU and GU. If I already trade currency pairs, so only trade majors. I do not trade anything, like minor currency pairs. And the reason for this is because I use the analysis on the footprint charts, order flow, and futures. And when you trade futures, you can only trade majors. So to back up my analysis, I use all of these tools that I can only use on the major currency pairs. When I trade CFDs, I take the analysis from the futures. Like, for example, if I'm going to bring up gold, I also have my two charts open. On the right side is futures, on the left side is actually CFD. Look how gold is reacting to the zone. I'm already in silver buy, so I didn't buy gold, but silver is moving slowly as well in my direction. And besides the major currency pairs, I do trade gold and silver, as you can see, and I do trade rarely oil. So there were questions about oil. Now I trade oil quite rarely, Vikram, but I'm going to have a look at it for you. I used to trade oil quite frequently before. Now it's shifted a movement sometimes, and sometimes I drop one of the assets while it's doing some crazy things that are not profitable for me, so I drop it and then I come back to it sometime later, which I did, for example, with indices. I didn't trade indices for almost a year and a half, actually, and now since months ago I started trading S&P 500 and Nasdaq again, whether it's a couple of years ago, I only traded those. So I operate between the major currency pairs, gold, silver, oil, and S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100, and I always back up my analysis on futures first. Let's have a look at oil. 1 second. There you go. Nope. Oil. Well, yeah, oil. First of all, oil dropped because of tariffs. That's the first, and because the lower is the production, the lower is the need in oil, obviously. Now, secondly, because OPEC agreed to extend their production starting their May as well, which is also a hit for the oil prices. So what we see here is that we are in a huge range if you look at the weekly time frame. Right, the oil is ranging between around 55.50 and 77, let's say 50. So in this range, if we look closer to the smaller time frames, for example, 4 hours, we will see that the price has dove to 55.50, 55.55, and created a nice head and shoulders pattern. So we had a nice head and shoulders here, and the price is going up. I think we are going up from here up until the previous volume zones, because between this zone and this zone there is nothing really that can stop the price. So I think oil might very possibly reach back 65 levels, $65-66 per barrel in the next couple of days, maybe a week. If you look closer for the entry point, the best entry point would be for me if the price would pull back here and continue to go. Now, knowing oil, it's most likely not going to do this, and most likely we need to look for entry points already within the current price action on the smaller time frame. So if we look closer, what I'm doing here is I'm going to place my volume profile, and you guys were asking which indicators I use. So on the right side is an indicator called VRBT. If you add it to the chart and it doesn't load, it's because the broker that you are using on TradingView doesn't give you this information. They just don't have the information available. I use Oanda and I use futures on NYMEX, CME, and they work. So if you use, for example, it on Forex and it doesn't load, just try switching it to the different broker source quotes on TradingView.
Yeah. Just to add, Traders Club saying that US oil is not available to trade on the fivers. It is.
Yes.
It is available. It is there under XTI USD. So check your MT5 Traders Club, and you will see US oil is available as a tradable asset.
Yeah, it pretty much is available because I do trade it. The only things that you don't want to do is you don't want to hold it through the night, because the swap you're gonna pay is quite high, actually.
Yeah.
So that's something that you don't want to be doing, but for the rest it is available and you can very much trade it. So what we see here on oil is oil has been going up. Now I do like this zone kinda. It's trying to pull back from the current point of control of the day. This is a daily point of control. And it's trying to pull back from there. However, I would prefer to see it going backwards to 62 levels, 62, 61.8, this 20 tick zone, and then I would buy it from here. So I think this is a really nice zone for buying oil. But my outlook for it is completely bullish until the 65, 65.50 level. So something like this I would be looking for.
Yeah.
The lower levels are very unlikely with a better price, like better entry, obviously, but very unlikely that it's going to reach it. Higher is more likely, and I wouldn't be buying it by market, although there is a high chance it's going to go, but it's a little too risky.
Yeah.
I would go for the market opening, and then for the oil market opening, and then probably you can see a dive.
Yeah. Umer, the fivers don't use a specific broker. They have a liquidity providers, a pool of liquidity providers. So you won't find a direct link between the fivers MT5 and a feed on TradingView. So your best bet is to adjust accordingly, try and find the one that fits best for you, and also make sure that you're you're adjusting your analysis and adjusting the way that you look at it accordingly. Just
yeah.
Sorry, go on. No, go.
So in VRVP, dark and light colors, if you're talking about my settings, the dark color is the value area. Value area is where 70% of the total volume is traded. So if it takes the VRVP stands for the visible range volume profile, so it's all the candles on your chart. And within these candles, the dark area is where 70% of the total volume from all these candles was traded. So let's suppose that in the zone there were 100,000 contracts. In this zone, there will be 70,000 contracts right here, which you can adjust the number, but it's for me it's default ones. But if you're talking about this, so the blue and the red, this is amount of sell volume that was traded on the bid, and this is on the ask. Now, I don't find any use in it because approximately it will be 50-50 if you look at it, obviously. And the difference can be noticed in the cluster itself, but this is something that you need to use a footprint analysis and the order flow analysis. If you look at the major volume zones, it's going to be approximately 50-50 because for every buyer, you need a seller. For every seller, you need a buyer. So there is a tiny difference which you can spot if you zoom in and look at the cluster volume, but like this doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Akash is asking what's the spread. Akash, you can find the spread if you check the Fiverr's website. They have a public MT5 account where you can check it. But the current spread on EU at this very moment in time is 1 to 2 points, like it's practically zero. So very, very low spreads on EU. So yeah. Before we go into other questions, Anastasiia, I do want to pull up gold just very quickly. So earlier on in the session, we had this engulfing candle on the 1 minute. And I just marked it out just as an interesting area. Now, on the 2 minute, it was also an inside bar. But on the 1 minute, what it's done, if you look here, it's come straight into that area. So, I mean, it's a tiny... What is the value worth is what, 20 cents, and it's come straight into it, tapped into that zone, and look at the reaction from it on the 1 minute there. That engulfing candle to the downside. I mean, it's taken out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 candles. So quite the move. We have a guest that's just decided to sneak in here. What's happening there, Mr. Chris?
Since I've done all my work, now we can come and play. What's going on in the market? No, that gold, pretty much what we said though, wasn't it? If you have a look on the hour,
yeah,
pretty much what we said this morning.
Yeah.
If it continues, I don't know, but
I think there's still some bearish momentum in gold. I do think we're still going to see some more selling.
By the way, I could listen to you two all day. Honestly, it was so relaxing. I was doing my work and I was listening to all this fundamental analysis. I was just like, this is a live stream. This is good.
There you go.
Oh, you know what?
Mike, you were right. Listening in the background.
I said to you, didn't I? I said to you, he doesn't need to stick around to gloat about his win yesterday. He will gloat in the background, and then he'll come back and gloat in public later on. That's just
Mickey came in and he was talking. I couldn't do two things at once. I'm a very simple man. But apparently, we're all trading the same account, Anastasiia. So they're trading. Yeah, they're trading the same account. And we're trading the same account, so they've got.
We have enough leverage for this.
I'll up the leverage. We're not gonna tell Mickey, but I'm just gonna up the leverage like 1,000.
Okay, we only agree though how much percentage of risk we use per trade, because imagine, wipe out this one trade, right?
I don't know. We're gonna have to think about it, but they got a 600k account. So we'll have a 300k account with like 1,000 leverage. There's no daily loss because it's gonna be just an account that
Demo
we've
account.
opened. Pound CAD, Michael. Sorry to change subject quickly.
It's broken my trading view.
Oh
Okay.
gosh.
I don't know what it's doing, but it's doing it. Maybe Anastasiia can pull it up.
Yeah.
It has literally broken my trading view.
Because I'm in this trade still.
I'm actually waiting for some buys on indices, but I'd like it to break the zone first. So I'm seeing if it can break this highs, and then if it does it before our competition, we can actually look for this kind of move here.
Yeah, I can see that to take it. Wow, there's literally no volume up there as well. Like
Yeah,
in
there's
between those 2 points.
Yeah, there's literally nothing, and Nasdaq didn't cover the gap fully yesterday, so it came lower. Whether it's S&P 500 actually did, but still, if we break this, we can still at least see S&P going back, but also even here back. And then it would also really be a nice head and shoulders from here, maybe for long term. But I want to see if those can break higher, because there is a pretty big volume up there for both of them.
So you're only going to wait till it breaks up, makes a higher high, and then come back down for a higher low, and that would be the entry type of thing.
I wanted to break this zone here, because if you look at the volume, there is quite a big volume here, and it also comes from this consolidation yesterday. The reason for this is that if you look at it, it also is kind of like a small head and shoulders here. We wanted to go lower now. And right now it's stuck between the daily point of control and this volume here. So it's kind of in this zone that I want to see it getting out of it first. So something like this. Maybe even like a small higher high, just a couple of ticks would do for me. Just as long as it holds above this volume, I think it's going to be a good run to the upside afterwards.
Yeah, nice. Nice. Am I gonna end up trading the NAS or the S&P? I think there's so many people trading them at the moment. They're super, because they've got such nice moves.
Yeah.
It's kind of like inducing me to start looking into them.
I told you, Anastasiia. I told you. He doesn't need much.
I will
He really doesn't need much.
trade
Alex
anything
can
that is on the
convince
chart.
himself. Alex can convince himself to do anything. We
I
don't
will
need to do
trade
anything.
I am not a trade snob, as they call them. I say Mickey. I said to Mickey that he's a snob because he won't trade anything other than stocks.
I was trading this S&P actually yesterday. So I took entries here and here.
Wow.
And then can you believe that it just kicked me out on break even here? But I did re-enter. I re-entered this again. But I exited back here where my profit was here because it was getting late. Like I was tired after the whole day. I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm just going to get out. And the next second, you know how it's always like this. You get out, you waited for this the whole day. And the second you get out, it just moves you to take profit immediately.
You're singing to the choir. Yeah. How many times has that happened? It just kills me.
It's like, it's just never ending when that happens.
Or there's a time where you're looking at a level for absolutely ages and you say, okay, if it hits this level, then you're going to buy, forget about it, and then come back, seeing the level got hit and it goes straight to take profit. And you're like, what a waste.
Exactly. Yeah. Not fun when that happens.
Pound Canadian moving up very, very nicely now. Last 2 trades, one this morning from here.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty savage. One this morning from here up to the 200 EMA on the 15-minute, which was there, and then re-entered, which is gonna. I'm looking for those to get taken out.
Oh, that's a really nice trade.
It just looked really clean. Just broke up above this. I don't know if we can call it a range, but we broke structure and then a retest on the EMAs on a 50 EMA. and I wouldn't be surprised if we actually, come up to take these highs, but I'm definitely not targeting up there. I've been getting a little bit too greedy recently with my TPs.
I think it's gonna go much higher actually.
What are you looking at?
On GBP cat, I was just looking at it a minute ago. I think it can.
Yeah.
It's like it's
There's like
just
no volume in the middle.
perfect. Look at this.
Yeah.
At least maybe here. Where is your target?
My target's just at 84s.
Yeah. So at least here another like 20 pips or something. But it really does look good. Well, it's too late to enter it right now, I think. But it looks really good.
What are your guys' thoughts about using more than 1%?
I mean, first of all, it depends on the program and what the limits are on that program if we're talking about prop trading. Secondly, it depends on your strategy as well and your win rate. If you've got a high win rate, then 1%, is less risky. If you are trading like I do, where you have very tight stops and kind of long take profits, that 1%, can eat you up very, very, very quickly, especially if you've got a lower win rate. So I think you've got to adjust your risk to your trading style and your trading approach, and your edge that you have is ultimately the way you've got to do it. What do you think, Anastasiia?
I think especially for the prop trading, you need to be able to recognize, people don't see it, but they take a 100K account and they think they have 100K to risk, but you ultimately have 10,000. So your risk needs to be adjusted to this. You need to be able to take a series of losses and not lose your account. Otherwise, you're just gambling and hoping that, this time you're going to pass it and the next time, if you don't, you're just going to buy a next account. But that's not long-term sustainable. It's like if you want to go up and down, that's the approach. But if you want the consistent, stable results, you need to be able to, risk it based on the drawdown that you have, not the amount of zeros that you see in your prop trading account. I think more than 1% on the prop is like, maybe if you have a very high win rate, but even then you may and you will probably get into situations when you have a loose streak and you didn't expect it. It just happens to all of us as traders. We cannot predict the market. It's not even our job, right? Your job is to be able to survive the periods when the market is going against you and still have the money to trade afterwards.
Yeah.
What really hurts the most is when you are, when you had a series of losses and you've taken too much risk and you lost this account, or if you're trading on your own account, you blew it. And then the next day you wake up and there are a series of great trades that if you just take them, you would be so good. You would be such in a good profit. But because you over-risked and revenge traded and couldn't stop the day before, you wake up and you just don't have the money to trade anymore. And that's the worst.
So true. All of those pound-dollar tilt that I did the other week that got those accounts in super drawdown, this week, if I would have just traded normally with normal risk, I would have been absolutely laughing because the two accounts that are good are up a real nice amount, and I could have had that across all of the accounts, but because I was over risking and overzealous on longing pound, I've now, I've got to bring those out of drawdown, which is a very, very, very tedious task to do. So it's super true. Sometimes you got to know when you've got to go big, and sometimes you got to know when you got to go relaxed, and you've got to, calm down a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Alex, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, basically, some people do it in different ways. I know some people that have two accounts copied. they copy those two, and then on a couple of other accounts they trade a couple of accounts, then they get those to a certain amount of profit, they stop trading, and then they go on to the other accounts that they've got, or they have loads of things like that. Personally, I don't see the point in that. I just think just getting them all copied across. Some of them you can do different risk each one. I just think if you're going to take the risk and you're going to trade, you might as well trade them in all of them. So every single trade I have is copied over multiple accounts, and then if you want to add a challenge, you just add the challenge onto the copier, and that happens. Now, that being said, I got really, really, really lucky where I was waiting for a payment on 2 accounts. So I stopped, I took them off the copier, and that is the only reason why I'm not in drawdown across all of the accounts. So you've got to understand, if you go on tilt, and it's normal sometimes to go on tilt, and if you do go on tilt, that's why your risk management to fall back on. If you go on tilt and they're all copied, then you're just going to understand that you're probably not going to have a month where you're making any money. So maybe think about how you want to do it and how you want to put things in place before you go on tilt, saying, okay, I'm only going to trade these certain amount of accounts first, or I'm going to trade these accounts on a specific strategy, and just break them up. But that's something that you've got to think about yourself.
Febin's asking, are you following Scruffy's advice? Look how it's suddenly gone all dark. Alex's room has gone all dark.
All I've done is now I'm focusing on the accounts that are in profit and that are funded, and that's all I care about. The other ones, they're on a copy trader with 5% of the risk I'm taking in the accounts that are in profit. So it's minuscule amounts, like $50 a trade right now on those accounts, and I'm not even thinking about them. I don't care about them. It may take about a month to 2 months before they come out of drawdown, but I don't really care because I'm just focusing on the accounts that are making me money right now. So I think you got to understand in prop, why are we actually here? We're here to take the money, build up our own stuff, and then just leave. At the end of the day, as much as we say it is day trading, it is a casino. You have to know how to play the game. Have to know how to get out. When you want to double down. All of these different things. It's all part of the game, and I feel like, yeah, that's it. So I'm not really taking Scruffy's advice, even though he's got very, very sound advice. And on a personal account, it is the best thing. With prop, I think it's depends. It depends. That was so long-winded.
Akash, advice on how to be consistent. There's so many things that you could do.
Yeah, don't ask me. Ask
Anastasia. Anastasia is the best one to speak to on that. But in fairness to Alex, Alex this morning is having a very, very good day trading. And what did you do this morning, Alex? What did you start your day doing?
We know, I'll say something and I'll do the complete opposite. That's the beauty of being a discretionary trader.
No.
What
did you do? What did you do this morning when you woke up and before you came in to trade?
I just needed to relax a little bit, so I did a little bit of visualization, guys. I sat in front of my computer.
Exactly.
I was like, today I'm gonna trade pound CAD. I'm gonna trade pound. No, I did a bit of I just needed a bit of relaxing, so I did some visualizations and a little bit of meditation. Used to do meditation a lot, like when I was younger, and then I just stopped doing it. But
so
Alex, talk us more about visualization. To be honest, I got the visual. I saw a group of the F1 guys doing visualization before they were jumping on the tracks. They had headphones on. They were literally doing all the different types of movements that they would associate when they were in the game, like on the track. And I love NLP, and I've been using little parts of NLP throughout my trading. And one of those things is like anchoring. So when you're in front of the computer, you want to be acting a certain way. And the visualizations was just me basically sitting outside of myself and saying, okay, I'm putting Alex now in this seat and how he's going to trade. And all I'm doing is running through those motions. Okay, if I see this specific trade that I want, the specific setup, what am I doing? I'm getting straight in. If it comes back, I'm not entering into a loss. All of these different types of things. If I'm underwater right now, I'm not closing the trade unless my system tells me to do. So it's like all of these things, I'm running through these scenarios in my head to warm me up. And I notice when I do things like that, I'm a little bit less aggressive. I'm more controlled. But, you know, today has been one of those days. Literally came in, it was market. I've been getting absolutely slapped market for the last 2 weeks. Came in, saw pound CAD in a really nice setup. I just went and took the trade without even thinking it and went straight to take profit. And now I've done the exact same thing. Got back in, added into a winning position, and now it's back in good profit. So I'm not saying it's the visualization, but I'm saying it's just it just can help. Maybe, I don't know.
Hopefully that's answering. Who was asking about visualization? Zores. Hopefully that answers your question.
Mitch is saying that he's preparing for the battle.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to ban Money Mitch until he's allowed into the. I'm only joking. So I hope you got your game face on, buddy.
Mitch is ready.
Alexander is asking, and why is it so hard to consistently follow a trading system even if the rules are clear? Well, I think it's a mind game, right? It's the same things that you guys were asking about, the consistency, right? It is just it's a mind game, and simple thing is to go straightforward and work on your mindset, right? This is why the sports, for example, help. You build up the discipline in something else, it's going to help you to be more disciplined in trading as well. This is why meditation helps, right? Some people cannot sit a second and focus on something. And right now, with all the social media and everything, our attention is constantly divided into pieces, and people just lose the ability to focus on one thing for a prolonged period of time. And when you are trading, you need to you feel like you constantly need to take a trade, because you are used to scroll through the reels and social media and everything and constantly getting dopamine kicks again and again. And people get into trading with the same exact feeling, with the same exact habits. I think this is why also visualization helps, the meditation helps, because it teaches you back to focus on the one thing in prolonged period of time, to calm your mind, to be able to stay focused, onto one thing for a while. The same with sports, it teaches you to become disciplined. You want it, you don't want it, you go and you train today because, well, this is what you set yourself as a plan. Do you want to follow your rules today in trading? Do you want to over leverage or not? But you stick into your plan because you build up your discipline and consistency. Like people don't get it serious when I say it, but I mean, guys, go get a therapist, or read a book on the psychology. Like, it really helps. Now, people think that you need to go to therapists to read the books like this just because, when something is wrong with them, like nothing is wrong with you, but you were most likely not born in a family of investors or successful traders. Majority of us are just born in a normal family. People will work in a job. Some are, some maybe got parents who are entrepreneurs, but still not an investor's mindset. And if you are born in a family who just worked a job, we have the same mindset. We went to the school. The school teaches us to become a good worker. They don't teach us to become a good investor, a good trader, a disciplined, entrepreneur. We need to rebuild our belief system, and we need to rebuild how we function. It's just normal to be able to go and find something that helps you, whether it's a book, it's a psychologist, it's a meditation, it's a mentor, it's someone else. But you will need to rebuild the part of yourself that doesn't serve you in this specific environment, right? Because we'll come from like 9 to 5 in a certain degree. And if you bring the same mindset to your trading, it's going to absolutely kill you guys, because you're going to feel like you're sitting in front of the computer and you have to get paid for the job that you're doing. But that's not how the trading works, right? And you will be losing your discipline. You will be losing your consistency, because the longer period you spend on the charts, the more you will feel like the market owes something to you. Right? And you need to be able to stay for a long period of time without getting paid in the market. And that's I think one of the biggest differences between the successful, profitable traders and traders who consistently lose, because they cannot stay some period of time without actually getting paid.
Yeah.
I mean, just somebody please clip that so we can make a short out of that, because that was like just everything that needs to be said was just in that from you, Anastasiia.
Pretty much. I was once, I started at a new gym, years back, a mixed martial arts gym. And we went a couple of rounds sparring, and then I went to the coach, or the guy I was sparring with after, and I said, "Oh mate, can you give me, what do you feel? What do you think I need improvement on? What do you think were my weaknesses in these last couple of rounds?" And he just looked at me, he just tapped me on the shoulder, he just says, "Keep turning up," and then left. That is literally the most powerful advice, is literally just keep turning up. And how many times have you all like done something, started it, and you've found something that you're really good at, but then you've just stopped doing it, and now the person that is not even that as good as you has got past you, and he's even better than you now because they just kept on going. And I say that with my martial arts. I used to love martial arts. I used to be really, really good at it. But I just stopped being consistent, and now the people that I was smashing in the gym would smash me right now. And it's just one of those things. Keep turning up, keep smashing the charts, keep putting the repetitions in, and in the meantime, try to not lose everything that you come with. That's it.
I think trading is like also promoted, like you Alex said, you need to continuously do the same thing again and again. But trading is promoted like something flashy and excited. You come in, you make shit ton of money, like today, the first day you are in the markets. You buy yourself a nice car, you go travel, you trade from the beach. But the majority of trading is just you do the same boring thing again and again every single day. And people don't want to be doing boring things. They don't want to be focused on the same thing again and again. They don't want to be putting the repetition on. They want to get excited. They want to get emotions. But trading is the worst place where you want to be excited and all emotional and hyped up. You need to be really calm. Like, you need to be really bored when you're trading. You just need to learn to sit and wait and do nothing. And that's so hard. Of people.
That's exactly the reason why I say I would not want to just rely on just my trading for an income, because it is. I can't just sit here and just look at the charts and not do anything on the side, because it is super tedious. Like Michael and I have been working on AlphaBeta and doing things on there, and now we're just looking at the charts and stuff. We've got loads of other stuff. It's tedious stuff sometimes. That's why having the stuff on the side and doing other things can kind of take your mind off it. It is boring stuff.
It's also about flexing your mind. You were saying, Anastasiia, about going to see a therapist or something, right? As you made a really good point that most people think, all right, go and see a therapist when there's something wrong, right? But it's like with anything, right? If let's say for example you're a sports athlete, right? You go and see a physio every single day. There's nothing wrong with you, but you still go and see a physio, right? Because you've done some exercise and you've gone, worked out and everything else, right? Why wouldn't you go and do the same for your brain? Why wouldn't you? You think about it from especially if we're talking about trading, right? And we're talking about how you do need to be truly successful in trading, you need to perform at an elite level, like an elite athlete, in terms of consistency and everything else. Why wouldn't you do as an elite athlete does, and have a team of people that are helping you to develop and to grow, and to maybe identify, blind sides that you might have, areas that you're not maybe aware of.
Yeah, Mike, really, really good point. Like we don't know what we don't know, right? Unless someone helps you to find it out sometimes. Like we can only know what is already in our, what we experienced before. But sometimes someone pointing out at some things that we didn't look at before from the perspective we didn't see before is actually really helpful.
Yeah. So,
William's funny, just what William said this morning. So those of you who know me know that I own a cafe as well with my wife. And one of the things my wife always says to me is that the staff are a little bit scared of me, because when I'm walking up to the cafe, I'm just walking with a serious face. And it's not a serious face, it's just my face. It's just my face. And so I'm like,
cold European weather, that's why.
And it's like, I'm wearing shorts today because it's going to be so hot today. 28 degrees today.
What? Really?
28, yeah.
Well, that's actually quite hot. That's quite warm.
Yeah, exactly.
In Poland?
Yes.
Wow.
Alex, don't knock it till you've tried it.
No,
Don't knock it till you've tried
I'm
it.
going to, what did I say? Vienna next week. And I was scared that it was going to be really, really cold. Because I just can't do the cold. I have to have hot weather. Just, physically, just can't do it.
Just so you can turn yourself into a lobster.
I actually do you know what? You wouldn't believe it, but I actually go quite brown, mate.
Do you?
Yes, I do. My dad's got quite dark skin.
Just not lately.
Yeah, you got to get that base tan, warm yourself up. You can't just jump in the sun for no reason.
It's like that Easter. It's like that Easter ham that you've got to roast over the weekend, right? You got to let it pink up, and then it starts brown.
It's like that turkey. You've got to slow roast it, and then you pull it out, and it's golden. I am like a turkey. Bless him, my little brother and my mother. They're from the other side of the family. Well, my mom's super, super white, and my brother follows after her. So he goes into the sun, and he just goes like this white, like this red British type of, the type of Brits that come off holiday in Benidorm, and they are just red. That's what he looks like.
Poor guy. Then stood next to you. What? Is he just doomed for life? Is he?
You know what? Though I don't know how. He's taller than me. So.
Is it that hard?
Taller than me.
You're not that tall, mate.
He reminds me of the milkman when I was younger. I don't know why. Yeah, we do have to pause at time, don't I?
Dear. Is everything going slow until the news? Quite possibly, William. Quite possibly. Gold is slowly selling off. Slowly. But it's taken its merry time at doing it. So it's not perfectly clear, but yeah, it's not looking particularly volatile at the moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna start moving up my stops now to break even or into profit. I think it's about time.
We've still got another 2 hours before the ECB rate decision, so we'll see. CAD
overall is quite weak. Is there any specific reason for that, or is that just because of tariffs?
Tariffs, but we had CAD news yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, their inflation came. No, their interest rate has stayed the same though. They haven't changed it.
Maybe that's why. People were expecting them to do something in reaction to the tariffs, and they didn't.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why. Aditya, I see your comment. You don't need to ask us millions of times. Silver, I would say, is selling just as much as gold right now. Did you take a long on silver in the end, Anastasia?
Yeah, I'm still holding it. My stop loss are below the previous lows that were created during the night, during the Asian session.
Mm-hmm.
The last low that is on your chart on the left side. And I'm still holding it. It's right at my volume now. So I was buying it right from this low, expecting it to pull back from there.
Yeah. I'm still in this gold sell. We'll see how that plays out.
Gold.
I'm in a gold sell, yeah. I've been trying to sell gold all morning, basically. Not sure right now. It's on the 1 minute. It's looking a little bit iffy. I really want us to break this low here. If we don't, then I could see us coming back up to try and take this level here.
Yeah, I don't know if it looks like it's kind of making a W type of head and shoulders type of pattern. Like we've had one go, we've had, and this is all in an area of quite significant demand. So it's like you've had 3 times for it to push down, and it's not. So where's the?
The only thing is that if you look at it on the 1 minute, it was a very impulsive move, and it's not come down to retest this area. So I mean, gold can do that, but it started with a wickless candle here, so it came down and just shot straight back up. That's major liquidity for it to come back and take out, and there's still lots and lots of liquidity further down as well. So there's part of me feels that we could still see more bearish momentum come into it to just retest these lows. We'll see. I mean, the way that it reacted off that area there was, that wasn't a small move, and that wasn't news induced either that I'm aware of, because we've not had any red headlines. So we'll see. But it still hasn't broken this low here, which is really what I want to see. I want to see it take that low. Paul, I think it depends on the data feed, if I'm not mistaken. Like on forex.com, you can't add that volume indicator, but on Oanda, for example, you can. So it depends on the data provider.
It depends on the data provider, but it also, you do need the higher subscription on TradingView.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, it's only available in their paid version, in the higher. So if someone has a free version, it's not going to work neither.
Ah, okay. So it doesn't need to be like a premium paid version. It's just a paid version.
Just a paid version, yeah.
Is it just me, or has TradingView started being really, really slow with loading like indicators and stuff like that? Like these last couple of weeks, it's been super.
I thought so as well, but I thought it's on my issue on my side.
No, it's happening. I think across the board, it's like super slow.
Now, Paul, if you have the paid version, just 1 second. Paul had a paid version. You just need to change the data feed, like Mike said. So if you're applying it to Forex, try Oanda, for example, and it's going to work. Or if you want to apply it to futures, you need to, choose a futures contract, but it's going to ask you to pay additional $5 for their quotes provider.
Catch you later, Akram.
Let me pull up William's chunks. So you asked me a question. Alex, yesterday you asked who was a professional trader in the room, but couldn't answer at the time. I'm independent and semi-professional. Are you a full-time trader, or is it just like me? I wouldn't call myself a full-time trader because I'm a full-time whatever I do in the fivers, which is quite a few different things. I don't think I'd want to be a full-time trader, if I'm honest, just because it would really be like Anastasiia said, just really boring, and I just wouldn't want to do it. But I guess I could call myself a semi-professional trader. I guess so. You guys, the free version of TradingView is 1 second slower compared to MT5. I don't know. We got a paid subscription here, and it's super slow. I don't know what's going on.
Look at that wick on gold.
Yeah, it looks to me like it wants to start pushing up. Yeah, spread is pretty significant on silver. That's why I just prefer not touching it.
Yeah, spread isn't nice on silver. It's just not a popular asset, which doesn't make it easy to get better spreads.
Dow dropped significantly year 30, but I can't find any reason why. Like, I can't find any headline or anything that was a reason
wow.
why it was dropping.
Let's have a look. Nvidia. Can't see anything.
No, me either.
What are you guys thinking about all of these? There's about 2 guys now trading with Apex that have got like $3 million worth of payouts that are pending.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
crazy. Though that's
That is,
exactly the same as you get 20 accounts that you can copy with Apex. 20.
That is not an insignificant amount.
3 million is a lot of money. 3 million is a lot of money. The only thing is, one of the guys, I think it was Jade Cad, has got quite a significant social media presence. They're 100% not going to deny his payouts. No way. But the other guy hasn't got any social media.
That'll be
So he's no way is he going to get those payouts. Apex able to pay him. That's what I'm asking. I do not think they're going to be able to pay them.
The
That's gonna
problem with
be-
them is that they constantly do some promotions, right? They like constantly get 80-90% promotions, and when the prop starts giving promotions every other day, it's usually not a good sign.
exactly
90% as well. Like, you know, it's like a pound shop.
90%.
Good old English pound
pricing
shop.
is wrong. 90% discount suggests that there's something wrong with your pricing.
But do you know how many people go through and burn the accounts? You're talking about like tens and tens of thousands of people each week.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Think of it. They don't care about the accounts when they're so insignificant, when they're so not that much money. People don't take them as serious. You know, somebody that takes a 200 or 400k. What has gone on with my lighting? What's going on with my computer?
These days, Aditya, I guess you mean today, or
I didn't feel like yesterday the market was slow necessarily.
no? Exactly. I wouldn't say the markets are slow these days. Today, yes, but we've already discussed that it's Easter holidays coming up. A lot of people just already shutting down. Tomorrow and Monday will be very, very slow days.
Michael, can you take me off the stream, please? I've got to fix something.
I can. There's a trading platform that offers all the extras like volume and allows you to connect all broker accounts at the same time to trade, but I can't post it here. Okay, very cryptic, William. You can post it in AlphaBeta Lab if you like, William. We have no problem with you sharing that as long as it's not an affiliate link for you to try and claim some affiliate payments or something. We have no problem with you doing that. Gold is pushing up. I'm not sure I believe that it's necessarily Bro,
I'm getting a nice £2 card. Yeah, there's one. Go on. Spread. Oh, you know what? Go on, cutting it. Whatever.
what were you on? Pound what? Pound CAD?
Pound card, yeah. Not bad. To be fair, I could have just left that trade in. It's all good in hindsight, but could have just left that in. It would have been a really nice move. Wow.
Profits are profits.
Profits are profits.
Beautiful trade.
I just got to work on not giving it all back. Thank you. That's I haven't been told that before. That is an interesting compliment. Thank you very much.
Guys, in 15 minutes, we are going to be doing the weekly AlphaBeta Lab podcast with the gang. So make sure you stick around for that. If you haven't seen our latest, what do we want to call it, Alex, for the AlphaBeta Lab? I suppose the teaser for the AlphaBeta Lab. Then let's remind you a little bit about this.
Yeah. Be warned, guys, if you've got headphones on, to turn them down.
Yeah, it shouldn't be as loud as it has been in the past, though, so you should be all right.
Every time I listen to that, it
absolutely
makes
love
me
it.
want to go to a rave, like a festival. I just want to get into the festival, for 2 years running, I went to EDC Vegas, and it was the most ridiculous time ever. And that music makes me want to go again.
Sounds better. No jump scares. There you go. Yeah, the bass still drops hard. It is. It is just.
That'd be so
It is such a good. It's such a good soundtrack.
Yes.
So
please. Yeah. Do you know what? Actually, it's funny. Sal was the one I gave him. I left to go on holiday. I said to Sal, "You can use my mic," and I thought I was being nice. Came back, he won't give me the mic back, so I had to go and buy this one. Hold it.
So looks like gold is going to pump. Pumping on the 1 minute.
Yeah, I think it's gonna still go higher.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah, I think you guys are right.
GU sell.
GU.
Wow. I don't know, man. GU is in a horrible range.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to.
It's like, on a 5 minute.
Oh my
like,
god, no! That
what
5
do you
minutes.
do? What do you guys like? Okay, your best option is getting in there if you're gonna go long.
Yeah,
or just wait till it takes all of those out. Maybe that
5 minute looks torturous.
Yeah, I don't think think GU and EU is gonna move anywhere until interest rate decision from Europe.
Yeah. Maybe that. Where's the weekly open? No. I can't believe how much we've gone up. Like, wow. I didn't think that was going to happen. I thought
What's
we
that?
were going to US dollar Swiss. I actually thought we were going to blast through that that level, but we got front run.
Mm.
I you know, 'cause they took out all these highs, consolidated. I thought, you know, that's it. We're running that level, but it didn't at all. Now it looks like it actually wants to come and just run through all of these.
I'm an Euro GBP sell, and it went so nicely. Now it's pulling backwards. But
Tricky one, huh?
no, it looks good from volumes.
Yeah.
It does look good. I'm also expecting it to go down because of the European Central Bank decision. If ECB lowers rates, EU should actually drop.
Why can't silver just crash?
Because I'm in a buy. That's why.
Holding up the market.
Anastasia with her millions is holding up silver. You gotta make it worth her while to sell it, Aditya. She's not gonna. She's not just gonna, you know, cut her buys on it. You know.
I think a lot of people are waiting for GU.
Mm.
There is nothing worse though, being in a position and you've been stuck in the middle of the range. Like,
Ooh.
it's
Trump has just come out and said that Powell's termination cannot come fast enough. Ouch.
Wow.
What a savage!
He's just come out and said
What a
that
savage!
Powell is always late and wrong. The US is getting rich on tariffs. His termination can't come fast enough, and the Fed should have lowered interest rates long ago.
What is it, like 3 o'clock now there? In
Ah,
US?
just that man is just, yeah.
Michael, just admit he is the best. He is fantastic.
He's the best at clickbait. Yes.
Papa Trump.
You know, he doesn't write the actual tweets. He just dictates them to somebody else to write them.
I don't know. Michael, I couldn't imagine Trump with his iPhone. You know, I'm gonna just do a couple of tweets.
He honestly thinks that his son is an IT genius because he turned off his son's laptop and then 5 minutes later it was back turned on again. So yeah, he's
His son did some real good moves though. You know, we're getting him on Rogan and things like that. That was a bit of a game.
The other one, you mean? The youngest?
Yeah,
Baron,
the youngest one. The youngest one that is taller than anybody I've ever seen in my life. Like, I don't know what they eat over in the Trump household.
I have a very bad feeling about this youngest Trump, to be honest with you. I think we're gonna still hear a lot
you
from
and me both. You and me both.
Baron Trump.
We're gonna still remember.
Oh, suddenly America comes just a communist country.
Guys, the link for the giveaway is in the description. So we have got a lot happening today. In 5 minutes, we'll be doing the AlphaBeta Lab weekly podcast. But then later on this afternoon, we've got the what are we calling it? Is it the trade-off? Is it the face-off? Is it the trade fight? I don't know what it's called. Is there a name for it?
Baron Trump is the future leader of the world.
Oh God, help us!
God forbid.
I'd rather Jonatan be the leader of the world than Baron Trump.
I would really enjoy a world where Jonatan was the leader.
Yeah.
That would be super fun. That would be super good. You know,
I think it'd be an interesting
Lego everywhere, free.
He is actually pretty tall. He is ridiculously tall, which also makes me wonder: is he really Trump's son?
Hey, look like the milkman,
Exactly.
or the waiter or whatever they call them. What are they called? Not the waiters. People that serve them in the houses. The
Servants, butlers.
butlers. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michael.
You're welcome. Just call me your English dictionary.
Thanks.
After that pump, gold has just suddenly gone. Nah, maybe not.
Can you share input on some copy trades and magic keys? Are you talking about platforms? If you're talking about platforms, I will swear by Traders Connect. They are really, really good. Magic keys, I've never used them. Just your good old fashioned mouse.
Doesn't is it Victor or Jonatan uses magic keys?
Victor uses hotkeys, and he told Jonatan to start using them, and Jonatan
That was it.
for a trade.
Oh, that was it. Yeah, I remember that. I remember. Oh, let's gold go!
Wow!
What?
No way!
What just happened?
Come on, Silver. You can do this too.
Silver's like, I'm trying.
What was that?
I just think it's just waiting. You had all of that
That was just
consolidation.
ridiculous.
Just looks really, really large on the 1 minute.
Yeah, but gold doesn't do a 1 minute candle like that for no reason.
That's true. It is quite vicious.
That is an absurdly large candle. Come on, Financial Juice. Tell me what the hell was that? Because
The financial juice is pretty good for the basic news, but you really need probably like a paid premium squawk if you actually want to know absolutely everything on the.
Are we going to get one for ABL, Alex?
It's up to you, mate. Yeah, you can have
I think
the
it might go higher.
premium squawks.
I think it might go higher.
All right, what's up, guys? How's it going?
Oh, that's spilled out.
You look very yellow today. What's going on?
My yellow.
You are yellow. Something's going on with your lighting.
You're looking a bit jaundiced.
Yeah.
Is your liver okay?
It's all them cigars. Okay, there you go. So you got a yellow light on your face. There you go.
That's his monitor. Nothing.
Yeah. So this is a new feature on MT5. If you shout at it enough, it actually does what you say.
All right, so as you can see, guys, we have 20 accounts giveaway. We're going to give away 20 accounts worth up to $300,000 here in today's live stream. So if you go to the description, you have a link to the giveaway. And what you have to do is you have to follow the instructions in the giveaway, which means you have to sign up for the Fiverr's Hub, Trade the Pool Hub. You need to subscribe to the Fiverr's YouTube channel and Trade the Pool's YouTube channel as well. You don't need a secret code. All you have to do is just go to the description, click the link, sign up, follow the instructions, and you are in for the giveaway. And then later in the session at 13:15, the 1:15 p.m. GMT, we are starting the competition between Trade the Pool and the Fivers. It's gonna be very exciting. We're gonna be trading one account. We're gonna have two accounts. So one account for Trade the Pool and one account for the Fivers. It's gonna be Anastasiia, Victor, and Alex. It's gonna be trading. What you're shaking your head, Alex?
Shaking my head. That move on gold is disgusting.
Wow.
Like,
yeah, that's a big one. I haven't checked the chart. I gotta.
Gonna go again.
What move? I'm not even seeing a move.
Look at my screen.
2 minutes. 1 minute.
You're looking into
Yeah,
1 minute.
if you ever see, just
Look into the 1 minute. Whoa.
I wasn't even joking with you. Like, look at 1 minute. Oh, it's.
Yeah, but I think this is just a. It's not. Doesn't mean anything else, does it? In the bigger picture of things, I think this is just.
That as a 1 minute candle on gold is not nothing.
Good. That means you're in the giveaway. Now all we have to do is wait. Am I still like yellow?
Yeah, you're still yellow. You're still jaundiced.
We're bringing him on. There we go.
Ooh.
Oh,
No,
okay, I've just deleted him. Sorry.
Yeah,
guys.
could you not move around the I'm gonna set this up.
Okay. Oh gosh. Hey Richard, how are you?
Hey, Rich.
I'm good, guys. I'm good. What happened with the charts? Did we get eyes on this?
No idea. Look at it. It's just mad.
Yeah, no clue, mate.
It's gonna be
I've kind of
it's gonna
given
look
up
a little bit
trading
weird
gold
here
for
with
now.
the
Don't know what
layouts
I'm
and
thinking.
everything. But you'll have to survive this just a little bit.
How are you, Rich?
I'm good. I'm good, thanks. I've been grinding away in the background, so trading has taken a little bit of a sideline at the moment. So occasionally I check the charts a couple of times a day, and I look at all these massive moves, and I think, yeah, probably could have been involved in this in some way or another. So having to balance trading with life at the moment, and looking forward to getting back into trading. It's not going to be this week, and I think that's a blessing. But what about yourself? How have you been faring up in these conditions?
Actually, until yesterday, I didn't take many trades from the last week. To be honest with you, no, I didn't like it. So the market is moving, but it doesn't necessarily mean the moves are good or you can catch them. So I don't think it's a bad thing that you are leaving it behind for a second until it maybe calms down with Trump as well, or at least we figure something out what we can expect. Hey, Victor.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Anastasiia, and everyone at home, everyone in this room with us. How are you guys doing?
Well, I've never seen so many people in a live stream at the same time. Jonatan, what is going on?
And he's squeezed us all into the side.
Yeah. There you go. Oh, God.
Oh, and he's now got rid of half of us.
Alex.
Oh, and he's got rid of himself. What?
Who's that over there? Who's that guy? Rich is on his own.
Oh, now Jonathan's on his own. Okay.
Yeah, Jonathan's on his own. Oh gosh. How's it like over there, Jonathan? You enjoying yourself?
We'll just wait for Jonathan to just finish doing what he's doing, and then we can get cracking with the podcast.
He's on the hot seat. I'm not sure if he's going to roast us or if we're going to do the same. It's like
Well,
five on
this
one,
is
like-
This looks
Awkward.
terrible. What is this?
Do you want me to? Do you want some help? Look, we're gonna do three. We're gonna do 3 dynamic on that side.
Are we? Hang on, we don't need the charts though, do we, for the podcast?
Hold on, watch this. Now we're gonna sort it out. All right, guys.
But this is sorry, I'm setting up this for the competition, right? We want obviously we want people on the left, we want people on the right.
Yeah. 2 seconds.
And why is there one person on the left?
It's okay, mate. I'm gonna sort it out for us. I'm gonna save the day.
Yeah, yeah, I want to see this.
I'm gonna save the stream. Oh gosh.
I think the word we're looking for is anyway.
How's it going, Alex? So you know you can add one of those like dynamic.
Yeah, but you can't do it. You can't do it twice. I don't know why. StreamYard is an interesting. We got to get rid of StreamYard anyway. Okay. Nearly there. Nearly there,
Almost.
guys.
This is almost as bad as waiting for the charts or the markets to move. Wow.
Wow, that gold break retest continuation. All right,
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? It only allows us to have like one person.
Hey.
Now it works.
Save
Good,
it.
good
save
stuff.
man of many talents. You know, I can trade and I can organize the layouts on StreamYard.
Okay, so you can only have like one of those dynamic things, and then okay, so all right.
I wonder
That's good.
if you can have 2 screens at the same time. Let's have a look. No, you can't. That sucks.
You can't do that,
Can't do that,
unfortunately.
no.
All right, whatever. We'll have this layout during the competition then.
Yeah, but so it's going to be 3-on-3. Maybe we'll have to put you somewhere though,
Yeah, I'll be on the right.
or we can just put you like at the bottom of this camp. You know, at the bottom of, in the middle.
Screen. Yeah, as a referee.
Guys,
As a
this is
referee,
amazing.
right where the just underneath the charts where this little box is.
Yeah.
If anyone's wondering how organized and professional and just how everything's pulled together for these live streams, guys, this is how it happens. It happens live on stream. We put a lot of time and effort into this.
Look, I tell you what, I've seen a lot of recent live streams. I think we are up there at being one of the better ones. Okay, not
Yeah, I've
not saying any names.
Shh! Don't say any names.
I'm not saying any names. FundedFutures.com? No. TV. I got the name wrong.
stop it, Alex. Come on.
Oh, come on. Got to play around with them.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we're going to talk about, guys?
This is meant to be our ABL podcast.
Well, I have to. That's definitely Alex. All right, I gotta. So what happens if I jump off now? So if I jump, then yeah, this does not look good. Like we want that.
No, so let me set up a new one.
Let's just the 4 of us just have a little chat, shall we? Let's let these 2,
friend.
Jonatan and Alex, just we can hear them still. Oh God, I know that's not good.
What, Jonathan? Can you put the old layout that you had? No, he's just gone. No, not that one. There you go. Thank you very much.
There we go.
Perfect.
Thank you so much, Jonathan.
What about the 6th one in this layout?
No, because then there you go. Now that is perfect.
There you go.
That is
Beautiful.
We're gonna save this layout. This layout is.
Yes. But the one with 3 cams on the sides each also is a good one.
Yeah, for competition, it's really good.
That one.
Yeah.
For competition or news events.
Yeah.
There we go.
Sorted.
Sorted.
Okay. Michael, do you wanna introduce it?
I'm going to leave you guys. Are you
No,
able
you can stay if you want. We're
I'll
literally gonna...
I'll be on for the competition in 2 hours.
Oh,
Yeah, let's let her
I'll be
leave.
just ready.
She's gonna be streaming all day.
She's going to go and
That's true.
prep.
Are you gonna be streaming all day, Alex?
Well,
Oh, nice. That's perfect. Thank you.
It
It's
is.
very good of you. Very nice of you. Well, I'll be back in a bit. I gotta
Alrighty.
fix some stuff with the giveaway.
All right, guys. We'll be back in a minute for the weekly ABL podcast. Every time, man.
every time.
Just
I love it.
Bones.
it's just
Energizing.
oh, man. It gets you. It gets you pumped, doesn't it? Gets
It
you
is.
pumped.
It does.
Oh dear. So guys, it is time for the weekly AlphaBeta Lab takeover, where we go into a little bit of a different segment, and we go into kind of a podcast format where we talk about all things trading and everything else, kind of interrelated. So yeah, if you want to know more about the AlphaBeta Lab, go check it out on the link. The link is on the screen right now. Go and check us out. It's completely for free. We'd love to see you joining us there. But usually these sessions are not scripted. They're not kind of planned with a particular topic in mind. We tend to all just come together and bring a topic that is maybe sitting on the tip of our tongue. And Rich, I know you had one last week. Do you have one this week?
I do, but it's the deep end of the swimming pool. Like maybe you might not want to dive in there just yet.
Nah, let's dive. Let's do that.
Let's
go.
diving,
Let's
man.
do it.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay. So everything we talk about is it's raw. It's not scripted. And this is something that I've been really pressed with more recently. As the newly appointed performance coach of the 5%ers, I've been really diving down the rabbit hole of what makes a trader efficient, what makes a trader optimal. And I find that in this trading environment, traders get stuck in this loop of I've got to be better. I've got to be better than I was yesterday. Self-improvement, self-reflection, trading as a mirror, kind of that whole mindset of like that journey of just being like the best version of ourselves. And I figured that this is also a massive trap because, and I saw this, and the credit isn't for myself on this, but imagine that like normal looks like this, and we go on this self-improvement journey, and we finally fix like our shortfalls, and we get up to where normal feels, and then we self-sabotage because of a limiting belief, childhood trauma, whatever the case might be, and we burn ourselves all the way back down to rock bottom, hit this frustration point, then we start building ourselves back up, and we actually are stuck in this boom and bust cycle of, hey, I'm making improvement. Look at me, I'm really good. But we're still self-sabotaging, burning trading accounts. And so we're like the person that goes on a diet. You reach your ideal weight, you reach it, it's out of your comfort zone, you self-sabotage. You go back to where you were, you start building yourself back up. Hey, this is forward momentum. But we're never really reaching new equity highs in terms of like our life. And it's something I wanted to challenge because as traders, we're riddled with blind spots and we can only do as good as we know to do. And I wanted to throw this elephant in the room and all sort of stare at it for a minute and think, what does forward momentum really look like? Not like in a preachy way, like this is what it looks like perfectly, but from a personal perspective, like what have we personally experienced when it comes to forward momentum, and how do we hold ourselves up? I think it'd be a bit of a raw place to start and quite a personal one as well.
It's quite an interesting one because I've seen this, we've had discussions like this, Rich and I, many times. I always looked at it as like, we like oscillators. You know, you have like your bank balance or your savings rate, and every time you get to a certain amount of savings, suddenly, you know, you start spending more, and then you come down and you get to the lower area of your savings. You know, I've got to be really on point now, and it just oscillates between these two areas. And the same it was going with lot sizes and risk. Like, you get to a certain amount of risk, and how do you get to that next range? It's just life goes from ranges to ranges, and it's like, how do you get yourself to that next range? And I think the two things are to do that, and do that efficiently, is measuring, but also being aware that these things there, you are stuck in a range, and measuring it when you get to that higher range or that lower range, trying to get past those areas. But you can only do that at first being aware of it, and then actually measuring them as well. That's where I think we can start off, but it's a difficult one. It's an interesting conversation.
As you're saying, like self-awareness, that's like a really good place to start.
I think it's the only place to start, because you can't really eliminate these things from you. At the end of the day, they're a part of you. It's like when you first start trading and you first start making, you know, you've got these blind spots and you start making mistakes. Maybe you blow an account, or, you know, and then slowly, the better that you get, the more aware that you are. Maybe next time you don't blow the account, you just blow all your profits of the day, so on and so forth, until you get to the point where you can stop, you know, maybe the triggers, and you can start catching yourself before you make those mistakes. I think it's just that we talked about it earlier. It's just the consistency of just turning up and keep doing what you're doing, but also being more aware of yourself and aware of, this is a journey, and throughout that journey, you're going to have these ups and downs, and those ups and downs are not going to total dismantle you or take you off the journey. They're just going to maybe deviate for a little bit, and many different things.
I don't
I think
I don't know if it's because I'm I would be considered, compared to you guys, a systematic trader, right? Where I'm less discretionary, and I don't want to say I'm immune to self-sabotage or anything like that, but I don't have that issue. Where I get to a point where, that's where I started. Maybe it's because I'm systematic. I'm a systematic trader. It doesn't depend. Of course, it does depend on me, but not as much as a discretionary trader where it depends completely on you. You know, everything you do. I don't have that, you know, boom and bust necessarily the way you explained that, Rich. However, well, maybe that's another topic, but what I do recognize from what you said is, and that's a little deviation from the topic, but the aim, I think, shouldn't be blindly improving, and that's where I thought you were going to go with the topic, because there's never an ending, right? You can never reach perfection, and there's never going to be an ending, and that can be very difficult, right, to continue doing that. But instead, the goal should be reaching a balance point, and a balance point is different for each one, because it depends what your goal is, what is trading for you. And for example, if it's just a being financial independent as a source of income, you know, there you can know, everyone, it's a bit personal, but you can know in advance, okay, how much do I need? Well, make it double that. That's my goal. If I can put in, you know, this many hours each week, and I get this out of trading each week and each month, then I've reached my goal. And you just maintain it, because that was the goal. And if you're goal oriented in that way, not trading your P&L, but I mean on a greater scheme of things, goal oriented, then you become efficient, because once you reach that goal, you know, you just have to maintain it. The same thing as your weight loss, right? If you when when you reach, you do it with a goal, right? It's not blindly to lose weight constantly without an end goal. And once you reach it, obviously you need to do something to maintain it. Maybe I'm opening up another topic, but that's how I see it. I don't know if I can be much I can shed light on that sabotage as much.
I think there's something called dialectic behavioral therapy, DBT, and one of the things within it, I think it's within DBT, and it goes through this kind of process where you talk about a stimulus, and everyone gets a stimulus, and that stimulus triggers an emotion, right? And that isn't something that we can change. That's part of our personality. It's part of our character that we're born with, right? It's part of our DNA, if you like, right? But then that emotion then triggers this emotional expression, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So sometimes when we demonstrate, that we're angry, we don't necessarily, it's not clear that we're angry. It looks like we are sad, right? And then we get this validation or invalidation of that feeling, and that's that emotion, right? And that can be anything, right? That can be from road rage. It can be from seeing some litter on the floor. It can be power going out. It can be absolutely anything. We're like constantly stimulated by these things, right? I think the problem is a lot of people try to change the emotion. They try to change that built-in DNA that can't be changed. It just cannot be changed. The thing that you can focus on is how you express it and how you demonstrate it. And if we're talking about when you're talking about trading and how you develop and grow, that is one of the paths as to, right, okay, I'm feeling anxious or I'm feeling nervous about this trade, right? I'm still going to feel that anxiety, but my reaction to that can be changed. And that's where, I don't think it is something that can be done as an end goal, as something that you can say, right, I've changed my reactions, done, sorted. I think personally for me, if you are not looking at your personal development all the time, then you're sitting in one place. You're not progressing anywhere. I look at my progression as a trader over the last 2 years, and my progression in terms of how I approach the markets, how I approach everything, right, has been trying to maintain that consistency, but also being true to who I am. I've not tried to delete those emotions, but I've tried to adapt how I react to those emotions and how I perceive those emotions. Being vulnerable, being raw, and being authentic, right? But sometimes we say, oh, you got to be authentic to others. You got to be authentic to yourself as well, as to how you react to things, and acknowledge it. Don't be afraid of it. You got to kind of almost lean into it rather than shy away from it, to really see that progression. Because let's say you become that profitable trader, then what? Okay, going to go sit on the beach then. Alex was talking about it earlier, being a full-time trader. Okay, I'm going to get a bit bored now. What do I do? If you've got that natural ambition, you've got to have something to drive you forward, to give you something to get up for in the morning. Sorry, you're going to say something, Alex?
No, it just gets to the point where you just, you're collecting coins. Like you look at it now as just collecting coins, waking up, going to the charts and collecting as many coins as you can in the day. That's all it is. And it is super, super boring after a little bit of time. And once all the excitement actually gets out of it, you need something else to keep you interested. And the way that you keep yourself interested is by how much better can I get and how many more coins can I get by being better? Like, okay, if I did this mistake, why did I do mistake? Why did I lose that many coins for that particular habit? Maybe I can stop doing that. How many coins can you get? And that kind of, I don't know, it sounded coins and that, but that makes me excited.
Alex, rather than like how many, have you ever turned it into how much better can I get at collecting these coins? So not like, hey, I finished the day with 20 coins, but like today I finished with 2, but the way I got them 2 coins, it was way better than how I could have achieved 20.
I want to get into that. I'm slowly maturing. Slowly, I'm getting into.
So wait, hang on. I
Like
gotta ask.
like
So
a fine wine.
If you had a day where you made $3,000, so $3,000, right? But you knew you were, it was a bit off the cusp. It was a bit reckless. There was a few impulsive decisions.
I'd
Hold
feel
on.
pretty crap about it.
Or you had a day where you made $300, but you could not have traded any better. You technically were an absolute mastermind. So which day do you pride yourself on? $300 of absolute beast, or $3,000 of that was a bit sketchy?
I would still say the 3K. I'd be like, woo, I got lucky. I got lucky, boy.
That's where we've got to change that, right? That's where we've got to say, look, process over profit.
It's
But then that's the dopamine though. That's not just not just greed, it's the dopamine as well.
Sometimes there is a bit of luck in trading, and sometimes you can get lucky. And I know I would feel crap about both of them, to be fair. If I made 3K out of just like, I'd be like, wow, man, like, what are you doing? Like, are you even taking this seriously? If I made 300 on, I'd be like, God, like I tried my best, but that's still pretty cracked as well. Normally when days happen like that, when you're only making 300, you've probably overtraded and you've given a lot of stuff back, and it's just not, it doesn't. You finish the day pretty drained anyway because you've been trading so much. But yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. Anyway,
but okay, so then Rich, so Rich, if we're talking about it from this perspective, right? Let's look at what Scruffy said to Alex last week, right? And Scruffy's message to everyone is treat trading. If you're going to trade, treat it like a job, whether it's a full-time job or a part-time job. Treat it like a job. Right now, if you look at a job, if you broke it down as a 9 to 5, you get paid a certain amount per hour, right? So break it down into that chunk, break it down per day, however you want to do it, right? But if you're going to spend, let's say, 1 hour a day trading, how much do you want to get paid per hour per day for that trading to be worthwhile, right? And set a value on it. And then what you do is you set that as your target for that day of what you're going to make a trade for, right? So if you, let's say, for example, you want to make, I don't know, $250, £250 to give you that extra buffer that you need a month, right? That's what you need. You break that down, or let's say 200, just make it easier for the maths. Break that down, 20 days, working days, let's say roughly per month of trading activity. Break that down, right? Well, that's what? $10 a day.
Mm-hmm.
We could all do $10 a day. But the problem is that our greed takes over because we're like, oh, I could have done more than that. I could have really done more than that. And you just go for the bigger one and the bigger one and the bigger one and the bigger one. And then you get carried away. And because the dopamine kicks in as well, the dopamine that you get from that win, from that, that was a good trade. Oh, I got a nice 10R on that one, or I got a nice return on that one. All of a sudden, we've forgotten the objective at the beginning. We've forgotten the goal that we started with.
Could you do $10 a day, every day, on demand, every single day?
On that example, yeah.
So we should look at trading daily, weekly, or monthly. Like, could maybe 10 as an average, but are you saying no, I don't stop until I make 10? Like, how important are we putting that money target on a daily basis?
What I'm saying is if particularly we're looking at it from the prop perspective, right? We all look at. I was talking about this to Alex the other day. We all look at it and say, right, for example, I'm doing a high stakes phase 2 at the moment, right? And in the back of my mind, $250. That's what I've got to do as profit, right? Now, most of us, we look at it and we go, I've got decent leverage here. If I get a nice trade here, I could do that in one trade, do it in one day. Right. That's why we have the 3 profitable days rule, right? So you don't just catch one big runner and say, thanks very much, give me my funded account. If you break it down further, and say, right, okay, so I've got to do $250, break that into 10, so that's 2 weeks of trading days, $25 a day. What's that? It's 0.5%,
Mm-hmm.
but we're talking about percentages rather than the dollar value, right? If you break it down into percentages, could you do 0.5%? Well, that's a different story, isn't it? 0.5% is quite a lot for a daily trade. For a lot of us, we might struggle to do that. But prop is kind of gamified, and we look for these achievements. We look for these kind of dopamine hits, because when it wins, oh god, that win feels so good, and the losses almost become, you almost become not immune to them, but the power of them lessen over time. It's like with anything, right? You take any kind of addictive substance of any kind, the more you get exposed to it, the more your body adjusts to it. So if your body gets used to a certain amount of dopamine levels being influenced or being triggered at a certain time, your body then just accepts that as the new normal. Well, then what do you do? That's what I'm saying about the objectives. That's what I'm saying about the about the self-development and the goals. If you say, right, this is my normal, right, this is my benchmark, this is what I want it to be, right, well, then what? You see what I mean? Your body then accepts, okay, this is the new normal. Great, fantastic. But shouldn't we then have something higher up?
I think it depends what the goal is as well in trading, how you look at trading. Scruffy looks at it as a job, rightly so, and he's very good at his job. I don't necessarily look at trading as a job. I kind of look at it, like I said, as a game of how many coins can I get? How good can I be at this thing? How good is the skill? Like, I really kind of look at it as a bit of a game, and maybe that's the wrong thing, but trading is super individual to the person, and the way that you want to express yourself, you express it on the charts. And I think with things like that, it's like I could be this type of personality that doesn't make it in the long term in trading, and I'm very, very aware of that. That's why prop is probably the best thing for traders like me, is because you come into the casino and you leave the casino, and if you're good at playing the game, maybe you leave with a lot more than you put in. You just have to understand, is that what are you doing this for? What game are you playing? Are you playing this is the job, or are you playing, I know this is a game, I'm going to see how much I can rank up and how many coins I can get? So it depends.
Yeah. But I think also you can't ignore the fact that, for example, you've got people like Scruffy and you've got people like Victor as well, right? Who have the ability, natural ability, as far as I'm concerned. It just comes naturally. It's part of who you are, that you're able to step in a more mechanical approach and not get emotionally triggered. It goes back to that stimulus, right? Victor, you in my view, you have the ability to remain calm and collected in the stormiest of waters, where the rest of us are all running around like headless chickens, right? And that is what makes you such a good trader. And you are able to keep level-headed and calm and collected when so many others are going, whoa, look at that dopamine fix. Oh, let me want to have some of that, And for some people, you can naturally just be a good trader because of that approach. And if you've got the ability to analyze things and everything else, then it becomes something easier for you to achieve than, let's say, somebody else. And then to Alex's point, depends what you want from it. It also depends on how you approach it, right? If you want to get more out of it, if you want to make big bucks, then either you need to really work hard on your self-control and your discipline and your self-development, or you take it as it comes, and you maybe don't focus so much on that, but you enjoy the journey, you enjoy the ride. Because sometimes people just don't want to throw all into it, but I do think there is definitely something about some people are more naturally talented towards success in trading than others. And I think Victor or Scruffy, for example, are that kind of person.
I while I was listening, I had a couple of questions, which leads into what I'm going to say afterwards. Mike, that when you give that example of $10 a day, which is only an example, how much is that person risking per trade in dollar terms? Since the goal is in dollar terms, how much is that person risking per day? For example.
I mean, if you're taking Scruffy's approach, it's normally $1 a day. It's normally $1. Is it $1 a pip? He does, Alex. I can't remember. Something like that. So he normally goes $1 a point. Sorry. So I'm not applying that to a particular strategy, because obviously that wouldn't necessarily work for a swing trader, right? But I'm applying that to the majority of traders that we probably have, which are intraday traders, who are looking to try and capture something on a daily basis.
Yeah, because if we're talking about having a goal, depending on the level, of course, where we're talking about, are we talking about on the macroscopic level where you're looking at your trading and you have a goal on your mind? It can be even a day, but more broadly, something like, okay, I want trading to be this for me. I wanted to replace my job. I wanted to be able to give me this kind of within a range, of course, this kind of income. Then I think that's a very, very useful thing, because once you reach it, you can know in advance you reached it, and you can adapt accordingly. Perhaps while you're not there yet, you will put in many more hours, because you have a goal, you have to reach it between a certain amounts of months or years, whatever. And once you reach it, you can relax a little bit, not lose grip, but relax and adapt, because you reach your goal, is maintaining it, being efficient about your goal, etc. However, if you go to the not lower time frame, but if you lower the time frame, or we zoom in as to having a goal on a account level, and more specifically on a strategy level, for a period, either a session, a day, or even a week, a goal can be a two-edged sword, because it all depends on what is reasonable for your strategy. A goal can be very useful, but only if you know what is reasonable for your strategy. Because if you happen to, it's not, you can arbitrarily choose a goal because you want to. You have to have data, you have to have experience to knowing what is normal, what is the usual reasonable range that you can trade, and you have to have some proof, you have to have done it in some degree in the past, and only then a goal could make sense, because otherwise it's going to push you into over trading, because
absolutely.
So what I would think is, of course, Scruffy trades a little bit different than most people, I think. But even for him, everyone has a a range, which is what is the lowest, points, money, or whatever, and the highest in 10 sessions or 10 days or 10 whatever period. And your goal needs to be something easily attainable. So it can't be in the 90th percentile, because that's going to give you problem. It needs to be something easily attainable, something you can achieve easily. So it I don't know, something like perhaps 30% what you normally take the average and lower than that average, because on average that's what you're going to get, and you want to have something that you're going to hit every day, basically. So it's important. Having a goal is very efficient. Once your goal is hit, you can turn off and move away, because that's the plan. Your plan is only hit the goal, trading properly, not changing anything from your strategy of your risk management. You shouldn't do that. But because you have a very conservative goal, you hit it and you move away. You had your slice of the pie. But that's only possible if you have everything else known to you. If you don't, you're setting yourself for traps, needing to hit something that might not even be there to be had.
Yeah, I think the way I would look at it is, let's say, right, okay, everyone enters into trading with an aim, right, with a desire to achieve, right, and I think the problem with the way that it's marketed and the way that it's positioned is you can make life-changing money, right? You can just change your life and you can earn yourself this big load of dosh, right? Am I right, Alex? That's just how it's positioned. Yeah, it is, right?
But it is true as well. But it is true.
I'm not denying that, right? But the problem is that you almost kind of, it's marketed in such a way that you can get this.
Straight
people
away.
are like, exactly, right?
That's
and that's the problem, is that people are suddenly thinking that they can go from down here to here in a day, one trade, right? Suddenly you're seeing, I've got $100,000 funded account. Oh my God, this is amazing. I'm going to make so much money. Actually, hang on a second. It's not how it's going to work, right? And what I'm saying is that part of those goals, part of that process is breaking it down into chunks, breaking it down into something manageable. So, right, if my ultimate goal is to achieve this life-changing amount of money, well, what does that journey from A to B look like, right? And for each and every one of us, it is going to be a different path, right? Some of it is going to be like an equity curve, right? It is going to be up and down, it's going to be left and right, it's going to be all over the show, right? But the point is that if you just simply expect it to go straight from A to B without any kind of chop, without any kind of volatility, without any kind of divergence or anything else, whatever other analogy you want to, or any other term you want to use to describe it, then that's false expectations, to your point, Victor, right? There has to be that plan, there has to be that data in place to achieve it. And that is where things like the daily target, or things like breaking it down into a plan. So I'll give you an example. Let's say I want to be able to bring in $100,000, just for argument's sake, right? That seems like a pretty damn hard thing to do, right? So in my mind, probably my impulse would say, I've got to go and get that 250 grand bootcamp account, right? Because that's the quickest and easiest way for me to make 100 grand. That's probably the hardest way to do it, right? Maybe my better way of doing it is breaking that down into a plan, and whether it be hyper growth, whether it be high stakes, whether it be a boot camp, whatever it might be, but break it down and say, right, okay, if I want to do it 100 grand, what's realistic? Maybe it's in 2-3 years, right? Let's break those 2 and 3 years down into chunks and let's map it out. Let's kind of get an understanding as to what's realistic. And let's say, for example, you did a $25 a day, $25 a day, or $10 a day, whatever it is, arbitrary, right? You could go and do, for example, a 5K high stakes, and theoretically, based on that, my maths isn't 100% on this because I'm just doing this on top of my head, but you could probably get to a funded account theoretically, if you're hitting that target every single day, within what, month and a half, if I'm not mistaken. That's a 5K funded account, just like that, in a month and a half. And I think what's often missed is the ability to compound these things and to build it up, rather than just going for the sky.
Actually, I've in the past I've stopped doing it, but in the past what I just explained, I tried it myself. Knowing what is my range, I put the target for the day and I put it on an EA way lower, something like 20% of the whole range, meaning maybe less than half of the average that I get. And what would happen is that almost every day I hit the target, almost every day, and your curve would be almost like a straight line, and you don't have to do anything different. You trade your normal trading plan, and whenever you hit that, the EA kicks in and stops, closes all the positions and takes away your trading ability. And actually, that is a very powerful thing to do, because it's so easy to hit something that you make it so easy to win each day, and in the long run you're actually getting to the same place. It may look like you're going at it slower, but it's actually quite fast. And if you do it with compounding, right, where you're actually using fixed fractional risk, for example, you can have that exponential growth doing this, and it's actually I think a very good exercise. The only thing is that you got to know your numbers in advance, right? You got to know what is, because in order for you to make it very easy to hit that, you got to know what is very easy, very likely to be hit within your strategy. I stopped doing it for a reason, and the reason is that I gravitated towards having a high risk reward ratio profile, meaning that my equity depends on a greater part on catching these big moves that don't happen very often. And if I were to have such a daily target, it would just cut off all these big trades that I could be making using a very tight stop loss and running them for multiple days. And that's the only reason that I stopped. But otherwise, it's a great way to climb up the ladder of progress, because that's what you're referring to, Mike. Making it easy, instead of climbing the big boulder in one go, right? Which is
Exactly.
quite difficult. You put a ladder in place, and you just go step by
Yep.
step up to the boulder,
Yep.
and at the end you're at the same place as the expert rock climber with that used all these seemingly risky ways to climb, but you did it very safely and
Yep.
steadily, and you're the same. You're on top of the same boulder.
Exactly.
Can I ask a question though? Why would we put a limit of the amount of, if you're winning, why would we put a ceiling on our winnings? Would you put a ceiling on your losses?
You do put.
Or would you put a cap on the losses, like you're going to put a cap on the winnings? Because at the end of the day, there is a thing with, it's a bit like Baccarat, and I'm going to pull it onto. Has anybody played Baccarat here?
I haven't.
Okay, Baccarat is a very popular game in a casino, and it's basically betting on either of the banker or the player winning. Okay, now in Baccarat, you've got little edges by looking at the certain numbers, but mostly once you get a wave of wins, so let's say you get the banker, you bet on the banker wins. Once you get on that wave, every time you bet on the banker, it hits. Sometimes when you are on a winning streak, you've got to keep hitting it, because those are the P&L changing, money changing times. It's only what you got to know. Okay, fine. I haven't when to stop. That's why it's quite difficult for me to say if we hit a certain target each time, why we're stopping and just getting out of that wave, that rhythm, instead of just. I
can answer that. What it depends is, what is the distribution of your winners? If you have a few large outsized winners, then that stopping your having a low TP doesn't make sense, because you're gonna kill those big winners. If your strategy depends on those big winners, then you shouldn't stop it. However, if you have a distribution where you have most of your trades are, there isn't any big huge trades that you depend on to be profitable, but all of them are roughly average. If that's the case, then it's much more suitable to have a lower target for the day. For example, and as for a trader, this is very easy to understand. We all know, we've thought about this. It's the same thing when you have a daily target, which I was explaining, which Mike said about the little steps. You break it down into little steps of progression towards your end goal. It's the same thing as Rich style of trading, where he has a TP, a negative risk reward ratio, making his win rate very, very high. Rich has one of the highest win rate that I know any other trader having, and he can do that consistently. How can he do that? It's because his winners, he doesn't depend on having high, very large winners, but his winners are roughly the same, in the sense that if you put it on a distribution scale, they're not gonna be any outlier. They're gonna be roughly in the same, in the same range. And I think it's a very valid, not so exciting, perhaps for someone like you, Alex, who thrives on that excitement of having big winners and big slot sizes on. You need that excitement to have your attention glued on the charts. Perhaps it's not as exciting having a negative risk reward trading like that, but it can be a completely, absolutely valid and very profitable way of doing it. And what you're actually doing on a daily basis, having a daily target, is actually that by having a low daily target, and not necessarily it's going to be negative with the risk you take during the day and the drawdown you go through the day, but it could be. Because you have a low target of as a daily target, it's so much easy. Imagine you have on a, I don't know, imagine you had, let's see, what is a good example? Imagine you have you only have to make a 0.25% each day, or let's even make it lower. You only have to make 0.1%, and you are able to have up to 1% of drawdown. Imagine that, right? It sounds like it's not very profitable because when you lose big. But if you have a profitable system, you already know that if you have an edge, that 0.1% to reach an equity level is so easy. It's very likely you're going to be hitting that probably all the time. And that's the power of having such a daily, but you can only do it when you have of course, an edge in the market and you know your numbers and things like that.
But a question, okay, going back on that is, let's say you hit your profit target on the day and the market is rampant. The market is all over the place, super volatile, movement everywhere. Once you hit that target, are you going to step away? Or are you saying, like we said last time, it's game day, it's time that we continue trading because this is the times when we lap up?
It's a choice. It's a choice, because if you're what is your goal? If your goal is to extract everything that is possible for your strategy to extract from the market, then you shouldn't stop. You should be, extracting, collecting the coins. Now is the moment to collect your coins, because now there is a lot of coins on the table. If that is the goal, maximizing your coins per day, then you shouldn't stop. But the goal perhaps shouldn't be maximizing, because there's a trap in maximizing. By not having a stop, where do I stop collecting money or coins during the day?
You would have an equity or a coin, a stop loss, a coin stop loss, where the closer, your equity goes further up, you say, okay, I'm only willing now to give back only a couple of them big gold coins.
Hang on.
How many do you give back?
There has been times where my coin stopper has malfunctioned and I have given back way more coins than I came in. There have been very many times where I have left home with a much bigger bag of coins because I did continue as well. So it's a double-sided sword, and it really, again, depends what we're here for, and depends on the person. I wouldn't say
we spoke about that. Do you remember we spoke about that? We said, like, if you mix that cocktail, let's say that's the juice that you're putting in, right? But you mix that with cheap dopamine, it's a recipe for wild swings in the equity curve. And like, we get into trading because we love the freedom. We love the freedom of trading, but the same thing that we don't quite like, which is rules, serves to keep us in a really decent place when it comes to trading. Like, in its core, why do we stop? Why would we have a loss, like a max loss? I only see it as two reasons. Number one, to protect the account. Could be a daily loss limit, or it could be a personal capital that you say, look, this is too much. Or number two, because emotionally we're about to go out of line and we're not going to be able to keep to our trading plan. So really, I never ever stop on a day, never. But that's conditional of two things. Number one, my risk is small enough that I'm never going to damage an account enough to have to stop within a day. Two, I'd like to think that I've put enough time into myself to keep a level of discipline and consistency in my decision making throughout the entire day. If I was to ever stop, it's because my decision making broke down. I was chasing cheap dopamine. I allowed too much volatility into my accounts. And that's my red flag. When my account is swinging too aggressively, both positive and negative, I'm going to become that like chimp-like behavior that we talk about, and I'm going to start reacting rather than being in control of my decision making. That's when I stop. But you, like, full circle, what we spoke about in the beginning, you've got to know yourself to be able to recognize. You know, I talk about T, trigger, emotion, action. What's the trigger? Big days. Big red days, big green days. They're triggers. They fire up all kind of emotions, and I like to try and recognize them emotions. Maybe, as Mike says, I can't change them, but what I can do is I can change the action that I pair with the emotion. And I think in its essence, we call that emotional intelligence, and it's a very much learned discipline. It's not sexy, but it's something that really helps traders.
It's giving me a good idea what you just said, though, Rich. I think instead of having, and this is obviously depends on the trader, obviously depends on the person, but having, instead of capping, just capping the amount of profits, have that as the more that you make, the higher, you know, if you're losing, let's say you win 3 trades, let's say you're going to put a max drawdown on your equity of $250. Okay, you're winning, you get in a trade, you win it. Okay, so you're going to find another trade. You find another trade, you win it. But that 250 from the top line of your equity, if you lose that, then you stop. And then you just keep, it's like trailing stop. You just keep going and keep going and keep going until you hit that 250. Now, I have seen many, Griff, great example. He trades 1 hour time frame, waits for a flag pattern, gets in, doesn't have a take profit. All he has is a stop loss. And he just moves it up and moves it up and moves it on until he takes it. That is the way that you can change your account, by keep hitting the baccarat table until you get stopped out. I think that's a much better way. And obviously everybody's got their own opinions and everybody has to understand what's good for them. That's 100%. Everybody's way of trading has to be different. It has to be congruent to that person's personality. But like I said, the times putting a hard line of where you lose is much better than putting a hard line when you win. Because if you're always putting a stop when you win, you're not going to get those times where you're actually moving the ranges. You get to the top of that range and you stop, when really you should be understand you got to the top of your range. Now you've got to push on until you get to the next level of ranges.
I agree. I think it's totally agree. It is especially true for positive risk reward traders and less true for negative risk reward traders. Because if stopping your profits or having a cap on your profits is going to stop you, is going to limit the amount that you can win. But since you are going for low risk reward ratio, since you're only going for half, let's say less than 1 hour per trade, having a stop is not going to affect you as much. while it will increase your win rate, right? Because you hit that stop more frequently. And that's the other side. So it's of course it's totally true. The majority of the traders have they trade more than 1-to-1. So for the majority of the traders, it's much better to let the winners run, right? Because you don't want to stop your profits if you still have a lot of potential. You want to be extracting that potential and monetizing on that potential, not stopping yourself. But for others, with that negative risk reward, I think I think it's less applicable.
I'm not saying specifically on a trade to trade basis. I'm saying
You mean on a day?
on an equity basis. On an
Yes.
equity basis, that I go 1 to 2 risk to reward. Okay, that's what I hear. Every time that I try to push for home runs, I don't. They always come back on me. You know, I've seen some big home runs and I'm sat in my chair after be like, what? I've just literally got out at 30 pips and the market just run another like 90 with stuff that happened on GU and EU the last couple of weeks. So but the difference is, I'm saying with the equity, not to have the cap and just keep in the same way. It could be negative risk to reward. If you're winning and it's hitting and it's hitting and it's
keep on hitting
and keep hitting. Why wouldn't you keep hitting? Why wouldn't you, when you're winning and you're on that wave? Why wouldn't you keep hitting? And your equity, your stop loss of how much money you want to lose on the day is the same. I'm going to only lose 250. But why am I going to stop when I've just made 250? Let's go again. Let's make another 250. Okay. Wow, God, I'm having a lucky one here. I'm going to go in for another one. There's another 250. And then eventually you get to that one. You said, okay, I've come back, hit me 250. I'm out. I've still got 500 quid sitting in my account. But if I would have capped it at 250, well, then again, the next day is a new day and you might not have the same conditions. You might not have the same volatility. Honestly, market conditions are a massive thing. There's a day when we were all trading the other day in the live trading. We were all sitting here like, this is the worst day to ever be trading. We were sitting there and I was like, I'm just going to stick on a couple of lots just to see what it does, just because nothing is happening. But when though you've got that momentum. So yeah,
that's if you can keep hitting objectively. If you can't, because dopamine, again, we talk about it, right?
True.
Winning, winning, and
that's true.
The more we win, the more we think we're got superpowers. We've all done it, right?
Yeah.
And after a while, the analysis starts to drop.
That's a massive thing.
There is a reason why things like dopamine and everything else influence us. It's because just like any other chemical in the brain, it influences our decision making.
When does collecting coins become over trading? Like Rich said, when you lose objectivity and you've gone past your equity stop loss, like I've just said, I've just made that up. Yeah, I'm going to start using this 100%. That is when I say you're over. You could be over trading, but if you're over trading and you're winning blinking every trade, so who cares? You're over trading as long as you're not. You don't lose all of your profits and then some, and it can happen. But if you put the things in place on Traders Connect, which is why I quite like them, is that there is an equity profit, an equity stop out. So the more that you make, if it comes down to like a certain percentage, then it kicks you out for the day. Keep doing it. So if you're over trading and you're winning, good on you, mate. Fair play. It's a great day.
What you're saying, Alex, is to treat our account as if it's one trade, right? Not having, but trailing your trade, that would be the level on the trade. But if you treat your account as one trade, you trail the trade, right? So what you're saying is trailing
trailing your equity goes up. You keep putting your equity up. On the day, I'm saying, let's say you'll keep winning,
yes.
you keep winning. Eventually, when you lose your 250 max stop, and it's the same game theory that you have in a casino. Honestly, when proper pros go into the casino, not like, you know, we going into Vegas with all of our friends, you know, on a honeymoon and stuff and just playing, you know. When there's proper pros go into the casino, they know what game they're playing, they know their stop out for the day, and that's it. They go after it. It's the same thing. It's the same type of game theory that you use like this in poker, in the casino. And there's nothing wrong with saying that it is gambling. If you're saying it's gambling and you're making money and you've got an edge in it, what's the issue? But would you say overtrade, change in emotion, not a number of trades? That's what Rich said. If you are still you still got objectivity and you understand reasons why you're getting in this trade because it's a good setup, then there's no issues. In my personal opinion, there's no issues. When it becomes an issue is when it comes to revenge trading and you're just getting into trades that are not in a plan, that are not in a setup, and you keep hitting it because you're trying to get it back. And I've done it loads of times. Those are the worst ones because you lose objectivity. You can't see the market up, down, sideways, nothing. It looks totally different. And only when you come in the day after, you look at it and be like, wow, how did I miss it? And that's the times where you've got to stop. But you need to be aware that those things are there. And so it's when you lose the objectivity, that's when you stop. But if you're over trading, you still know it and you can see, wow, you know, I'm normally take a couple of days, 2 trades per day on average, but now I'm on my 5th and I'm still winning. Keep hitting. In my
little clue when you can see that shift, if you're spending more time looking at your floating P&L than you are the candlesticks, you're starting to become a little bit more obsessed with the money. And if you put that cart before that horse, you make decisions based on the money, which I think in full circle, if you can have a PIP target, a profit target, an R value target, a percentage target each day, and you can achieve that through an objective trade, I think you're along the right lines.
He's done a mic drop and he's just decided to walk away. He's like, this is it, and this is all I've got to tell you, everyone. So on that note, I think that's probably a good note to end the podcast session. Thank you, gentlemen, as always, for your contributions. It is always a pleasure to have you. Guys, we'll be back in a minute for the next segment. The giveaway is coming up later on, along with the competition taking place between Trade the Pool and the Fivers team. More coming up in a second. They've all left me. They've all decided to walk away. Guys, that was the weekly AlphaBeta Lab podcast. We're doing that every week on this session around this time over here on the Fiverr stream. So make sure you check that out every week. Make sure you like and subscribe so you get the notifications as to when we are doing those sessions. Coming up later on this afternoon or later on today, depending on where you are, we have got the giveaway coming up. We have got live account funded accounts being challenges being given away. So we're going to be looking at the Trade the Pool team facing off against the team from the Fivers. So Victor, Anastasiia, and Alex are going to be going up against Mitch, Mike, and Mike from Trade the Pool. That is coming in just over half an hour. So make sure you stick around for that as well. Raphael is still here. Glad to see you, Raphael. Hope you are doing well, my friend. Let's catch up on what else is happening on chat. Let us know what you thought about that podcast session, guys. If you've got any questions or thoughts, let us know as well. We'd love to know what your thoughts are. I do see a fine gentleman waiting in the wings in the green room, waiting to join me here on the stream. So hopefully he's going to give me a thumbs up when he's ready. And we'll bring him in. A little bit of a drum roll, please, or at least imagine one. And here he is. It's Pedro. How you doing, Pedro?
I'm good. How are you, Mike? Welcome, everyone. How is everyone doing?
I am very good, mate. I'm very good. Very good. Always a pleasure to see you. Always good to have you on stream with me. what you've been looking at, it's been a bit of a quiet day so far. Not too much movement really in terms of the markets. We've obviously got ECB news pretty imminent, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in 35 minutes. So just as the competition between the fivers and trade the pool is going to kick in, we're going to have the ECB interest rate decision. So that could be an interesting one. So make sure you stick around for that, and make sure you're careful with that one as well, so you don't get caught out. And here he is. His PC has restarted. How are you, Jonatan?
Yes. Yeah, I felt like I needed a. Went into the. Was just going to join the session here and noticed that. Alex, are you okay? You're in. Notice that it's it's lagging a little bit, and I need a quick restart. And that message comes up. 0%. You're almost there. It starts updating Windows.
Those are the nice ones, aren't they? You just love a nice Windows restart. Well, good to have you back, Jonatan. That is it from me. Jonathan's back. Pedro's in. Alex is hanging around as he likes to. I'm going to leave you guys to it. It's been a pleasure. I think somebody said, "Do I get a break?" Yeah, this is my break. I'm leaving you guys to it. So I will catch you guys later. Looking forward to seeing the rest of the stream, and I'll speak to you guys soon. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Take care, man.
Yes, thank you, Mike.
All right. So what are we doing? We are going to change the background to something that looks a little bit better. Look at that. Got the fibers background. Right, guys. If you're just joining the live stream, make sure that you go to the description of the video. Go in and sign up for the link that is in the beginning of the description, right below somewhere. And sign up to the giveaway. We're giving away 20 accounts with a total worth of $300,000. So a lot of accounts. Giving away accounts.
How is that going to work? How is that going to work? Is it many accounts given at the same time? Like, are you going to be giving it several times? What's the plan?
So we're going to do the competition now, and not sure if we're going to do the giveaway live here today. We might, wait over the weekend to make sure that we get the link in, and we make sure that people actually have the opportunity to get into the giveaway, and then perhaps next live stream we'll do the actual live giveaway. So we'll make sure that everyone is getting into the
Perfect.
Getting into the giveaway.
Yeah, don't lose the chance, guys. So sign up for the giveaway. It's 20 accounts. 20 accounts are too many accounts. That's amazing. That's really good.
All right, so what are we looking at today? Well, I do have a few updates for you guys here. So we'll see. Do we have any? Let's go. Competition starts now. No, it does not. It starts soon. Not now. Soon. Do we have to do something else besides enter via the links? Yes. So what you have to do is you have to go to thefibers.com and sign up to the hub. You have to go to the to trade the pool to sign up to the hub, and you have to subscribe to the Fibers YouTube channel as well as Trade the Pool's YouTube channels. If you go to the link in the description, you'll get you to the giveaway page, and in there you have links to all the sites where you have to sign up and subscribe to.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so Hamid wants me to compare US 30 and NAS 100. That is a great idea. I will save that comment and make sure I check that. But what I want to do first is I want to look at. Let's see. First, I want to look at the S&P 500, and then we're going to look at Bitcoin, gold, and Euro USD, just to give you guys an overview of the levels that we're watching. So the S&P 500 still hitting that 5.5K resistance. High time frame trend tells us that we are in a bear market for the S&P 500. Now, I'm not saying that we're in a macro environment that tells us we're in the bear market, but technically, looking at the highs and the lows on the S&P 500, I'm going to do a very simplified version of this. But what we have here is a clear distribution range, a lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. So technically, we could see that the S&P 500 is in a bear trend, whether you like it or not. It's just what the technicals are telling us. Going into the 1 hour, we see three levels. We have the range lows at around 5,150. We got the range EQ at 5,300 and the range highs at 5,500. So what I'm currently looking at right here is we have two moves that two directional moves on S&P 500s that we could be watching throughout today's session. It's most likely going to be ranging. We have bank holiday tomorrow and Monday, I believe. So it's going to be a slow market most likely. But what we're seeing here is we saw a temporary the S&P 500 temporarily losing the range EQ, reclaiming that range EQ again. But as we see here, it's hitting the 0.618, the short reload zone of the breakdown move. So what we're seeing right now is bearish pressure coming in for the S&P 500 after filling the Wednesday open gap right there. So we have a bearish pressure coming in on S&P 500, and the levels that I believe is in play right here is probably intraday. And I think it's interesting for us to look at the intraday levels on the S&P 500 as well, because we got the competition coming up here, and they're going to be trading stock market, and stock market obviously quite interesting to know what the stock indices like the S&P 500, NAS, US 30, and all of those, what we can expect in terms of price action for those. And we are seeing that we do have a low time frame support right here. We're testing that low time frame support right here on that level. I believe that a loss of this level probably takes us down to the lows of 5,268. So if I would be looking for trade today on the S&P 500 or NASDAQ, because probably the market structure is going to be quite similar here, I would be looking at a loss of this level, which is 5,292 down to the 5,268 level for the S&P 500. Going back to the hourly, if we fail to hold this level, I think the next major level of support is the 5,150. Okay, that is interesting. Pedro is smiling. Harris says Pedro is smiling. We want to see what Pedro is seeing.
I'm reading the comments, to be honest. So sometimes when I'm looking down, it's because I'm looking, like I have the monitor here, and I'm kind of reading the comments while my camera is here. So, and someone just compared my face with a sweet potato. So that was.
I love it. Yeah, you're a sweet potato.
That was my smile.
Okay, so Victor asked a question in the chat, Alex, and that's a very good question that you should probably look up in the full margin chat. Okay, so we're looking at the S&P 500, and we're looking at that lower level as support. So going forward here throughout the day, quiet price action. Looking at Bitcoin, we do see a similar price structure on Bitcoin right here, right below that high time frame resistance at around 86K. Going into the lower time frames, I see like. So this is the local range that I'm watching between. We got the low time frame support at around 83.5 and high time frame support at 85, 86, and if the S&P 500 is going to continue to the downside, most likely Bitcoin will follow. If the S&P 500 will break down, most likely Bitcoin will break down as well. And the level I view as confirmation of a breakdown is anything below 83K, and that probably takes us down to the area between 81 and 82. So those are the levels I'm looking at intraday on Bitcoin today. Gold is interesting because what we see on gold is obviously, first of all, I want to show yesterday's daily candle is a very, very strong daily candle right here. And no wicks to the downside, no wicks to the upside, shows us that bulls were in control throughout the whole session from the opening all the way to close. A very, very strong candle on gold. And if we look at the 1 hour, we see that we broke above the previous range highs yesterday. And looking at the 15-minute, we see that the move is cooling down here. And if I'm, adding the fibs from that low, to this high, we see that this is the move. The trend is shifting right here, and it's showing. What is this? This is a wedge pattern with a flagpole. Is that a pennant? Is that a pennant or a wedge? Maybe it's
Maybe
a pennant, right?
Yeah. To be honest with you, I don't really know the names, but that unconsciously that was the first name that came out in my brain. A pennant.
Yeah. So a pennant.
So maybe that's a pennant.
A pennant can be like a flagpole with a triangle. It could be a descending triangle or ascending triangle. It can also be like I believe it can also be a wedge, I believe. Okay, never mind, whatever. If we break this level to the downside, I'm looking at the 0.382 fib, which is around the 3.3k, which is the area where the move to the upside, the breakout move, kind of took a temporary pause in the move upside. So we do have some liquidity, I believe, sitting down here. But the bigger level is obviously the level to the downside, which is the 3,250 level, where you have if you go to the higher time frames, that's the minus 0.236, and it's also where we have the reload zone of the latest move to the upside. So those are the levels I'm watching on gold. Finally, we got Euro USD, and I'm still looking at these levels right here, which is on Euro USD. If we break range highs being 1.1430, we're probably going to go up to 1.16, break the lows, and I got 1.12 and 1.1080 as levels of support. Euro USD, hopefully for today's competition, can start moving by breaking the range lows to the downside. If we look at the 1 minute and we zoom out here, we see that the range EQ area comes in right here as very good support. A break of this level, and I believe we might see, let's go to the 5 minute, a break of this area, which is the range EQ for Euro USD, and I think we got a lot of room to the downside. We got a lot of empty space in this area if we look at this move right here. So a break below here, and we might make some money on that breakdown. Okay, that's my overall view on yes, it's yes, a wedge and a symmetrical triangle is a symmetrical triangle is when you have two trend lines converging, right? They're going in the same, they're converging. A wedge is when you have two trend lines that are parallel, basically, to each other. Yeah. All right, Pedro. It's all yours.
Yeah, I can maybe try to do a quick analysis as well. Maybe can start with the indices. Yeah, a higher time frame. There's no doubt about it. That kind of you had that big move to downside and you are tracing. I've been still a bit bearish in the sense that at least I think price will somehow retest the lows. My question mark is, where are those sales coming from? Is price managing to break above this top and try to go into this level in here? I still like this level quite a lot. This is basically the day that Trump actually announced the tariffs on the 2nd of April. That was where a lot of orders were basically placed in the market, and we had the shift. Price tried to go up and then kind of crashed as soon as Trump kind of showed the board with the different tariffs for every country. So I'm still curious about eventually when price does get to that level on the S&P, or Nasdaq the same, and even the Dow. So the same level in the three indices, it's still there, it's still fresh. Price hasn't really retraced back into that. But price is reacting is basically this top in here that was created after this big move up, and this top has been managing to hold price in here. And I'm curious to see if this actually is going to hold for now, and price was just slowly moving to the downside, which if you do manage to break, in my opinion, below this low, I think we can feel this price into this next level, at least somewhere around here, with the chance to even to try to go lower, but at least somewhere around here, that's what I'm going to be looking for. Or if price tries to go up and eventually finally takes everything in here, then the key level I'm going to be looking for is definitely somewhere around there. So that's a little bit of my take in here on the S&P and a little bit on Nasdaq for today. Maybe if price just wants to hold this level, if price just wants to hold this level and move lower and eventually challenge this level, it could be as well. So yeah, we'll see how it's going to play out in here. So bigger picture, a bit more up, maybe here and then eventually into there. Nasdaq is quite similar. Nasdaq is a similar level, like it's the same zone is still in there as well. For that happened on 2nd of April. Since then, price has been respecting this top, respect this top again, and yesterday kind of closed a little bit of that gap, and now it's still within this level. So you can also eventually fill this level in here and go a little bit lower. Nasdaq, we actually can see that price already broke this low. S&P didn't. Okay, S&P still respected this level, so Nasdaq actually already moved a little bit more to the downside, which eventually again could go a little bit closer to that if price just wants to continue to create this kind of downtrend like this. So we'll see what will happen in here. Interesting enough, and someone was mentioning to compare between Nasdaq and Dow. Dow just made a massive move to downside recently that neither Nasdaq or S&P did. So this is literally just now, last half an hour or 1 hour in here. So yeah, Nasdaq or Dow in this case, sorry, it's also doing exactly the same thing. It's respecting this top, hold it, kind of continue to move to the downside, respect that supply, it's moving down, and it's also kind of potentially getting closer to this low with potentially some reaction from here as well. Can even protest and continue. It looks like a bit more bearish at this point. Just I'm not really sure what's the reason for Dow to make this big move to downside. While S&P and Nasdaq didn't, but that's what we have. But again, that level is still fresh. If price by any chance wants to go higher, that will still be a level that I'll be interested in looking for shorts. So yeah, on the indices, actually, if you look at DAX, DAX is doing a little bit more of the same, kind of holding that level. Actually, today maybe there was already opportunity to look for a short. I would have been much happier to look for shorts on DAX if we had managed to break below this low. So if we had managed to break kind of below this structure here, I'll be happier to actually look eventually for shorts. And I think that can happen as well. If DAX does break below this level, I think it can aim towards here. And DAX is also holding that level. So for anyone that likes to trade DAX, there's maybe still an opportunity to look for shorts somewhere around here. During the London Open today, there was a little bit of volatility in here. Price decided to move down, so maybe we can retest that top and push forward. That's one that I'll be paying attention. Maybe DAX can have a little bit of volatility as well with the interest rate decision in the Eurozone today. So that's an interesting one to follow. What else do we have? We can look at dollar index and euro dollar, right? So today, basically, it's going to be all about the euro, in my opinion, because of the ECB. We are expecting another rate cut, okay, from 2.65 to 2.4. Then, of course, we have the press conference, which we'll see what's going to happen, what Christine Lagarde is going to say. But I would like, to be honest, I would like to see the dollar making a new low before a proper reversal. If by any chance there is an intention for the dollar index to actually go higher, I would like to see dollar index actually making a new low before going up. Okay, I would like to see all this structure here being faked out. Maybe there's still some kind of demand zone on the left side where price can actually react from, and that could be a little bit of the catalyst to potentially have a bigger turn, or the opposite, or price is actually going to break structure and is going to create momentum again to the downside. So one of the two, I'll be, that the trigger for me is going to be first take the lows and then see if we are going to continue moving lower, or if we're going to just fake out and kind of break above it and start looking for something like this. So that's a little bit of what I'm being patient, which I'm being patient on dollar index. I'm waiting to see what will happen. We do have a demand zone created this morning, so maybe price still wants to respect that. But I would prefer to actually see all this being taken before any big move. And on the euro dollar, it's quite similar. On the euro dollar, it will be quite similar. We did retrace a little bit. Price is still respecting this low. Overall, on the left side, you are reacting from a good level. It's not a bad level overall, but price could still go higher. Price could still try to aim a little bit more to the upside. We are reacting from this kind of supply level. We could fake out that level and eventually after that, maybe moving lower. This move that we had, the retracement that we had in here kind of in the last couple of days, is basically price retesting this previous level support resistance. So this could be just break structure, retest and continue. That could be the play as well. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be looking at. Just to finalize in here on the Euro index, which is basically the pair that's going to matter as well because it's related to the Euro, and we have DCB today. So we broke out this massive high last week, if not mistaken. Now price is retesting all the way back to the previous level support resistance. That's basically where it already reacted from. So this move was really good. And now the question mark is, in my opinion, what's going to happen around here or eventually around here, or even with this low as well. But I'm still looking at this high or this low that made that big move to the upside. So I'm curious to see how price may react around this level, or if price does want to kind of find new sellers or selling pressure, he could maybe test a little bit closer to this top and then kind of finding again. More move to downside. So I'm going to be paying attention if during the ECB we have actually pushing here, see how price may react and maybe can have a sell-off on the Euro, or the opposite, maybe price is going to hold this level and start going up, or kind of goes down first and then reverses. So yeah, those are the levels I'm paying attention for today for the ECB.
All right, interesting. And when do we have? Oh wow. Okay, so we have the ECB interest rate decision.
Basically, 15 minutes.
Yeah, about 15 minutes. Yeah, so it's gonna be interesting.
I don't really trade like. Sometimes there's a little bit of spike during the announcement, but usually the volatility is not in that moment. It's much more during the press conference. So that's actually when it matters. Let's just say it. But yeah, we'll see what kind of movement is going to happen after the announcement. Yeah, guys. Any questions? Any pairs that you are looking for? Just feel free to let us know, and you can maybe take a look at it. I know that you guys like gold as well, so gold try to go a little bit lower today. Of course, can always go higher. I don't really think that there's still a proper reversal pattern in here, so I wouldn't be surprised if you do end up creating new all-time highs again before a low, or before kind of finding more bearishness. Yeah, we do have maybe this level, we have that level in there. Price is still respecting this demand zone, to be honest. So yeah, I'm going to wait and see how price may navigate around this level. Because usually what happens with gold and before any reversals, this is a good example when you do have kind of a bigger reversal at least, or bigger move to downside. We want to see a little bit of a range, so people can start trying to sell in here. Maybe price even can break a low, and then you have kind of a final fake out, and then price goes. So that's a little bit of more of maybe what I'm going to be looking for. So we are still in the early stages. I want to see selling pressure in here before actually a fake out and moving lower for any sales. It's people are asking about the competition. Do you want to talk about it, Jonatan? And what's going to be?
Yes, the competition starts in about 1 hour, and we're gonna have Michael, the CEO of Trader Pool, and we're also going to have Michael, CMT Michael from Trader Pool, and we're also gonna have Money Mitch from Trader Pool trading against Anastasiia, Victor, and Alex coming up here in about 1 hour or so. We're gonna see how how much more money can Forex trader make than stock trader? Why are Forex traders so much more profitable than stock traders? That's what we're going to be finding out. And we also have a competitions. We're giving away 20 accounts. We're giving away 10 accounts for the Fivers, 10 accounts from Trader Pool as well. All you have to do is go to the link in the description and follow the instructions. And the instructions, what you have to do is there's going to be a link in the giveaway, links in the giveaway where you can go into the hub for Trader Pool, and you have to sign up for the hub for Trader Pool. You have to sign up for the Fivers hub. You also have to subscribe to the channel, and you have to subscribe to the Fivers channel, YouTube channel as well. And guys, make sure that you like the live stream here as well, so we can welcome the stock traders. So when they get here, okay. So what are we? It's very.
Let's say it again.
It's a very slow market. It's a very a very slow market here today. Not really seeing a lot of action. Be interesting to see what the day holds.
Yeah, we're waiting. I'm looking at the Henry mentioned CAD yen, looking for a short. Henry, are you already in the short? Are you still looking for a short? Which level are you looking for a short? Like from zooming into the 15 minutes. These are kind of the ranges that I'm looking for at this point. Kind of somewhere in here. Price can bounce, but it basically is already bounced, to be honest. It's already bounced from this level. You do have this demand zone in here, so price can spend a little bit more time in between this level, to be honest, until eventually breaks either up or down. Overall, we are reacting nicely from this demand zone. It managed to break this structure, but it basically already respected this level in there. So yeah, it looks like it's kind of compressing before some kind of explosion, CAD yen. So. And that's something that has been happening a little bit with the yen pairs, to be honest. They are kind of similar. There hasn't really been any direction at this point on the yen pairs. Yeah. Mother are asking for dollar yen. Let's take a look at dollar yen. Before I jump into other yen pairs, so this is my view on the yen index, which is, it always gives a good reference. As you can see, quite similar to what's happening with the CAD yen. Basically, price has been just ranging this last couple of days within this level, not really moving much away from here. I don't even want to be involved in this level. I prefer to look a little bit higher, but price may respect still this level. We kind of managed to break this low, but it just respected this level as well in here. So that's basically the range where we are at this point on the yen index, which most likely is going to be quite similar to what we have on the individual yen pairs. CAD yen was a good example. Personally, I would like to see price actually going a little bit higher, even higher than this and this, maybe somewhere in there, and then potentially looking for shorts. We did manage to break this low in here. Okay, so from this kind of double top, we did manage to break this low, which could mean that maybe price does want to go a little bit lower. We already kind of broke as well a little bit of this structure in here, but the reality is that we are in a range. Maybe price will just respect here and move lower. Maybe price wants to go slightly higher before moving to the downside. But yeah, it's a little bit more of patience. Maybe some of you like to trade this type of markets. I'm not the biggest fan, but you can find opportunities in there on the intraday, which most likely, when you're looking at the dollar yen, it may be quite similar. Actually, it's moving a little bit more to the downside because of the dollar, but it's approaching an interesting level. Dollar yen is approaching these lows. Okay. However, when you're looking at the bigger picture, and that's why it matters a little bit, this low already broke this previous structure. Okay, so this could be already a potential shift in here, right? Basically, if you do manage to break new lows in here, many of you most likely are going to consider that we may be in a bearish trend, because we have a high, we have a new lower low, we have a lower high, and we may have a new lower low being created, and maybe that already was triggered already with this low in here. That basically, when price went up, ended up respecting this structure at the top. So I'm actually a little bit concerned with the situation of looking for longs, until we actually have a clear break-off structure to the opposite side that actually maybe can lead into something like this. Or any reaction to the upside may just find straight away some resistance before pushing down. And then you can try to find within this level if there's still any fresh orders or not. And just by looking at this 4-hour time frame, this week in here, it looks like that already collected quite a lot of orders from this level when it was created. Okay, this week. If this week was not created back in the day when price moved away, maybe it was a great level to look for longs in here, but maybe this week already collected a lot of orders that were left behind at this demand zone, which just makes this level potentially a little bit weaker to actually look for longs. But of course, in the lower time frame, you can try to find some bounces. But what I want to say is attention to the bigger picture, that you already have a break-off structure in here on the left, and maybe price, or in this case, dollar yen, may actually want to go a little bit lower. yeah, if price does break above this level here, maybe then price does want to go, then wants to go a little bit higher. But wait for that confirmation, maybe to look for, or if you're looking for long, just manage your expectation in terms of targets at this point. That would be my advice.
Right. So I wanted to just quickly jump in here and take a look at gold, because we have questions here. We have Maya asking opinions on gold, and then we have someone asking for, as a swing trader, which level do we want to look for gold. So I have a few levels in mind I want to look at. So first we have the obvious, the two obvious level in to me is and I covered this just a moment ago when I looked at 3,250, or the area around 3,250 down to perhaps 3,230, which is this area right here, the high time frame breakout area. For a swing trade, to me, that's the most obvious area. Going into the 1 hour, we do see right now that gold is retesting the low time frame consolidation area right here, where price kind of slow down on this big move to the upside. So I'm thinking the first level of interest is the 3,300, and the next level of interest below is the area around 3,240. Now, does this mean that you're going to put in orders here? Absolutely not. I mean, you have to. It depends on how you're trading. Depends on your system. But what I would want to do is look for a reaction at these levels. But right now, it does look like the move on gold is slowing down. Okay, so now I remember the difference between a symmetrical triangle and a wedge. Okay, so a symmetrical triangle, this is a symmetrical triangle where you have two trend lines converging like this. And if you put a horizontal level on here, the distance between that low to the midpoint and the distance from the midpoint up to that high is going to be roughly equal. So about it's about the degrees of the angles. Now a wedge looks like this, where it looks like this is a wedge, where the overall pattern is pointing in one direction. So that's the wedge, and then you have the triangle like this. That's the symmetrical triangle. That's the descending triangle. That's the ascending triangle. No, actually, that's a broadening pattern. This is the okay, so this is the ascending triangle with the resistance, right? That's the ascending triangle, and that's the wedge. So if you would have something called a symmetrical wedge, then that would be a symmetrical triangle, because there's no such thing as a symmetrical wedge. A wedge is basically a channel where eventually the trend lines are gonna hit each other. So that's a wedge. Is basically a tightening channel. And if you take a wedge pattern and you flip it around like this, then this would be a broadening wedge. That's a broadening pattern. Okay, so that's the. Hopefully, I got that one right. I'm having, it's nice because people can, test my knowledge that gonna have on the CMT test coming up here in June. So I got my exam booked for June the 12th, I believe. That's gonna be interesting, very interesting.
Yeah, are you nervous about it? Are you relaxed? How do you feel about it?
I would say that I'm I would say that I'm quite confident in. I'm quite confident in the basics, like the basics of trends and ranges and patterns, like the triangles, the flags, the pennants, and the wedges and all of that. I'm a little bit less confident than when it comes to bar chart patterns, like candlestick patterns. I know, but a little bit hesitant on the bar chart patterns, and also when it comes to the more advanced stuff like system creation and confirmation, and not 100% when it comes to involve. Well, actually, I would say I would probably do it. I mean, I would probably pass it if I did it today, but I want to make sure that I actually pass it with good scores.
Yeah,
I've done a couple of mock exams. I've done a couple of mock exams, and it's been good. Definitely been good when it comes to the actual technical analysis of stuff. But then explaining other assets like bond market, how bonds work, and how they're structured, and all of that's different. Okay, gold is breaking out here. Gold is now breaking above a. So what we can look at here now, we can look at try to see if we can create some traditional technical patterns on what we have here for gold, and that would be a wedge pattern, right? So gold would now be breaking above a low time frame resistance and a level right here as well. It's absolutely incredible what's going on here for gold. I can't believe that it's actually moving like this, and it seems like it wants to continue higher. This is most likely because of the ECB interest rate decision. So we have to go to financial news, and ECB interest rate actual 2.4%, forecast 2.4 previous. Okay, so as expected, basically. Yeah. But there's a lot of red news here, I see. Okay, Trump just said something as well. Trump said that he had a very productive meeting with a trade representative from Japan on Wednesday. Every nation, including China, wants to meet. And that sent S&P 500 higher, as you can see here, just temporarily, of course, but that is the reaction to that tweet or whatever that was. Okay, so nothing major, and that makes me think that the move on gold is probably more.
Yeah, and it's just Trump just had another dig on Jerome Powell, saying that the ECB is already the ECB is already cutting rates for the 7th time, and the two-way Jerome Powell is still two-way and wrong.
Yeah, yeah, I remember. Yeah, I saw that. That was insane. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Yeah, very fun.
Incredible. Yeah, but again, as usual, the volatility is quite low in these moments of interest rates, especially when it's priced in or the market is really expecting what's going to happen. So if there's going to be any kind of volatility, most likely it's going to come up from the press conference. So that's the one to pay attention to be honest.
This is a good comment, Maya. Exactly. The Trump news is 12 minutes late, and it's a bit late, and gold started moving now, and I think gold probably moved more because of the ECB interest rate decision, because gold started moving. Yeah, so gold started moving exactly when we had that interest rate decision. So I think it's more about that. But I mean, what we're seeing right now is some strong momentum on gold. I mean, this is a breakout on gold. We got strong momentum. We got why? I mean, again, are we going to be sidelined on gold? Are we going to see gold break into new all-time highs again? And we're going to be thinking why didn't we buy gold? Why didn't we get in on gold? What's happening here?
Yeah, that's always the point.
I told myself to buy gold, so I guess that's what I'm going to do. This is going to be a. I mean, yeah. I like this breakout.
I said this morning to Michael that gold was going to find support and just entice everybody to go short.
Yep. Look at this pattern. Look at this pattern. I mean, quite a lot of people probably looked at this as a pause. You know, it's like, okay, now's the time to short gold down to this level, and then gold's like, yep, I'm leaving you behind. You know, like always. So I'm gonna open up a long position here on gold, small position, because I honestly feel like I feel a bit fearful today when it comes to trading. I feel like I want to take it easy. I want to move slow, but I also want to make money.
Half the risk.
Yeah, I'm taking like 0.25% on the funded account, not the funded account, the high hyper growth valuation. Okay, so let's see. 1 hour. I mean, that is a nice breakout. That one.
See, it's interesting to see the different types. You saw that pattern. I didn't actually see that, but now you put it on there. It just backs it up even more. If I like show you what we were looking at this morning, at the time we were looking at, you know, price was like this.
Mhm.
Michael was saying, okay, so we've broken these areas, we've broken this EMA, we've got this price action. It's going to push down to these lower areas. Now the issue was that, which is what we were saying, is that we're shorting really into all of this movement on gold. This 21 EMA has found support for the last 2 weeks, and it's only broken once and then gone to the 50 out of all those times. So now we're coming back down to it. What is the probability now? This is the time that it's going to happen anyway. So we started pushing down on a 5-minute, and it's really enticing. Looking at that, where gold is now, is like really enticing to the short side. Like everybody's looking at like that. This is going to be the time that it's going to break. But you go onto the 1 hour, and it just looked like it was going to come into this area of demand and just turn into a pin bar. And literally that's all it did. It just turned into a pin bar, and now it is pushed back up on top of that EMA, and it looks like it's just going to continue to take out the highs. It's
Can you go to the 50 minutes in that moment?
Come back in. You had that, you know, head and shoulders type of pattern.
Yeah, it's when it breaks finally that high again, like the last high that makes the last low, then could be a confirmation a little bit of potentially looking for longs.
You're saying this one here?
No. Where you have the circle, which we do the 2 days lows.
Yeah.
So as price is moving up and down, it's like wait for finally the break of because price now is reacting from that demand zone that you have marked in there.
Yeah,
that's the low. So when it finally breaks the previous high, maybe you can find that
if gold does you know that could be, you know, your short trade really. If it does that, if it breaks out these lows, this turns out to be the higher high, and then it comes and makes a lower high, that could be, you know, a good idea that we could take it short, you know, for a retracement down to this 21 level. Why not? That could be a really nice short trade. But until it does that, I'm really skeptical about shorting it. Like I would only look for really longs on gold.
Yeah.
Which is funny because we're at all-time highs.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't want to fight the trend until there's, you know, better. So that's the trade I got on gold, and I feel like you don't want to fight the trend unless you have clear signs of the trend ending. And if you look at the 1 hour now, of course, looking at this wick on the 1 hour, we have the 1 hour candle going to close in 36 candle. 36 minutes, not candles. If it breaks down and it kind of takes out my stops and then down below the trend line, then yeah, I'll be stopped out on the trade, and it's going to invalidate the trade because then we're back inside this wedge formation, and the idea that gold might actually have found a top is valid if we break down, and especially if we break below these lows. But now if you look into 50-minute, this is not the typical price action to see at a top. So yeah, we'll see if I mean on the 4-hour, if price, you can see it gave us the same structure here with kind of like a wedge type of formation here, and then it broke out, down again, and then it broke out. So we might be seeing something similar with this type of move here before we break out. And if you look at the daily, there is this minus 0.618 extension fib. I think I have to go to this one, where if you go to the daily, you see that gold has reacted quite nicely to this fib, and right above here at that level you have the minus 0.618. So that I do believe that if we move higher, that's going to be a resistance area. So 3,375. Where would that take us? Okay, this looks terrible. 3,375, I believe. That would be up in this area. Well, this is fun. This is fun. Okay, so now's a good time to switch to someone else's chart, I believe.
I can check gold as well. Whatever I'm seeing in here. Actually, is moving. Yeah. So from what I could see, so that was the demand zone that kind of we're talking about. The little bit of the trigger confirmation to be when finally price breaks above this level. This will be just literally following price, and as soon as we finally have that market structure, we could have, if you are still biased for longs, that could have been a little bit of the trigger. And then I had two levels in here that price could kind of react from. That was one of the supply levels, basically Quasimodo level in here as well. And the other one would be a little bit more at the extreme. In my opinion, I think is still fresh as well in there. So that was a really good reaction where price literally reacted right now, the extreme in here. And we'll see how price may react around either this demand zone or eventually even still this one in here as well. Basically two levels that I have at this point to look for. What I mentioned before when I was doing my analysis on gold is that I actually want to start seeing this type of moves. So what I mean is I actually want to start seeing some selling pressure, making people actually believe that this is a good level to short or even that one. So eventually you can maybe fake out the highs one more time and then maybe have a bigger move. So that would be in terms of selling gold, which we shouldn't do it because price is always going up. But as a counter trend trader, if that would be a little bit more of the PI that I would like to see. Give the intention that price is kind of looking weak, tracking sellers, and then you finally have the final fake out just before price actually has the bigger move down. It's quite similar to what happened last 2 weeks or something like that when you had this bigger move down in here, right? It looks like that everyone is interested in selling around this level when you have all these highs, and then all of a sudden you have a final push up, and then price just crashes. So that's more of what I'm going to be looking. And if you actually look at the previous times that actually gold had a little bit more of a bigger move to downside, like the patterns are quite similar. So that's something that you can look at and then you can study. It just requires patience, to be honest. Yeah, that's a little bit. And if it starts moving to downside, kind of from what Alex mentioned as well, if you do maybe break this low, below this level, maybe retest this level to move down. Yeah, somewhere at around here, I think it's reasonable, or then go all the way to retest this level. So it's either in here or in here, kind of around 3,278, 75, whatever, or all the way 3,246, 50, whatever, like this structure at least. So there could be a good range in here for price to be moving. But for that, I still need this was to be broken, to be honest. Yeah, that would be my take on gold. Yeah.
All right. All right. I like Victor's like, we have the advantage, I think. Yeah, no shit. We got. Yeah. So we got the competition coming up, right? In about 30 minutes, probably going to be starting to join, I believe, and they're going to be trading. You know, the trader pool is going to be trading a 600K account with 600K buying power, because the way the way trader pool and the way the fires work, it's a bit different when you trade the stock market and in the forex market. Forex traders, we have leverage, and we have an insane amount of leverage. So with trader pool, you have something called buying power. You have an account with buying power, and that's the amount that you can buy with, right? And if you have, let's say, a 100K if you have a 100K Forex account with 100 times leverage, that means you have that amount of money times 100 in buying power, which means we have, and now Trader Pool has a and now Trader Pool has a 600K buying power.
Exactly. So,
yeah.
And
we have we have a smaller account to even it out.
Yeah.
Even we have a 300K account to even it out, to make sure we have the roughly the same amount of buying power.
Roughly. So
roughly.
The difference is, though, as well, Forex doesn't trend like stocks. If they get into a good position, they've got heavy, and they've got into a heavy position, and it moves 1%, 2%, 3%, which it could do off the open. Well, there you go. We're gonna be stuffed. It's really, really difficult, but we're gonna have to get into GU.
Be selective.
GU.
No, but what we have to do is well, I mean, it all depends. Like, how much of their buying power are they going to be using in on one trade, right? I mean, what it's all about is how much are you risk. It's all about risk to reward. So how much are you risking on a specific trade, on a specific setup, and what's the risk or reward on that setup? That's all it's about.
Can you do me a favor and speak to Aveta, please, and tell her what's going on?
Is the P&L going to be visible for everyone, or is going to be hidden until the end?
The P&L will be available.
Perfect. Okay, so you guys actually, so you are going to know if you actually need to trade or not. So if the other team is just losing money, you can actually just
but that's
just stay away.
But that's not the way we roll, man. We we can't just win by not doing anything. We have to win by
smashing it. Yeah,
smashing up. We should do. It's a shame it's not everybody doing their own, like having their own accounts, because it's a team effort. But we will see. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. We've got some good. We've got a good chance, especially if the market opens up and it's all over the place. Just trying to think how we can do it that you could see everybody's individual P&L and everybody's individual trades. Instead, it's just going to be one grouped P&L.
Well, the limitation here is that we have, and everyone watching, that we have one screen, and everyone watching, we have one screen. If we're going to be able to pull up all the P&Ls, it's just going to be a mess, basically. But I will have access to our account as well. Now, obviously, we don't know the P&L on an individual basis because we're going to be trading the same account. But I will have access to. Why don't I log into the trader pool as well? Why don't I get access to their?
I don't know how they're doing it. I don't know how they're doing it. To be honest, they're doing it in a weird way. We gotta send the link.
They're not using the trader pool software.
Yeah, they're using trader pool software. I don't know how because they want to live stream it to their YouTube as well. So they're live streaming from their YouTube. I don't know how they're going to do it, but we'll
Okay.
see.
Yeah. And it's just one monitor at a time, right? So the only way that maybe you could almost show every single monitor is if you put kind of in a Google Meet, everyone sharing kind of their monitor.
So Michael is getting ready. It's getting ready. Well,
warm up. Yeah.
Yeah, warm up. You better do some stretching, man. You better do some stretching.
You know me, I'm ready to go.
That's nice.
So yeah, we're going to answer the question: why are Forex traders so much more profitable than stock traders? It's going to be very interesting coming up soon.
Yeah, we were talking about. We're trying to explain to everybody why we're going to have a 300.
Why leverage is?
Yeah, why we're going to have a 300k account, but you guys having 600k. It seems like a bit of an unfair. It seems like an unfair advantage that you have.
You got 100 leverage there. We don't have.
Oh, we have 100, do we? Nice.
We have assets that move half of a percent a day.
So you buy lots of
lots. Huh? Mickey knows what he's talking about when it's Forex.
Yeah.
Talk.
Yeah, that's we're going to show the world the power of leverage. It's going to be interesting for sure. Alex, ask Michael if I can get access to the Trader Pool account. If I can get access to it.
We'll do it. Hold on.
Nice. All right. Oh, it's interesting. This is gonna be amazing. It's gonna be so cool. It's gonna be really cool. We have a set up a nice little layout here that looks absolutely atrocious. Atrocious is the word. But we're gonna see how we can do this. I see Victor in the background as well with a collar on. It's all suited up for the challenge. Love it. Okay, so I feel like I'm so excited about this challenge that I don't even want to be looking at the market, especially not now with my gold looking so terrible. But yeah. Oh, the wick on the 1 hour. That's what's up. What's up, Victor?
Hi. We're getting ready. We're getting pumped up, warmed up for
Hell yeah.
doing some flexes as Forex traders.
Yeah.
The key player of the team.
I love how motivated you are. Okay, I'm gonna close that gold trade. Nah, you know what? I'm not gonna close it. I'm gonna keep it open. Why would I close it? Why would I close a gold long? I can't believe I'm going long on gold. I've been waiting like 6 months to buy gold, and I'm finally buying gold at the most probable top. Yeah. Timing is important.
Peter, what are you going to trade? Have you already filtered the market to see what you're going to trade for the competition?
Yes, I have. I don't know what pair I'm going to be trading yet because it depends on the setup. Since I was thinking about it, usually the conundrum that I always have when these competitions is that my trade frequency isn't that high, so I need to adapt to be able to trade, right? And I'm typically have maybe 1, 2, or 3 trades, sometimes a few more, sometimes no trades in the whole day. So how do you convert that in order to perform anything meaningful in an hour and a half or 2 without forcing the trade or still trading the strategy? And before I didn't have, and I still don't have like a elegant solution for it. One thing that I was using before was using the same concepts but letting go of my rules, meaning that I don't wait for everything to line up. I just pick up whatever looks better than everything else based on order blocks and quasi. I go with it, but of course it doesn't have the same risk reward ratio. It doesn't have the same win rate. It doesn't have the same expectancy. So it's always a little. I mean, I love these competitions, but it's always a little uncomfortable because I'm forcing my strategy, and like it's like pushing like a too big of a cushion pillow, right, into a small box. It doesn't fit, right, and it's inadequate. But that's how it is, right? And I'm sure I'm not the only one. Others have these issues as well as traders when you're doing competition, because you have to adapt your trading strategy to those specific parameters of the competition, which you don't control. So one of the things that I thought I would do is I have a couple of options. One is I can just do the same thing that I've done before, which is use order blocks and use as the best kind of alignment that I get, and have a wider stop than usual, because simply I'm not trading according to my usual trade plan. So that makes me want to have more margin for error. Or what I can do is go through many pairs and try to find a setup that makes sense in my straight trade plan that I typically use. And those are the two routes that I can go. And last time I did the first one, and today I was thinking I could try the second one, meaning I'm gonna have, instead of just euro and pound dollar only, euro dollar and pound dollar, I'm gonna go and have go through many more, as long as it makes sense in terms of the spread, many more, just to find a good setup. So that's it. I don't have a specific one because I'm going to be looking at different pairs. But I did start, of course, pre-filtering what pairs are looking nice for a trade for today. And what is also tempting is we had interest rate decision, right? EU interest rate decision was 25 minutes ago, and then on so that's something we could make use of.
The press conference is about to start, so I'm expecting volatility during the press conference. So that's a pair to pay attention, euro dollar or any euro related pair.
Yes, the only thing is the volatility is also an issue. So the opportunity comes with risk, right? More opportunity, but more risk as well, because volatility can the range is widen. But if you catch something, there's that higher above average chance of catching a big move because of these events coming out right now. So it's always challenging. I love a challenge, and the competition is no different. I have no idea. I have no idea to gauge. That's always something in competitions, right? Gauging the other, right? The competitor, gauging what kind of risk are they taking, right? So you can level at the same risk, because you can trade very well, but if you're risking too little, you're still not going to be able to win. So you gotta pair the risk. You gotta use the risk, something similar that may still make sense to you, but similar to them, if that's even possible. So there are many considerations when you're doing a competitions, and you're actually in it for the win. I mean, if you're just doing it for the entertainment.
So Alex, can you? So this is what we're doing is we want to have this one, right? And then we want. So Alex, I'm okay, I'm adding you now. So we're gonna have one team to the right and then one team to the left. So either I'm gonna be here at the bottom or I'm just gonna be with the fivers. And I'm gonna have the on the screen behind me. I'm gonna have the 2 accounts, so I can just look back and update everyone on what's going on.
Or we put, you just change them each time. You're in the middle, so you're right here in this little box underneath here in the middle.
And the other side, it's right there.
Yeah, it's on the other side. Here.
You're muted now.
We're gonna do it. No, the other side.
The other side. The other side.
He's muted.
You're pointing outside the screen.
No, I'm outside the screen. For me, it's the
Yeah.
inside the screen. Okay, so,
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
It. That's
so
it.
we're doing it there. You're going to be in the middle there, and then the screen is going to be on top of there.
Exactly.
And then we're just going to swap. You're going to swap each screen over so we see everything. Like this. Going to be like, well, I'm glad we're doing everything so organized. What is going on? There you go. Yes,
there
like,
you go.
yes, exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
And then there's going to be 3 on the other side as well.
And
Okay.
you're switching the screen that's going to be shared between the two. You're hopping between the 2 accounts.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So I can switch between the 2. But just to the screen that we're watching it's very, very small. But yeah, I'll you know what, the thing is, I'll take care of the layouts and everything, right? You guys focus on the trading, and that's the reason I'm here. And Alex, do not care, do not touch the layouts. I think that's the
So Alex, we need some
What do you need?
well, no, I need Alex and Anastasiia we need some pre-game strategy, right? What are we going for? What are we risk?
Okay.
Do we have
Guys,
some risk
I've
allotment?
got a secret, okay? I've got a secret.
Okay. Don't tell anyone. Guys, everyone watching, don't tell anyone. Don't tell the other party.
Okay. Mickey's not next to his desk, but we've got 1,000 leverage.
You know what that means. Okay, let's do the calculation here.
Wait, no, don't do the calculation yet.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna.
Someone is not yet.
Okay, now so they can I is he gone?
Yeah.
Yes. Just
Okay, so
Jonatan, just speak
okay, so
softly,
trade the pool has a buying power of 600k. Now we have a 300k account with 1,000 leverage. You know what that means? That means they have a buying power of 600k. We have buying power of 300 million.
So, in my calculation, that's about 300 lots. Is that not correct?
Then again, we have to correct those. We have to. we have to correct though that their asset moves about 10 times percentage-wise more than ours, right? So you have that 1,000. We're only 100 instead of 1,000 more compared to them.
So 100 lots is 1,000 per pip. Okay. So we just need to find something that's only doing 10 pips.
I feel like Alex, you're way too excited.
Yeah. We've just got to find 10 pips. No way.
But trade something with trade
make...
commission. Trade US indices that doesn't have commission, because if you are opening 100 watts,
right, we're gonna pay. Okay, so it's gonna be $400. No, yeah, but you're paying $400. You pay $400 for, let's say, if you get the 10 pips, $10,000 gain.
I know Victor is nervous just listening to this because I mean I know Alex is like looking at this.
If it goes wrong, we have the potential to look really stupid.
Yeah, like we can't screw this up. I mean,
we have to be serious. We only put out the 100 lots if we are sure that it's going in a direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the solution. Now we're safe. Only when we're sure.
Only when we're sure that it's going the way that we've opened. Okay. If it's not,
Okay,
then
so
don't open
the
100
question here, how serious are trader pool? Like, are there like they're
Well,
like
okay. So think about it. One of them's a CMT. He has his reputation on the line. The other one's the CEO of the company, and Mitch is the head of the trading room for Trade the Pool.
Talking shit.
Okay, so they are in here.
Okay, so it seems like they're a group of quite serious, not only serious traders, but potentially also quite serious people, and they're going up against.
I would sound very serious on risk management and.
No, I would say you're definitely not serious with risk management, Alex. I mean, I think
Who's
you could.
Who's gonna come out on top? Though that's the thing.
Listen, Alex. What I'm saying is like you're a great trader, but you're also the weak link. You know, because you have the potential. You have the
Hold on a
potential of
second.
just putting.
Who in the last competition? Who came out with more money out of all of us?
LJ.
No, on the one on the you know, fine, okay.
Among-
LJ did come out with the most money. Yeah.
What I'm what I'm saying is we have to be careful. We can't just look at the leverage and look at possibilities. You know what I mean? Like we gotta look at the idea of leverage being the thing that's gonna destroy us. You know what I mean? Like we gotta be careful with the position sizing here.
In the end, the leverage shouldn't be our focus. It's the risk. How much are we going to, do we have any risk limits per person? And how much are we going to be risking? Like,
So something that I 1%? Didn't mention. I think we have like a daily stop.
Okay, yeah, that's something we need to know.
Yeah, let me double check. Yeah, and with Trade the Pool, guys, there is no PDT rule. Okay, so you don't have to have 25 grand in your account. Trade the Pool has, you know, you're trading underneath the company. So think about it as Trade the Pool is the umbrella. You are getting the liquidity of the company, and you are given a portion of that to enter into the market. So that's what makes Trade the Pool great.
Well, we need to know if there are any limits and what the limit is in terms of daily.
I'm gonna check it now.
Yes, that one thing.
Okay, so here's the thing. You know what happened last time? Victor? Alex went crazy, opened up 1,000 leverage account, and I took one trade, and the daily limit was hit in a second.
You know, I wasn't there. I heard something
you wasn't
like that. No, that was in the morning, right?
Yeah. That's right. That's right. You came in later. Yeah. So what we did was basically open an account with 1,000 times leverage, and I'm like, oh, nice. I'm gonna risk, everything. And as soon as I entered the position, I had the daily loss hitting. So we need to make sure that we know what the daily loss limit is, and so the thing with trading is. It's much easier to lose money, guys. Like it's much easier to lose money. So the more we trade, the higher the chances are that we're gonna have a losing streak, or we're gonna have a losing trade, or so the odds are never in the person. I mean, it's never in the favor of the person trading too much these competitions. The odds are with the people that are selective, and they're gonna take it slowly, and we can't lose against Trade the Pool. Like we're not gonna do that. That's not losing is not an option. All right.
Yes, I think we know the leverage is very exciting. It's very funny. It makes for good content and everything, but in the end, as a trader, the leverage is just a given in terms of what is the maximum lot size you can enter, but that's not the goal. The goal is not to enter if you can, a bigger lot size, because that is not what gives you any edge. It's your strategy, of course, but it is trading within your risk management, and of course you can be capped by leverage, But if you have, I don't know, 10,000, 1 to 10,000, that doesn't change anything about the risk, right? Compared to if it's 1 to 100. The risk is based on the size and the distance to your stop loss, and whether you have 10 times more leverage doesn't change that. So we need to focus on the actual risk and not so much about the leverage. It's funny, it's exciting to be able to open tens of millions of dollars sized, but it's not. It doesn't give us any added edge. Once you have enough, leverage is not going to change anything.
Exactly. That's a great point. Once you have enough leverage, more leverage will not help you. I think that's important to remember.
So what I want to know for everyone watching this, what I want to know, I want to have with Alex and Anastasiia, I want to have like a little meeting pre-game. There we go. Maybe we have something wrong.
Okay, guys, Mickey's listening. So for Mickey listening, Mickey's got a 600K account. We've got 300K. Now, he wants to do it off how much P&L, whoever has got the most P&L in the account. But that doesn't make sense, does it? It needs to be done on percentage. Whoever has the most percentage gain on the account wins.
Of course.
Of course. Michael, wherever he is, wants to do P&L, but it doesn't work.
Well, the P&L is okay as long as we have the same risk limits in terms of dollar amounts. If they are allowed to go, let's say 10% of their 600, that's 60K, that we need to have the same 60K in maximum daily drawdown as well, because that way those
there's no drawdowns. We're not doing any drawdowns.
There's no drawdown. We can risk everything. There's no drawdown. But what about the daily loss?
Yeah, they're going to get rid of it.
Are you sure? Because last time you said that, we lost.
No, I've sorted that. They're getting rid of their daily loss. We're getting rid of our daily loss.
Holy shit! So we can just open a high leverage position and just hope for the best?
No, we're not doing that because we don't want to look like absolute amateurs.
I'm glad I'm not in this competition, because that would be the undoing
too
of
tempting
me.
for you, right, Jonatan? Too tempting for
you. My professional career would be put on the shelf after that competition.
No, but,
Mickey, percentages is the way we're doing. Everyone's saying percentages because that's the way.
Why P&L? Why P&L? Like, what's the logic behind that?
P&L. It won't work.
P&L makes sense.
The most P&L doesn't work. The percentage profit on the account works.
It doesn't matter. We're going to win anyway. Yeah. Bring it on.
So I hope Michael's getting his statement, because at the end, whoever wins or whoever loses has to go on like this, and wrong one.
Pedro has nothing to do with this, man.
Pedro, we want a statement of why Forex is the best. Okay.
You have okay.
Yeah. Do you want to? You can do one if you want. If you want to do it, you can do it.
Forex is the best.
Forex is the
best.
Stock
traders.
There you go. So that's how we're doing it.
Okay, I got the MT5 account here in the background. We're going to be currently profit is 0, but it's looking good.
I actually want to be professional in this thing. If it's against Mickey, I haven't had a competition against Mickey before. So,
of course, we're going to be professional. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. We're up against proper traders here, and we're supposed to be proper traders as well, right? We can do this, right? Like, we can't lose this. All right, we can't lose this.
We're saving the 100 lots for the end. Okay, the 100 lots is the secret weapon that we're going to use.
Can we agree that? Can we set a lot limit, like a lot size limit on Alex?
If there is no loss limit, then we should use the balance as the lot limit, right? So we should risk the risk. Our risk management will be based on the balance, since there are no limits.
Okay.
Okay, so let's one thing that we could do this, right? One thing we could do is we could just simply we have a all right, so we have 300k account. Now what we could do is take that 300, divide it up by 3 people. You each have that's an easy math. I used a calculator for that, but it's actually 100,000 per person, because 300 divided by 3 is 100.
Yeah.
And then we can take that 100 and split it up. Incoming mail. So how many we should decide on some type of risk limit, right?
Like
Yes.
a maximum loss of each person.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
You cannot lose more than 100. I mean,
But 100 is way too much.
100,000, yeah. But that I'm just
that's
you
too
know,
much.
the first.
But-
Of course, if
Yes,
it's
that's
too
the
much, but
maximum.
we're dividing it up here. Okay, you know what?
that's-
Let's just you take over, okay, Victor. You just take over. Why is it one person to the right?
Because at the moment they're not in here, but we're just testing it out. This is actually a really good layout. This is a good layout.
Yeah. Okay, so everyone, ladies and gentlemen.
Is this a practice run? Because they're not in here yet. This is just a practice run.
And now let you
Yeah,
go,
okay,
guys.
so
Good
Victor.
work. Good work.
Victor.
Represent the fibers properly. And
So wait, we got to tell it, Anastasiia. We basically got a 300k account with a little bit of.
Wait a
leverage.
minute, Alex. Pedro was just going to say goodbye. Okay, so let him say goodbye. Let him.
Sorry, Pedro.
Victor, we trust you. Alex, go with on the watts. Anastasiia is the brain of the team, so it is what it is.
No pressure. I mean, you guys are putting so much pressure on me. But thank you, Pedro.
All right, good work, guys. I'll
Thank
see
you,
you
Pedro.
behind the scenes. Bye, guys.
All right, see you, Pedro.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so now look at my gold trade. By the way, look at that. Okay, so what we got right here, we have the three the gladiators in the arena, and we have Victor being the self-appointed team leader. And I agree with that. You're definitely a team leader. So Anastasiia, we have a 300k account. I believe you should have gotten access to that, right? You have the login details. Good. Okay, so there's no daily loss. There's no loss limit. So we can, if we want to, but we're not going to do that. We can risk the whole account. Now, Victor, you will probably have to decide on some type of risk management strategy here for yeah.
Well, the thing is, since we don't have any limits on the risk, ideally what you want to be risking the same. You want to be taking the same kind of risk as your competitor, but we don't know. We don't have that information. So we will have to come up with a reasonable risk to take, not the maximum, but a reasonable risk that puts us likely ahead of them if everything goes well, right? Meaning, what is typically like what multiple of your risk, and this goes for Alex and Anastasiia, what multiple of risk are you typically, not typically, but, do you think, right, you can reasonably achieve like 1 time, 2 times within just an hour and a half, right? We don't have the whole day or the whole week. So it's very limited. You don't have to say the number, but if you think you can make the same amount that in risk that you took, meaning the distance from your entry to your stop loss in profit, or maybe half of that, have that in your mind when we decide the following rules, because I think we need to have some structure, right? In terms of risk management, we have 300, meaning theoretically we could split it up in 3, having 100k for each. But I don't think that's very wise, because if any of us have, a losing streak, which can happen to anyone, that person might, go through his 100k, and that puts a lot of strain on the other 2, traders, right? You gotta not only make profit, but also make up for that 100 or close to 100 that one of our fellow team players have lost. So I think we should be modest about the risk that we're willing and going to and plan to take. What do you guys feel about maybe we have, I don't know, 10,000 to begin with, and if that's enough, we stay with that. But 10,000 risk each.
I think that's very fair.
Right,
Yeah,
and we
it's
can
a shame-
always.
A shame that we're
we
not
can-
starting right now because it's
Yes, I know.
like moving now.
10,000. If you go through your 10,000, then we're only, what's that? That's 1/3% of the whole account, which is not that much, right? We can still use
Yep.
leverage and push things over. And if you can, maybe gain the same amount of risk allotted to you, meaning earn 10,000 in 1 hour and a half, that's pretty decent, right? On terms of the whole account, having 10K, maybe. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think we should just get in now. Right now.
But can we?
I see a perfect setup on USD CHF. That would be.
I'm waiting for another side now. I mean, Victor, just give us a green flag.
Yeah,
we're waiting for. I guess we're waiting for the other guys to come in.
We have to wait for the market to open for them. This is what I can already say. This is why Forex is better. We don't have to wait.
Wait, they need to wait for. Oh, they need to wait for the market to open. Oh wow, that is incredibly boring. Why would you want to be trading stock market?
No, I think the 10K is the max loss, correct?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the total risk. That's your allowance, your risk allowance for this competition. The initial, right? We can expand that if needed because it's competition. We can squeeze in, come again, and then. But to begin with, we should focus on having. You only have 10K to lose, right? That's why we limit our losses and still have a good chance as gaining maybe a 10K profit, maybe a little bit more each roughly, and come up with some good numbers.
This doesn't. Yeah. This is. These are our nicknames. The aggressor sounds not very good.
The aggressor.
Let's get it right now.
Yeah, I gotta sort my image out. Well, I'm glad we didn't get into that USD CHF.
I actually on my accounts, I'm actually I'm long EU, but too bad I couldn't use it for the championship, for the competition.
Too bad I couldn't use my S&P 500 sale for the competition as well.
Yeah, I'm currently.
Doesn't look very aesthetically pleasing, to be fair, Jonatan. Maybe could you put like maybe like Mickey opens up and shares his screen, then you just click on your screen and his screen and your screen and his screen, no?
Yeah, that looks pretty it's too much, right?
Bad. Yeah. Can't see what's going on.
Well, MetaTrader, you can see. Well, maybe I can close down some. Okay, no, never mind.
Yeah,
and I'm sharing my window as well.
Like that, and then
Yeah.
When Mickey wants to show, when we want to show Mickey's screen, then it will be, you'd click on his screen.
Okay, so I'll take care of MetaTrader then. Well,
Yeah,
I'll do. Okay,
I think we better scan the markets and see if if there's anything actually in play first.
Yeah, for me, I'm gonna be probably focusing on S&P 500.
Fair enough.
Nice.
like that.
I like that too. Yes. What about you, Alex? You're screening.
I was going to say GU, but I know if I said GU, everybody would start shouting. So I don't know. I'm gonna go through everything first.
Wait, is William actually right? Is like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just trying to see just trying to find something that he's overextended. That gold looks very good, actually. Gold looks great.
Well, if I share this window like this, that looks better, right? Because now we're seeing all the positions here.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
And then
you know what? I'm gonna go get my laptop so I can. I'm gonna go get my laptop so I can share both.
No,
I'll be back
share
in
my
just a minute.
screen. What I can do is share my screen like that, and you just go on from yours to that. I'll just get rid of it.
That makes sense. That does make sense.
You're gonna show the P&L and everything, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just make sure that it's wide enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, gold looks primed, absolutely primed. GU looks good as well, but it's already gone. Like, it actually looks good. I'm not even joking now. It actually looks good. But I did look good. Where is GU?
Well, we don't want you. We don't want you to be trading GU.
Let's have a look. Yeah, I'll give you that one. Fair enough. Pound Swiss. Oh, it's started. I can hear somebody in the background.
No,
I think that was Anastasia.
Oh.
Wow, this is awesome. So I can actually monitor the accounts from here, both the accounts, and yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Wow. Okay. I guess.
All right, so wait, I thought they were getting into joining our stream.
They are.
But Hemo says they're selecting stocks already.
Maybe they're preparing as we are.
Okay, so we're gonna start 15 minutes past 3. We're gonna be starting now, or we're gonna start at the open. And that's
no, they're gonna come in. They're coming in here, I think. Hold on. I think they're streaming. They were. Somebody go and do some spying on their stream and see what's going on.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's just open it in here.
Oh, that's true. I didn't think about it.
Give me a second.
Ah, he sent it, yeah.
Can you guys trade the account because it's
remind me of Gold Dust.
Yeah.
The wrestler that used to have gold dust on his hands and blow it into the camera.
Yeah, we're so gonna win. We cannot lose.
They took a position. Actually, the other way to do it. They take a position, we take a position, like 2x leveraged instrument for them, just so we get the extra juice.
This is definitely something we can use. Triple or double leverage. Interesting.
What are we thinking? Risk per trade here. What are?
Oh, they're actually doing a game plan like we did.
They're actually planning this. Did they say like double, triple leverage? Did they? What they said something about that? Okay, let's see what they have.
$10,000 trade. What are you?
By the way, our account
Let's see the other
has
team
been
as well. How
disabled
they play it a little bit.
on
I know
trading.
they're
The trading has been
scared. They're
disabled.
talking, but
Right, our account is disabled.
Yeah.
Is our account disabled?
Yes. Yes.
Anastasia, you were right. I does say that.
Yeah, I can't trade it. I can't prepare to open the position there.
Oh my God. Come on, guys. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what they have in store for us here.
Right? I think something like that can really work out here because we don't want to step all over each other and trade to like 10 different directions, right? So we got to look to see what happens out the gates and how things are setting up here. I think things are still setting up here that we did get a little bit of a Trump spike. That was on this one, right? Where we went to the 47.
Do you hear how nervous it is, like in his voice? He's super nervous now.
That's the play that I'm looking at right now that makes the most sense. Big part of this also is just looking at the VXX.
Yeah, apparently
that's why I
this
felt like
is the play
yesterday
that
we
makes a
could
lot
get
of sense to
little
him.
down action,
What if we just
and
hedge
then
everything
things
they're doing
move
here?
up. And I felt like we were like kind of holding on this trend line approach.
I forgot to
and then
enable
maybe a
trading.
little bit
It should
of
work.
pullback back
Oh,
down.
thank you, Alex.
Now the only
That might
question
It's
be
a
is on the
this
daily,
small
are we gonna
detail.
go back up into this range, or are we
That
going to
might
come back
help.
into this kind of red?
Yeah, it is enabled now.
That's where.
Okay,
that's
so
where
while
I
we're
Another
watching
game
this,
plan,
what I want you
into
guys to be
range.
doing, what I want you guys to be doing is I want you to actually go out in the markets now, and I want you to start planning, right? Start preparing for this, and we'll watch them and make some plans here.
As because the speed, the amount of speed that this thing is moving, it's like trading a penny stock right now, guys. So we'll see what happens. I mean, think about it on the daily. We're talking 11 points on the VIX there. If I look at the 15 minutes, easily yesterday, moving at least $1 on that. So
I could listen to
there's
Mitch
ways
all
to make
day.
money there
Mitch
on the
sounds
VIX.
like
We'll
it's
see
like
what
a
happens.
sports.
Another one to
like,
watch is
betting commentary.
you.
Yeah, he's really good at what he does. Really good.
Yeah, started to spike. Not
You.
Hold on, what team are you on, Maya?
Yeah, we'll see what happens with this one. This one's moving with those like
That is right.
USSR,
Well, you guys, Victor, Anastasia,
and then
Alex, you gotta
also,
start doing some planning here.
materials.
Oh, what do you
I'm
got?
actually
I've already
planning.
planned. I know what we're doing. I
I'm
know.
waiting for my trade.
Yeah,
Right, so
I'm just gonna go long on gold. Simple. See how many lots I'm going long on gold. Though.
So when do we start trading? At the opening bell, like in 15 minutes or?
yeah, well, I get in 50 minutes we should all be trading.
But aren't they supposed to be coming into our stream?
I thought so.
Yeah, that's
why we have
that's
the extra
that's what,
spots for them.
yeah, we can.
Oh no, he said 4 minutes. They're coming in.
Okay.
In 4 minutes, okay? All right. Well, we got our eyes on you, Mitch.
Stay. We're gonna share the screen and basically show it from here. Or if you want, you can go to the.
Yeah, we're
other
already
show.
on it.
Yep, I'll put the link here, guys. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna restream it here. I'm gonna let Michael Noss and Michael get over there.
No,
so
he
we can
knows.
go
He
ahead
knows
and
that
get
we're
out there.
watching the planning.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna stream
Shit,
it right here,
okay.
guys. But we're gonna go over
Put it,
that.
let's put it
channel
down.
too. So
What am I doing?
We were not. We were
Uh,
not doing anything.
we were not doing anything. We're just doing our planning. Man, all right, this is exciting.
What up, guys?
Oh, this is exciting. We got a poll in the comments. Who do you think will win? Well, 80% says the Forex traders from the Fivers. And I'm gonna end the poll right now. It's over. It's done. Now we know
That
what
seems
to
like
expect.
the easiest fade in the world if 80% of people believe something. So
That's true. Yeah, hold on a second. That's the line I always use.
All right, Michael,
How you
welcome.
doing? Michael, how are you guys doing?
What up? How's it going, everybody?
I said was the other Michael, the CMT Michael. Welcome the CEO as well.
how's it going, guys? Well, we were just over there prepping. We've got a pretty good game plan. So
We know, we've been
did
watching it
every
all
night.
here.
Yeah, we didn't know. God, you guys prep? You've been prepping?
Okay.
oh yeah, I've
We got a few tricks up our sleeve there.
systems and robots and all kinds of cool stuff coming for you.
You have robots over there as well, huh? Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
So what
Wait,
you
what
watching,
do you mean
guys?
robots?
Forex traders. What are you
You got
watching?
some. You're using some robots to help you find the best stocks.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh my
scans
god.
and
Okay,
systems.
Victor, you gotta activate those EAs. You know what to do.
Yep, I'm on it.
Victor is our robot. This is how we win.
Okay.
Do you guys also have stocks that or assets that moves like 150%?
We've got a shiny one. We've got a very, very shiny asset.
I got you. Okay.
Gold, boring. Boomer trading with gold, huh?
It's interesting that we're doing competition when the markets are not moving. Is today, it's so slow.
To trade, yeah.
What's up, Mitch? Welcome.
Your markets might not be moving, but some of the stuff I'm watching is already up 30.
What's up? What's up?
Today.
Hey,
All right,
Mitch.
this is nice. We're all in here. We're all gonna answer the question. Who's more profitable, stock traders and Forex, and why do you think it's the Forex market? Let me know in the comments. Who's gonna make more money? This is gonna be amazing. This is going to be amazing.
Wait, hold on a second. When are we starting?
In
like
11 minutes.
11
Opening
minutes.
now.
Wow, Mitch, you're looking way too focused, man.
Alex, you got 11 minutes to back away,
It's all right. It's all right. I've been warming up all day. We've seen some very good movers in currencies. We even had 0.5% on pound Swiss. So that was a good day. Yeah, very volatile. What about you guys?
I'm just watching this UNH. It went down from 500, almost 600, all the way to 460 in just a few minutes. That's how crazy the stock market is.
I'm leaving. Bye.
25% down in 5 minutes.
Literally, 5 minutes.
Yeah. All right. Well, if you guys win, like if you guys win in the big way, obviously I have to open up an account with Trader Pool and join the dark side. But that's not going to happen, obviously, because we got Victor, we got Anastasiia, and we got Alex. Yeah, let's do this.
Going all in on GU. That's how we do.
Alex, could you please not be trading GU today? Or
I will hold off on that one for today for you guys. Save that for another
Alex,
time.
do you want to pause the thing while Jonatan joins us?
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, exactly.
What? I didn't get that.
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
If Alex is going to be trading GU, can maybe Alex host the thing and joins us as a team?
No, but I can't. I've been waiting so long to be against Mickey in a competition. I can't not let this up. This is, this is career defining for me.
Career defining.
Well, okay, guys. Let's. All right. So we've run the risk management plan. We know that they've been planning as well because we have actually been watching your live stream while doing our planning as well. So we know exactly what you're up to.
That also tells us how scared you are, right? You notice we weren't watching your stream because we'll just trade our own way and be fine.
Speak to the CEO. I walked in and he had his headphones on listening to us.
Oh, okay. Well, espionage there.
All right, so let's see. We have. I got the account open here for both Trader Pool's platform here and the Fiverr's account. It's going to be very interesting to see if we have any positions popping up. So, what's the plan? Like when it comes to the opening bell here for the stock market, are you? How do you usually trade that? Are you getting in on position on the very open? Are you opening positions based on the open? Like how are you guys playing this volatility? Are you looking at the volatility and then waiting for something to happen after the open?
So if it was a genuine question, I would have answered that. But I don't know if you're asking that because you need our strategy.
We want to know how the other side live. That's all.
Well, it doesn't matter though. Like if you have if you're gonna like, for us it doesn't matter. But please tell us everything that you're planning to do here, so we might hedge.
I mean, at the beginning, it mostly when trading stocks, you can either go to those large cap, lots of volume, Tesla, Amazon, Google, NASDAQ, and such. Or you can go for those high volume, but change ticker, like stocks in play, earnings, or any type of news coming that pushes the stock. So depends on your style. Maybe Mitch want to add something on that.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I'm just working on a little double audio issue, so I'll let you guys keep running with it.
Sure. Yeah, I'll
I
say
have
that.
like at least 7 of you guys in my ear right now.
Nice.
So
So everyone talk nice and loud, huh? But yeah, usually, with the stock market, one of the beauties of it again is you've got maybe an hour and a half of incredible volatility, incredible volume. So you've got to be there for that time. But that first few minutes, that could be problematic, right? So it makes sense to kind of calm down. We've got Michael just leaving. Is he going to someone else's office? Is he gonna?
I love how the camera just turned around.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Michael, but I completely zoomed out and focused on
me too.
on the
Yeah,
camera.
I thought he was going
amazing.
to someone's office to fight you or something. That's the way he walked out.
I've locked my door.
Yeah.
Pull your desk in front of it.
Yeah.
No, so me usually I'll probably wait 5 minutes. I'm a quant. I'm a systematic guy, so they'll start firing off about 5 minutes after the open, and then lights on from 1 to 100 trades. I don't know how many are going to come through, but we'll see.
So you guys have all scanned for a certain criteria first to find some of the stocks that you guys want to trade, depending on what you like, how you like XYZ. Then you just put in those on your watch list, and then as soon as the open comes, you see which ones you want to take, or do you take all of them on you? Like, how does it work?
No, so I put them all on a watch list that the TradingView can watch for some indicators that I set up. So just when XYZ happens, it will send me an alert. I'll just go over to Trader Evolution there and kind of punch in the trade. So I set up all the. Generally, I'll put 20, 30 names in the watch list. No idea how many of those will trigger and how often they will, but TradingView will just tell me when it does. And again, I'll go over the platform and I'll just YOLO $600,000 on the first one that comes through, and then we either win or put our tail between our legs. How about that?
So, Michael, does that mean you're no longer a Fivers trader, or do you trade CFDs when no one's looking?
I'm coming back. Since we chatted last time,
coming back. You hear that?
I'm coming. Why not both? That's the way I kind of look at it. If in the spirit of good fairness, but most things you can get done with the stock market, right? So, I look to. I'll trade it all. Right? Give me a back test that I can point to show me there's some edge in it, and I'm in. That's why, as much as we're ribbing each other, I think at the end of the day, if you can do it, if you can kind of mentally handle it, trading as many uncorrelated strategies and uncorrelated assets as you can there's going to be times where the Forex market's going to be awesome. There's going to be times where the stock market's awesome. So if you got a little bit of both, it can't hurt.
Yeah, I remember that nice yen trade that you had with the Fivers. I think the conversation that we had, you were telling us about that yen trade that got you quite a nice little payout there. So there are opportunities in the Forex market, guys. There you go.
And well, part of the thing with again, as I've kind of from then, I've just become more of a quant nerd, which is, I think, one of those things where in the stock market, you've got this limited time where everything happens. I think what got me a lot is in the FX market is it's I'm getting up in the middle of the night trying to look at stuff. So I think now that I get a little bit more kind of quantitative with things and use EAs, I think you call them on your side. There's trading bots for us, but that might be a little bit more your style, because then you can sleep at night and then have things trade for you.
Yeah,
I've noticed that you've been getting more interested in the algo trading. I'm subscribed to your newsletter as well, and I get that, and I see a lot of those. I get that going as well. So that's pretty cool. And I'm also getting more and more interested in the whole building EAs and everything. And I'm actually looking at a software now for trading like stock picking and things like that as well. And yeah, I mean, it's that space is also exploding. So I think lots of possibilities in that space as well with AI and everything.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Very
Like
exciting.
I'm a CMT, I'm not a coder. So the stuff that I'm doing now, a lot of it is because I can go to ChatGPT and I can say, this is the setup I'm looking for. This is what I've noticed works on the charts. Build me something in PineScript. And it will just
exactly.
Right? You go back.
It's the same for me. You know, I know technical analysis, but I have no idea how to code. But now you don't really need to have a huge experience with coding to actually build something. If you have an idea, right? If you have an idea, you can build some really cool things.
Yeah, and it opens everyone up to, again, trading more frequently across different assets and uncorrelated strategies, and that's in the long run leads to a nice smooth equity returns. But I think we're being too nice to each. It feels like this.
Yeah,
feels
I
a little
didn't know.
too nice
I was
right
just
now.
feeling that. I do want to see though. Obviously, with all the tariffs and everything going on with Trump, how are you guys navigating that whole market?
Wait, it's 1 minute, guys.
Yeah,
It's
hold
1
on,
minute.
1 minute.
So let's
Okay,
focus here. Okay, it's
okay.
1 minute. The market's about to open.
Let's go. Hands are up.
There you go.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, we're 100% winning this. We're winning this one.
All right, guys. Let's also you have the we're doing giveaways as well, guys. So let me know, or not let me know, but I want to let you guys know that we have the link in the description of the video. Go there, follow the instructions. What you have to do, you have to go to Trader Pool Hub, sign up, the Fivers Hub, sign up. You have to subscribe to Trader Pool YouTube channel and the Fivers YouTube channel right here. And let us know in the comment, who do you think will win? Who's going to come out top here as making the most money in this challenge? We have the stock traders to this side with Mitch, Michael, and we've got Anastasiia and Victor and Alex.
The opposite.
Fivers.
Yeah, opposite. Thanks, mate.
Is it the wrong? Because this is right for me.
That's the one.
It's opposite.
Here. Yeah.
Okay, so we have people to the both sides of me. That's better.
Human beings.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
Let's get after
Let's
it.
go.
We're on. We're in. It's on.
It's on.
It's on.
Oh wow, it's on. Well, that was anticlimactic. No, nothing's happening. Where's all the volatility? What's
Not
going
the
on?
best day to trade, yeah.
Okay, gold is going absolutely nowhere after having the most bullish run in years. It decided to just stay flat while doing this competition. And what do we have for the indices? Let's take a look. The S&P 500 is well, we do see some low time frame movement. We have Euro USD doing absolute. We have the first position opening on the Fivers account. I'm not going to tell you what it is until it hits take profit. Okay,
So you can
looking
delete
good.
it.
Oh
Looking
god, this
good.
is on. It's a
This
netting
is Alex
account.
trade. This is definitely Alex, isn't it?
Oh,
Yeah, it's a netting
Oh,
account.
it's the
there.
netting. Ooh. So we
Yeah.
can be trading the same pair.
Yeah, no trading the same asset. So
Okay.
Okay, which position? This is your trade, Alex, right? The one I'm seeing right now.
That's
No,
mine.
no,
When
that's
dust.
that's the wrong screen. Yeah.
That's Michael's.
So there we go. We've
Yes.
got obviously
On
gold. Tried to have a push down, come back into an area of demand, found a push up, consolidated. We've had one test to get higher. We've had another test to come down. I think we're just in a bit of a range. Market is open, taking out the lows, and I think now we're gonna find support here and start pushing up to take out some of these highs. Up, I've got to stop just under this low, just in case it does come down. But I do think we're gonna trickle up, take out some of these earlier highs. That is the
Okay, so we
plan.
do have a position open for Trader Pool, and we have two positions open for the Fivers. Trader Pool is currently in.
Oh, so
Well-
you're long gold and I'm short gold, so that'll be interesting.
Well, that
Yeah.
would
Oh,
be
so they're all
interesting.
they're okay. So
Would
we got
be-
one. Oh, interesting. So we got one position on gold. No, all right. Is that?
Yeah.
So you can
Oh,
also
I see.
trade a pool.
So I am in yeah, you can go to my screen. So I'm in dust, right? So this is one of the benefits again of stock trading. This is a double leveraged inverse gold play. So if gold moves 1%, this is going to move 2%. intraday.
Great.
So, right, this is an ETF that tracks the gold miners, and again, will move opposite. So, if we went kind of pound for pound or account for account, you can get these kind of double leverage. You can get triple leveraged on a lot of these ETFs, both long and short, right? So, if you have an account that you can only buy stocks in this case, you could just buy this, and if gold goes down, this will push up. So, this has come through one of my strategies here as well. So, yeah,
so you're actually shorting gold, Michael.
Yeah, I'm shorting an ETF of gold miners that is double leverage, right? So all of the guys who get the gold out of the ground. So if gold goes down, this will go up twice as much, if not more.
And we are longing gold right now, and that's interesting. So we're basically hedging against each other right here. Very interesting. We do have another position opening right now on Euro USD.
Yeah. Depends the position size. Anastasiia is S&P 500, so I can pull that up onto the screen. So
Anastasiia has that's a big lot size.
Yeah,
that is a big lot size right there. If this one moves in our favor,
no, actually, for S&P 500, it's not a big lot size.
It's not a big, It's the contract size is a little bit different.
Right. Okay, but the P&L kind of fluctuates between 0 and 500 quite quickly here. So it is, I guess, a lot of volatility we're seeing right here on the open. Okay, looking good.
All
we're in
right,
some
guys,
good.
Started my first one here in the penny stock. Let's go. TGL,
Okay, that can,
TGL, guys. TGL, long TGL. I'm trying to add on a pullback, but I just got a starter here. Looking for a pullback add here towards 420. See if we get it. Haha, pun intended.
Hold on, wait. Let's pull you. We're gonna pull up your chart. We're gonna pull up. Jonatan is supposed to pull up the charts. There you go, Jonatan.
There you guys have it. So let's put out a limit on the bid here at 420. Trying to add another 300, but we're already lifting. Let's go. This is a 15-minute play trend line break here, so you guys can see the trend line, right? Easy trend line break. This one was a setup we were looking at already. Talked about it in pre-market about looking for a potential 4 cut down and then a quick move right back out of 4. Now got about 600 shares on this. Let's see if we can start to get this to start boosting here. Can get up to about 1,000 shares. We'll see what happens.
We are all in profit. So all three
the
of
performance
us
is currently up $1,300 while the traded pool is I guess around break even. I'm gonna be nice. Around break even.
Okay.
Around break even.
Okay, Alex, I want to look at your gold trade right here. I don't know what you have up here, but I want to look at
we've got the gold trade here. We've got Anastasia's trade S&P 500 in the middle. We've got EU, which is Victor's trade on the side here. Let me see if I can just make them a little bit, a little better to.
That's a beautiful short, Anastasiia. I like that. Very, very good. It's a good one. I like that. We also have the overall bearish momentum on the S&P 500. Hopefully that will continue throughout today's session as well. That should move out to take out that TP. I mean, looking at gold, we have an overall uptrend. If gold has stalled, right? Gold has stalled, but if we can put in some more bullish momentum here.
The amount of traders that are thinking that gold is going to go down, and they're just shorting into demand.
Yeah,
just asking for trouble. So take the other end of it and see what happens, I guess.
Okay, so we have right now we have the tickers TQQQ.
It's basically
let's go.
On the Qs, the Nasdaq. So I took some like 900 shares, and I'm ready to add more once it will drop. If it will drop to the next support level of the Nasdaq. So I'm basically trading the Qs, the ETF for the Nasdaq, but I'm watching or analyzing the future contract.
Right, awesome. So I'm saying right now we have 4
leverage. It will move 2 times whatever the Nasdaq moves.
Yeah, base hits do add up. I did see that comment. We'll see what happens here. Who's gonna get the base hits? Do we got any realized profits yet, or is it
no? It's all paper. It's all paper money so far.
The other one I took there is hymns. I'll try not to make too many.
Wait, did you short hymns by any chance, or did you long hymns?
I bought hymns.
Nice, great company.
Trying to grow the hair back,
Alex, your gold position is looking very good. Your USD
At the moment,
looks like in proper
Push up
profit
as
right there.
well.
I like. Oh, have you seen the lot size on your USD? That's an interesting play right there. 26.
Yeah, Victor's
Lots
added in a
on-
little bit. I can see why you would want to add in as well, because it's been quite slow through the day on Euro USD, but I think it's going to start pushing up as well. It is in a bit
I
of
feel
a
like
range.
we gotta up our sizes over here, guys. I'm looking at
Yeah.
their screen, and they're
Yeah.
a little more aggressive
Yeah,
than
no,
we're
it's,
going.
Although, let him lose and we'll take it.
Well, to be fair, we're looking at gold, and gold is like right on low time frame support. If it breaks this level, that stop loss is going to been taken out immediately. And if that stop loss on gold is being taken out, we're going to lose $2,000 on just that trade. And the likelihood of that happening is definitely not zero. If we look at the trade that we have open on Euro USD, it's a long position. I like that. The low time frame structure looks good. And so Euro USD looks good. Gold, kind of like 50-50, I would say.
Anastasia's trade's about to hit.
Absolutely beautiful trade from Anastasiia. That's about to hit. That's about to
There
hit
you
TP, I
go.
believe. The looks good.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right,
nice.
and I think so if trader pool, if you keep these position sizes,
Mhm.
we only need a couple of stop losses hitting, and chances are that we're gonna lose more money than you do. You know what I mean? So you're definitely managing your risk in a way that is, I believe, much more responsible than what the Fivers is
Sensible.
doing right now.
No, I do not. I cannot agree to that. We have managed our risk absolutely fantastic way. Compared to, look, we got a 300K account, and I'm risking $2,000. What kind of
I'm
that's
risking like 1.5.
That's it's crazy.
How much are you risking? I'm assuming that okay, the stop loss order has been created. I love this platform. This is looking so good.
Jonatan, whose side are you actually on? You're supposed to be like in
Sounds like it's coming.
I'm obviously in the middle.
You're up with the wrong team, my friend.
I'm obviously in the middle, and I also have a long position on gold open, so I'm kind of like
that's
rooting
true.
for you, of course.
That's true.
Actually, I have to go in. Did I? I might have gotten stopped out on that one.
Just don't
Doesn't
click
matter.
the mouse key on our platform, yeah? Jonathan?
I'm not touching that platform. I promise. That we have it's
Does-
not until the end.
Mickey, do you want to just walk us through what you're looking at and the reasons why you the stocks that you've got?
So I'm just with the TQQQ. So if I'm looking at the NASDAQ, there's a nice level here on the 15-minute chart. It's easy to see it. So I started to buy a bit early because of that extra consolidation support level. If it will bounce from here, great. If not, if it will move lower to this area, I will add more, and then potentially we'll see the pop.
Okay, so you're just adding. You're basically going to add in. The further it goes down, you're going to add in more.
Yeah, technically until it will breach that level, and then I'm out.
There you go. I see some green on the screen on HIMS and the TQQQ. Let's see what we
Looking
can
very
do.
good. Pedro is currently, well, I guess, yeah, so unrealized, I guess it's about around break even. Our P&L is fluctuating quite a lot. We're around 350, 306, 300. So we're in about, yeah, we're going from around break even to 1,000 in profits within a few minutes here.
Minutes or seconds?
Well,
It's
moving quite quickly here.
Push.
What I would do, like if you look at gold, if you look at gold right now, it's testing that low time frame resistance. I would view this as a 1 minute range. If I would be trading this live, I would take that money and run. If I'm going to be honest.
That is exactly why you're not trading it.
All right, I've locked
think
in.
that's
So that's
really
I think the
higher. I think
first
you got-
realized we've had there. Just
Thank
120
you.
bucks,
How much?
but
Yeah, they are
120
now
bucks
in
on-
profit with a $120.
We bought ourselves a lunch.
$120. They are leading.
Well, and that covers all the commissions too. So I think it's like $150. But I've paid for everyone else's trading because I'm a nice guy.
That's a good friend right there.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah.
Some big shoulders you got
right
there,
now,
Michael.
We have one profitable position, and that is Alex's long on gold. The S&P 400 is starting to
Yeah, it starts to
pull
climb.
back a little bit here, having a little bit of a pullback on the S&P 400. Hopefully,
so close as well to the take profit. That's crazy.
yeah. Okay, so we got the Euro USD in loss as well. It's not looking good, the fivers. You got to step it up.
No, it's looking fine. I think EU is just taking a little bit. You need to give it a little bit more breathing room. I think it will push up. It's just playing around. I think just let's have a look on the 5 minute.
I'm ready to short Lily. LLY. Ready to short it.
That actually
a 5 minute. A 5 minute on the EU looks a little bit difficult.
Yeah, EU is losing steam. To be honest, it needs to get going anytime now, but it's not. So I'm ready to pull the plug here. Something that I typically don't do when I trade, but since this is different than usual, also the netting account is something that I didn't expect. Right, so my indicator using my hotkeys to get in and out is not taking into account the position that I'm already in. So that's something that is a little bit more difficult than usual, and it's really hurting exactly right now.
Yeah, I think you're still
looking
good
at Michael's screen, the CEO of Trade the Pool. We are looking at his screen, and you can also see all the open positions that they have over at Trade the Pool currently. 3 of them in profit. Well, okay, 2 of them in profit. 4 of them in a loss. They have positions on 4 different symbols. We have on S&P 400 gold and Euro USD. S&P 400 is back in profit. It's a very
I'm tracking S&P 400 on the tick charts, and if it goes above my volumes that we just created on the clusters on the 53.25 on futures, I'm gonna close it manually. But for now, I'm keeping it open.
Well, I like what I'm seeing on the S&P 400 for sure. I do like what I'm seeing. I think if we can just push below this current support level, I think we're good for that TP. Where do you have your stop loss? Let me pull that screen up. We got the S&P 500. So we have the what time frame are we looking at? That is this the 5 minute? Is it?
Yeah, you got the 5 minute. Gold is now coming back. It is at the top of its range. So unless if it's going to just range trade, then it may come back all the way down because it is at the top of the range right here.
Get another position. Well, there's a lot of positions. Like Trade the Pool is, I feel like they're entering a lot of positions, and we're just staring at one asset. And they're like all
the difference. You just hit the difference between stock trading, and I've got another 5 things that I'm looking at that I could potentially take trades on here today. So
wow, really? All right.
And these won't be correlated, right? Tell me that the yen and gold don't have some correlation, and things like this. So
yeah,
but how are they not correlated though? Like, I mean, it's if it's a risk on market, shouldn't stocks be moving higher? Like, how are stocks not in a sense correlated with each other when it comes to risk, like the risk on, risk off sentiment?
Somewhat, but then there'll be news that takes everything. Hold on. Yeah, I did. That's my bad. Hold on. I see put an extra 0.
little fat finger.
little fat finger.
I told you, take that elbow off the keyboard, dude.
Well, it's looking good for
that elbow, bro.
I see that we're now the fluctuating P&L on Trade the Pool is definitely bigger than before. Maybe they're opening bigger sizes.
Yeah, add in a little bit
we have,
more to the trades.
We have one position being closed on the Fivers account. We are now down $2,000 on a stop out on Euro USD. So either
Indeed.
we basically, well, okay, we have leverage. So we,
You're okay. You're okay.
yeah, we're all right. We're all right.
We're very decent.
Gold is
coming
back
down
at the entry.
into its range. Yeah.
We can go back to this one. We can see here that we've got gold back at entry. We have the Euro USD stopping us out. We got gold, as I said, back at entry. We've got the stop loss below the local lows on gold and hitting that low time frame resistance as support
TGL
right now.
dropped fast on me there. I was looking at QURE, TGL dropped fast there.
Do you want to pull that up?
Yeah.
That definitely caught me there. Looking for it to hold the 4 now. If not, going to go ahead and get out.
I'm ready.
That was looking good too. It was popping through 440s too for a second there, and I was up a significant amount, and then it just gapped down. A little bit of a gap down. You see that movement right there. Let's see if it can recover the 4. Yeah,
You're looking at the bar charts as well. Why the bar charts?
I'm a bar kind of fan, man. Especially when I trade my when I'm looking at my own charting, I'm looking at bars. When I'm showing people, I'll pull the candles out. But I don't know, man. The bar charts, man.
I like the bar charts. They're simple. It's simple. It's
Yeah.
simple and it shows what you want to see. But I don't know. Like for me, candlesticks, I don't really get the. It's much easier for me to digest the information with the candlesticks.
With the candlesticks, yeah. I think for me, what matters more a lot of the times is I think like candlesticks, we focus too much on the bodies, and I feel like the bars can help me focus more on the opening and closing action. That's just simply put like that. So
yeah,
I
do think
more on just the closing and the opening of the candle.
That makes sense because I mean those are the most important prices, aren't they? Like the open and the close. At least in my opinion, I think those are the most important places you should look at when it comes to a candle.
QURE is another one that I'm trying to focus on, guys. I do have a position on this one, looking for this one to break out above the 14 and make a next move above the 1420s here. Let me see if I can get an ad above 1420s.
And this is a cool thing that the audience might not be noticing, but we've got 3 different people here on the stock side doing 3 different things, right? I'm just waiting for my system to say buy this here, short this here. Mitch is trading a lot of these penny stocks. These things can move 100, 200% a day if you're if you're quick. And then we've got Michael who's trading just the overall market. He's doing it on a leveraged instrument. So if he's right, he's going to be right double than if he took it on a CFD or futures or something like that. So a lot of different ways to go about things, right? And right now our boss is digging us out of a hole here.
Yeah, 1,000 on TQQQ.
Did you watch the playbook this morning, Michael? Did you see TQQQ long on the playbook?
It's an easy one. Come
on.
Well, Michael, I like what you said there about there's so many different styles. I mean, there are a lot of different styles in the world of Forex as well, but there's not a lot of different types of instruments. But it feels like in the world of the stock market, there's a lot of different instruments and ETFs and leverage ETFs and all of that. So it seems like you can have a lot of different personalities trading in the stock market.
Yeah, and I can't trade what Mitch trades. These penny stocks that move 50% in a minute. I just doesn't suit me, right? I need the liquidity because I'm a systematic guy. So I'm trading more larger cap type names like HIMS and I'm trading that dust and I'm short the HTZ or Hertz here. But it's teach their own, right? There's a lot of different ways to skin the cat when it comes to equity trading because there's 10,000 of them, right? See, perfect. Commenter said the same thing.
And you said that you're waiting for your systems to give you a signal. Now, is that a signal based on indicators that you're watching manually, or is it signal based on actual trading bots?
It's based off indicators. So I've back tested this system, right, going back 20 some odd years, and across every symbol that exists. So that's a lot of symbols out there. And then just found some edge with this basic system. So I can set it up in TradingView, scan the market in the morning, tell me, what's in the news. Like this Hertz, for example, I think it's gone bankrupt twice. Rental car, if you ever rented a car, and an activist investor bought a bunch. So it's up double from what it was yesterday. So I can just take a simple bet that maybe it doubling overnight is a bit too much. And if it comes down 10, 20%, that's just a trade you can take there. So, but I need all the criteria to be lined up. So over on TradingView, I've got here, short here, there's your stop loss, there's your profit target. Just fill it out and Trader Evolution.
Big starting to drop there. We'll see if we get a market bounce here, market spike.
Yeah, I'm long GU. A little bit of GU.
No, come on, Alex.
What did I tell you in the beginning, Alex? I told you please don't trade GU.
I will trade.
The reason why we're joking around here,
the
reason why we're joking around here with Alex and GU is the fact that he's got stuck in GU the other day, just digging himself a hole.
The other week.
The other week, okay.
Yeah. I've got myself out of that hole, by the way.
I did pay Alex to trade GU, Okay, I'm taking some partial out on the TQQQ, selling some.
I have looks like our gold battle, not to brag. Our gold battle, I seem to be winning a little bit. I'm only down 100. I see you're down a little bit more in your gold position there.
Oh, it's only a little bit. It's a drip in the pool, drip in the pool.
Trip in the
pool. And drip in the pool, yeah. And it's also coming back into demand. So I could just add just a little bit, but now I'm in GU. I'm not going to add anything onto it just yet. But it could have been a nice little average in right next to the stop loss, to be fair, because it's a very good risk to reward ratio if it would have gone into that. GU starting to get a little bit more momentum. I think we're going to start seeing that as well on EU. Gold is starting to push up a little bit more as well. So it's a little bit they're a little bit tricky, and gold is a little bit tricky as well, to be honest, because it's in an area where it can trap people in both sides, so especially on the lower time frames, I think you got to be a little bit wary of it. And also on the 15-minute, it does look disgusting right now, I'm not gonna lie. But
right, so looking at the P&L, where now we have one closed trade for the S&P 500. Looks like Anastasiia decided to close the short and flip long, which right now looks to be a good decision. Alex should have taken my advice to close that gold trade, but it is what it is. We move forward. We be fair though, like flipping short on gold. If it breaks this low time frame structure, wouldn't be a bad idea, would it?
No, it would be an awful idea
to go short if it breaks this current level.
Yeah, it'd be if it breaks and closes below and then retests and then continues. Yeah, but it's not going to happen in this session, I don't think. Famous last words.
What's that 10 shares on Lily there, boss?
Come on,
10 shares.
No. I tell you why. Because Jonatan Briner stuff, please.
Yep. Okay. Which one, Michael? Yeah.
Yeah.
The screen.
The thing is, I only took 10 shares. First of all, it's a massive move, right? It's got like $30 to move. But my idea is actually to wait. I couldn't wait. So the right trigger is actually a little bit above it. You can easily see the support here, the resistance here at around 865-ish. So that will be the right entry for me. But I took some already now just as a filler, just to start to be committed to that trade. So I'm going to add the extra amount when we'll reach 865, if we will reach that.
Okay, gold took me out, so I had to double down on GU.
I just took my HIMs out there, so now we're back to realized profits after my fat finger of shorting 5,000 instead of 500 Hertz. So We're back realized. Now we just got to deal with this unrealized gain, guys.
Yeah, I'm here in management mode of the TGL position. We'll let you guys know what happens on that one. Down right now, a little bit over 1,000. So might give that one right back to you. But gonna manage it. Looking for a little pop to sell into. I'm willing to take the loss. It's not breaking the low right now, so a little pop here could be a good management of the loss here.
We need to see this commentary though. I want to see what's going on.
Where are you at, Mitch?
So the stops placed. That's one thing for sure. Put protections on already through the low. But the key here is just looking for like a pop to 420. We were looking really good here. We ran into a seller right at this point of breakout at the 444. And the reason why I was a little bit off of it, I was opening up the QRE when that one was breaking the highs there. But we'll look to see a little pop. I'm not looking for it to get back to 450s. Just want to get it back there to 410, 420s, get it out, and then it'll just be a managing of the loss there.
And while you have that chart up, take a look at that Hertz position. That's so annoying. So I made a mistake. I put in an extra 0 on Hertz trying to short it. And then I just I did the responsible thing, and I lowered my position size. But if we still had all those 5,000 shares, we'd
Why do you need to be responsible? I mean,
I know.
Let them know, Michael. Let them know. This system guy we have.
We'd be smoking it if I wasn't responsible.
What is the current percentage gain that they've got on the account, Jonatan?
Okay, so right now we have traded pool being up on realized is $150 to $153, and about, I'd say unrealized about 100. Unrealized, so equity around 100 minus. But if you look at
you can stop there.
Okay. Well, I want to bring your attention as well.
Let's talk about the other side.
Yeah, so we want to bring your attention to the fivers as well. And as you can see, we can go and we can look at perhaps this screen right here. And if Alex could perhaps move over to the history tab, we could look at the trades that we've currently in. We are down 5,800. We have losing trades on gold, euro, and S&P 400. So right now at this
just a little bit over
1%. What?
Just a little bit over 1%.
Yeah, so we have a clear leader in this race right now, and that is Trade the Pool. No pressure, guys, but probably want to take some better trades.
Thanks, Jonatan. That sounds like a legit advice. Thank you.
You know the thing. Do you know how many times have we lost 1 or 2% and made it back tenfold the same day? You know, so
yeah, I mean,
That's
definitely.
Good. That's good.
Just gotta let it warm up. That's all. Let's have a look at what gold's doing. Gold is being gold. Yeah.
Well, that camera, that's such a nice camera, Michael. It just follows you around.
Yeah, I didn't realize that when I went to the kitchen.
What camera is that? What camera is that? I gotta look that up.
OBS bot.
OBS bot.
Jonatan, you do not want it. You don't want it, mate. Honestly.
Remember that it's not just going to the sides, but also down. So from time to time, it might follow you.
Watch what you're doing. You got glass walls too. I saw there. You got to be real careful.
All right, this man just out, guys.
What's going on?
Yeah, that's a completely normal thing to say.
That was a good out, Mitch. That was a good out. You recovered a lot of that loss back. So.
I got you, team. I went into management preservation mode there. Was able to just watch it there back to 410. I remember I said 420 or 410. Didn't get picky with it. I said we got back to 410. We're gonna take this off. The extra 10 cents is not gonna matter. What would matter is it goes down to 370. Then I would get a big hit on the team. The team's going to start looking at me like you're going to the bench, Mitch. Let's go.
To be fair, you guys have got quite a lot of floating
positions on.
Wait, Alex, gold is breaking the level. Gold is dropping. How are you not shorting this?
I like this.
Look at this.
I'm not going to short.
We're shorting it. Look at that dust position.
I might jump
now.
in with AU short now. This was
It's
my
probably
call on
the
the
worst
play.
place. If we were going to short, it would have been from the area where I took the long.
It would have been from the level where Michael shorted it.
Yeah. You know, sometimes you gotta take the L before you can make it back.
So now it's time for
No winner ever said that, right?
Yeah.
Every single winner knows how to take a loss on the chin, mate.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, we all lose, man.
Yeah, you can't be afraid of the losses.
Not trade a pool.
So now that we're up and they're down, what do? We just liquidate everything and just like talk smack?
No, you're not gonna win like that. Trade the pool is gonna win just like that by just sitting back
and profit.
No, you gotta win by doing some. They all in profit.
That's nice.
Well, it's a good thing to because right. We kill the
let's
losers.
Be smart. Yeah, we killed the losers. That's the important thing. You know, we killed the losers, and we're holding on to some winners here. Expanding the wind, right? And that's what we're trying to do and ride it up. A big part of that was me managing my over $1,000 loss there, right? If not, then we'd be pretty red there. So
wait, so you would cut your losses prematurely? So do you use a stop to get out, or do you say, okay, I've got to stop just in case it gets there before I can?
One of those tinfoil. They call them tinfoil traders.
Yes, one of those guys.
Where I talk about I don't like showing my hand. I'm a big poker player reference, and so the key is I think having stops open in the market is like playing poker. At first, you get your hand right that only you get to see, but the moment you put a stop, it's like flipping that hand and showing the house where your hand is. So the house can then at that point determine their odds. And so I'm always a proponent of keeping your hand folded until the last moment. Once you're in the green or you're in a position of power, then you can be like, here, you can see my hand. The same way a poker player plays, right? They keep it and they're worried about their probabilities only. And they're not focused about their stop or what they're risking on the hand. They're focused more on probabilities of being in the right and not showing up their hand.
Okay, let's have a look at what gold is
So
doing.
just for the record, I don't agree with any of that. I don't think. Well,
it sounds very good, and I quite like listening to that. So
anyway,
it sounds like it makes a lot of sense, though.
So I am caught in a halt. I don't know what's going to happen here, but I shorted some EXF, and it immediately went into a halt. So this is going to be another little difference between stock market and Forex.
Michael's hitting the systems hard.
There's some rules in the stock market that if stock moves too much too fast, they say, everyone calm down for a minute. We're going to stop. We're going to stop trading.
Who's short hurts? Who's short hurts? So I can end this position.
No, I'm in. I'm looking to add. It's going to go to
Hurts.
Are you looking to get long, Hurts?
Oh man, I can't bet against Ackman, dude.
Oh, well, go ahead. Here, look. There you go. You take it.
All right. I'll take the wheel.
I'll trust you on this one. I see it's part of my rules. If it closes above VWAP anyway, I got to get out. So, but yeah, so I won't know what happens to this DFX for another few minutes. And there's no trading in it until that resolves. And that's
I like it though. It was a good position. Good call. Real quick rejection of that 14 and going right back down. Like it's not a small drop there.
And you know my system, Mitch, right? So you can see the close below the cross back below VWAP, right?
Right there, the light blue line. You guys see right there. All right, AU's breaking here. So dust looks pretty good here. I was thinking about jumping in and even double dipping on that one. So let's see if we can really get this thing to get going here. Not a bad position here. We might take some profits through the breakout here. We'll see what happens. How far can it go? But dust looking really good, man. I like this one. I really do. Think this is
quiet our team out.
The Cyprus is quiet. I was going to say that it's quite quiet. Very.
We're concentrating on our.
You're in mute or something. I can't hear you. What?
Well, and so if you look another stock lesson, look at the SQQQ I've got on now. So Mitch earlier, or Michael earlier in the day took TQQQ, which is double long, the Qs, and now I'm in SQQQ, which is double short. So essentially, if the Qs go down, this will go up double, just kind of like my dust position. So it helps you you can always trade from that long side if you're just someone who likes to either trade long or trade short. You can find instruments for those, not just for overall indexes. You can trade. There's Coinbase has a double leverage ETF, and Apple and Google and all of these things. So tons and tons of instruments, ways to express theses here.
I like that.
I feel some people, including myself, find a certain direction is a lot easier to trade than the other one. Like I see longs a lot easier than I do see shorts. So that's quite an interesting instrument. If instead of like inverting your chart, I guess.
So how long are we doing the competition till? We don't have a lot of time left, do we?
22 minutes.
22
that means I gotta get to work.
No, since then we have literally been stuck in the same place.
Right now, if we would, if Trader Pool would close all their positions and the Fiver do so as well, then Trader Pool would be in a clear lead right now. So either the Fivers, what they have to do, I believe, is
that's a big one. That's a big one on Hertz there, bud.
Yeah, Mitch. What the hell?
2,000 shares on Hertz. Ooh.
I gotta give the Fivers team a chance.
All right, let's go.
Up $1,000 here on my gold short.
Yeah, so that's the one I was saying to maybe take the cash on that breakout here. I think it's a nice breakout to take the money and run.
I'm gonna start pairing some of this out.
Let's see if this is actually gonna hold as demand or if it's actually going to push through.
Yeah, it's right there. It's right on that breakout look there. I like it too. I liked AU on the short, and this is the leverage play on Dust. But AU, you can see it's a really good stock and momentum play. Look how this one traded. Nice fade off of that. That's called a VWAP fade. Big breakdown of support, right back to the VWAP, fade right back towards the support.
Maybe this is a great time also to talk about a real few.
It hurts. Look, it hurts.
Take your money and run.
Nah, you just got to let the stop. Just place the stop, man. Just place the stop. Now we in the green no matter what, Michael. We in the green no matter what. Let's go.
So for those of you who trade in Forex, we also have on Trader Pool website, we have a page called Forex to Stocks. And we basically give you there all the information you need in order to start trading stocks. I'm serious.
You might be napping our traders. Hold on a second.
I'm gonna add one thing. Michael mentioned that before. You know, it doesn't mean that you have to ditch the Forex side. The more variety you have, the more opportunities you have. So if you know more markets, you have more opportunities to make money. Simply as that. So definitely go and check it out. Maybe we can drop the link here of Forex to Stocks. Whoever listening in the back.
Yeah. So we just bought again.
What do you think about
that halt again?
Gold again. So at the moment we got a long on S&P 500.
Nice, Michael.
We've got Euro, just basically stuck in a range.
Yeah.
We've got pound, basically not doing anything as well.
Cash and boom.
We got Trader Pool closing us some positions right here.
Money. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah,
Michael, killing it.
For someone who doesn't like to day trade, Michael, you're doing just fine.
You're doing just fine, my friend.
I need automation. I'm stressed. I need automation so I can hang back. So
Trader Pool currently unrealized profit and loss over. Yeah, the balance with unrealized is over 1,000. Trader Pool currently in profit on all their position, but on the account down 6.5K currently.
Who's that?
Okay,
sorry.
Let's keep an eye on this.
Are we gonna kill SQQQ, Michael?
That's only.
I'm watching the Qs here on VWAP. If the Qs break above VWAP here,
maybe downsize there.
Yeah.
We'll see.
where it's just a couple ticks above VWAP. So the last 5-minute candle high is VWAP. So if that breaks, I'm
Yeah,
out.
I'm watching that TQQQ. We might need a hedge it and open up a TQQQ on it.
Watch CVS
Alex is
be our
doubling
best
down on gold,
trade,
it seems.
right? So CVS is probably one of the most boring stocks in the entire stock market. It's just a pharmacy in the States. So I just bought that because the system told me, and we're up about 800 on that. So I think I'll actually pair some of that off too.
Very nice.
Yeah, I ran to the cash too fast on Hertz there, but it's continuing. It's doing pretty well there. So at least I cut our position and flipped us. Saving some cash there.
I've got to use that, Mitch. I'm going to steal it off you, mate. Ran to
You
the
like
cash.
it?
Yeah, I love that, man. That was good. That was a good one.
All right, we'll see what happens here,
this,
man.
guys, this is Forex. We are basically
what a DXF trade, man. That DXF trade, that was monstrous. That was like what?
Yeah, and I even chickened out. I chickened out early. I thought it was going to go into another halt, and I didn't want to be in another halt. So
you killed it on that one, dude.
Yeah, why don't you bring that up, Mitch? I can share my stuff here too.
Yeah, I can show it. I can show it here at DXF. It's a really nice trade here, guys. I'll put it big here so that you guys can see it. You could see here, it was just an entry off of this look. And then what I liked is here is boom, short there, out there, took the hit, but then got right back in it here and then
Mitch,
nailed it. Right?
Sorry, could you put it on candlesticks?
Oh, I can do that.
I remember when I did my interview with you, you yelled at me to do the same thing. I'm a bar chart guy too.
Here you go. You get the candles. You get the candles, the bodies. All right.
Now
there
I
you
can
guys see
understand
it.
what's going on.
So yeah, that big short down here, and there was a big cut down through the support. Nice move. It's now down 10 and went even as far down as 976. So even you could even had a little bit more on that. So maybe a little runner game could have been good on that one. But hey, great positions on, guys. Good trading here today. You guys flew.
Michael, what was the kind of trigger entry for that one there?
VWAP break, right? So a lot of the systems I use are VWAP centric. You know, I thank my buddy Brian Shannon for that. But yeah, so I'm looking at fades from down through 1 day VWAP to 2. There's a lot of traders out there who've been trained that you buy a stock when it comes into VWAP. It's just like the first thing that's in the book. So like a lot of things, I'm like, okay, well, I'll do the opposite of that. If it breaks VWAP, I'm going to short, knowing that there's a lot of people kind of trapped there. And with that trade, you can see it actually happened twice that Mitch was showing there. So I shorted and took a loss early, and then it went back through. So I hit it again to get the profit there. And all of the trades, if I go through all of them, they're all that same setup. So that's what TradingView over here is just alerting me, is saying this stock is breaking through the current day VWAP. The target is the next day's VWAP. And I select the stocks just based off of what I think is a little bit too overdone on gap side. So I'm fading kind of the exuberance of crazy news that comes out, right? So UNH is one that I miss, but you know, this is one of the largest companies in the world, and it missed earnings, and we were talking about it was down 25% off the open. But then, you know, you could have gotten a 5-6% rally in a matter of minutes. And same with this CVS, which is what I think is on the chart here now.
No, I got SQQQ.
No, that's my SQQQ.
Yeah, I'm just watching that one, making sure we're getting to that profit.
Yeah, I've got. I'm looking for just a break of high days here, just to rip, and then I'm going to take some off if we fade here.
So it looks like Victor is now 35 lots deep on your UC, while Alex has a 40 lot size position open on GBP UC. We're getting close to break even here. S&P 500 in a loss, but we are slowly making our way back to break even.
It sounds like a lot.
Looking at Trader Pool, they are currently down. Their equity, I guess, is about 1,400 in profit, while their balance is 685 in profit. So if we continue with like this, and if gold can move up to, and I'm thinking is a very small push upside, we should be in a good profit here. And if Victor, 35, lot size on that one. Again, GBP USD for the lot size, I would just close that one, honestly. Like,
why it's pushing up.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I took a flip there on Hertz there. So short now Hertz. We'll see if it starts to come down here. Did reject there. Market looks like it could break down here. We'll see if the market reverses. VXX trying to break the high there. We'll see if the VIX starts to make a move.
And it may
We're
sound
currently
like
back to break
there's a
even
lot-
on
there's a lot
unrealized
of-
profit and loss.
There's a lot of
But-
lots on there, but you know we're still only risking small amounts. It's only like 1%, 1.5%. It's not massive amounts.
Yeah, the lot size sounds. It looks like a lot, but it's in relation to the account size, and we're trading a 300K account, and it's not. Of course, it's bigger, but it's not that big. I mean, it's not like you're trading this on a 50K account.
Yeah.
Right, and we don't have any limits. So yeah.
I think we have been way too conservative guys over here on the stocks. So just looking at what their P&L is doing, then looking down, we're flashing up or down a couple hundred. They're flashing up and down a couple thousand. I thought I was being a nice boy. I should have 10x my size on everything.
But
there's a big difference in position here.
How do you guys position your trades then? Let's say this 600K account is your prop account. How are you positioning your trades to each setup?
I was risking 1,000 on each trade. That's how I was playing it.
No, like in general, let's say if this was your account, if you were trading it personally, what would be your kind of risk that you'd be putting on your setups? Have you got is it because a lot of people especially in CFD, including myself, would go 1% per setup, or depending on the setup, maybe 1.5%, so on and so forth.
I like doing a percentage of the stop out that you lose the account, right? So say you got $1,000 till you lose the account. Well, you might want to chop that into 10, right? And say, okay, I'll take $100 risk per trade. And then if you expand the account out a little bit, say you got 2,000 now till you lose the account. Well, now you can risk 200 per trade, and because when I'm trading my personal account, it's a 1% risk, but it's a little bit different just in the prop firm world, right? Is to just making sure that you're doing that. And I like risk sizes that expand when you're doing well and then shrink back up when you're doing poorly, right? So that you're kind of managing yourself. But yeah, for this one, there was no limits. I didn't honestly know how big you guys were going to swing, so I just settled on I'm going to risk $1,000 per trade, and I don't think we have a loss that's $1,000. I think we all killed losers early.
Yeah, I might take a 680 loss here on Hertz, but I'm trying a little bit. There you go. There's a 680 loss there. So no over 1,000, but we've been killing it a little bit.
What's the PNL? Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
And I just need to know what's the PNL right now for both of us. So
we're hovering around break even at the moment. We need to see what gold is.
We're at 800. We're in the 800s.
I don't know if to push the mouse key or not, to click the mouse key.
Yeah, we might need to take that SQQQ profits. That's what's actually holding us into the green. So we might need to cash that.
Yeah, I'm watching. I was looking for a little bit more flush of the low of the day on the Qs.
GPN long probably being.
Yeah, I'm fighting on the.
Wait, someone's buying gold. No, silver. Are you buying silver, Alex?
Silver.
No, gold,
no one is buying silver.
Who's trading silver?
I'm trading silver, but it's pending.
Nice. All right.
I took the Qs off there.
Well, we are now leading on unrealized profit and loss. Holy macaroni. We're doing this. We are back. Look at their faces. They were chatting along and being so nice to each other, and it's
Michael, my system triggered short Lily, but you're already in. Why don't you double up there?
So I closed my gold because I think the momentum is with GU at the moment. So just in case that gold actually pushes down, I think GU has got enough momentum to actually win this thing. So, I don't think we need gold at the moment.
I'm keeping S&P 500 because it's still. I'm waiting for the reversal right now from the same zone. So I might close it at the break even when it comes back.
Yeah. So we're about 1,000 in profit. Victor's taken profits right now.
Yep. Looking good, looking good, looking good.
Yeah, looking a little bit better now. We've got a little bit of momentum.
Oh, this is fun,
Gold
guys.
is
I like this.
gold
That's
is
good to the up.
down. So
To be fair though, the trader pool is currently leading with the actual realized profits here. Their unrealized profit, however, is we're around the same level here when it comes to the unrealized profit. We have an enormous position on GBP USD. It would be quite hilarious if GU is the pair that is going to take us into the lead here.
That would be that would be very, very funny.
What about a flip, guys, for us? TQQQ or VIX looking
I'm
interesting.
out of the SQQ.
That's
I was thinking the same thing because it looks like it's holding,
Go for it, Michael.
doing that scoop and score, man.
You run that one. You've been doing pretty good on that one. So it looks good on the reversal. One of the things that we've been seeing a lot in the market is afternoon reversals. That's what's been working. And it's been the sucker's move. I've talked about the first hour of the day. And then in lunch, the lunch algos are just taking over and continuing a trend. And that can be an easy way to make money in the afternoon versus, trying to trade the more volatile open.
We got 5 minutes left. So in at least five or 6 minutes, we're going to be closing the positions, right?
Yeah.
wow.
So does that mean we go all in right now?
Yeah. That's pretty much.
You know what time it is? I'm joking.
I got you, Alex.
No,
Fat
that's
fingers on.
Oh.
Now 5 minutes. I don't know if within 5 minutes.
Okay, Trader Pool has now given away all its profit and is now looking at a rather depressing figure of about $500 in a loss.
I gotta keep the battles on, man. Q's dropping a little bit there.
Yeah, I got out of that. If it gets back above that prior low at 45.20, I'll punch back in. But I'm just riding my CVS to the long side here. My gold short still working.
I'm just battling GPN.
When we started this, 80% said that they thought that the fibers were going to win. Now it's down to 64%.
We're still
nice.
up.
Thank you, guys.
GU's getting some momentum. If you have a look at it
Sounds like
now, it's starting to
betrayal.
push up. You've got the S&P 500 now is starting to also reverse a little bit. So we've still got a fighting chance. Victor, you just got into 10
No,
lots.
we're winning this. If we close all positions now, we win this.
Yeah,
So
but
don't
we're not
make
going to
any-
win it like that. We're going to have to win it properly, you know? We're going to have to push it. We're winning it properly. So yeah, it's grabbing. GU's really starting to push up now. Let's have a look. To be fair, it's
Take a
actually got
shot,
to my
bring us
target, so I am gonna close it. To be honest,
Sorry, guys, I gotta go all in.
You got to take a shot.
I've closed GU just because
gotta
it's
do
got to
that.
the target. So it's up to you. Well, up to Victor and
Okay, so all in, they're going all in, which means they're
I
That's
think let it
good.
happen.
Taking a shot.
Just gotta get a quick move.
We are
Not all in. It says we still have 100 grand available.
We got some orders filling here for Traded Pool. We have some orders closing for the fibers. The S&P 500 is our only hope. Only hope right now.
Do you wanna keep
Okay,
it
well,
on
we are
30 minutes more?
How many minutes do we have?
I'm having fun. I'll keep going. I think this is
we got
great.
4 minutes.
Oh, you
Yeah,
could have
4
told me
minutes.
that before I closed my position, Mickey.
Slow.
No,
With 3 minutes.
We can finish on time. Don't worry. You know, I've
We
got.
got CVS though taking off. Let's go CVS.
It's all right. We
Yeah,
got
again, the most-
Anastasia's trade coming back.
Currently, the
Boring
fibers is
stock on the
the
planet.
unrealized profit and loss is okay.
Going
They're
forward,
using almost all
GPN.
their
Come
available
on,
buying power here.
GPN. Come on, GPN. All right. Come on, penny stock.
I don't
Okay, we're
get
gonna get a new position opening on Euro USD. Now, Victor, you're our only hope here, our last hope here.
Our
S&P
last
500.
hope. Uh-oh.
Gold is breaking
DXF
down.
long. I like it. I like the flip action.
It's on. It's sitting on the 2-day view app.
We're pushing. team.
Michael called an audible to go all in. So, right, this stock's moving.
I'm with it, guys.
It is.
This stock's moving 40% every 5 minutes.
This is tense.
So
This is very tense.
We got 2 minutes left.
All right, add into the QURE. Come on, good old penny stock pop. Come on.
Well, I am seeing a lot of green in their account, but also quite a lot of red, I would say.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mix. It's a mixed battle right now, guys.
Yeah, we can. We're still good.
Oh, that GPN coming back there. Let's go, GPN.
I'll take some out.
I feel like this S&P 500 is gonna reverse after the half an hour.
Okay, close it at break even or so.
All right.
Maybe with a loss before that.
Let's see if I can get QURE to bounce here a little bit.
We got 1 minute left.
Oh,
1 minute.
1 minute, yeah. So in 1 minute we have to close all the positions.
I think we're good, man. I think we're good on our positions. We're only down, $300. It's not.
Yeah, we're winning this.
I think we're good. Yeah, I think you can close it. I think we'll be
a little
fine.
jump.
I'll take the blame here.
All right, I got less than a minute now. This is interesting. We got the trader pool around break even. We have the fibers currently at a loss.
Can we get this
Trader
down?
pool seems to be. Oh, it's close. This is close. It's literally. I don't even know who's winning this one.
I just need if DFX pops just through this 11 bucks.
Nice.
Close your eyes, Michael. Don't look at the size of this DFX position.
Yeah, I feel like adding two. I just need the smallest pop.
Oh, come on.
I got a good candle for it.
5 more minutes, man. 5 more minutes.
Rob, we got 10 seconds. We got to close everything, right?
Let's go. Come on.
Okay, where everything is closed on our end. It looks like trader pool is winning.
Don't say
yeah.
that. Don't tell me that.
Close it. Close it.
Close it.
Okay, we got to close it, guys.
Close it.
Yeah, they're all closed. We're
Close it.
Closing it.
Oh, wow. Okay. I don't know who won. Okay, so trader pool is at. Wow, trader pool is at 5.
Late, we would have went up $2,000.
I know. I was getting close too. I think this is going to be a nice pop.
That was on me, Sam. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the P&L then on your account? Can you see the actual
projected balance? It's looking like today's growth 71.
Oh,
72.
Let's see. I get to do the calculations here. You had
No,
600.
are they in profit or are they in a loss?
In a loss.
Okay, wicked. That's totally fine. So you just got to find the percentage loss for us, the percentage loss for
Hey,
them.
hold on. Listen. They're down $440. Okay, we are down 175.
But we've done then again under the second. What's the percentage? You got to find out
what's the gross profit.
The percentage we won already.
Okay.
What's the gross profit? What did you guys make?
We don't look at gross profit, Mitch. We don't look at that.
But
fees are schmees.
Okay, so we have to. Okay, so got to do the calculations quickly here.
Look at Lily, Michael. Right? If you held Lily for another couple, if I held DFX for another couple seconds,
GPN started to move higher. Yeah.
This QURE was $15 now. All right, so remember what I talked about as we look at numbers. Remember what I talked about the first hour of the day had been pretty much the sucker's move, and we've seen a lot of reversals off of this. Yeah. So let's see what happens today in the afternoon. Are we going to get a huge reversal? One of the things that's interesting to me is that the Qs have gone down a pretty significant amount, but the VIX hasn't done a breakout today, telling me that there could be some flips coming soon. So we'll see what happens there. Definitely going to keep a big eye on that volatility. Of course, big speech, Trump, 1 p.m. So don't miss that. That's going to move the markets for sure.
You want to know the results, guys? You want to know the results?
2 seconds. You want to have a look at what gold is doing? Gold is absolutely crapped
The
itself.
fivers actually don't have commission, right? On
No, we have
on
commission.
Yes, we
indices.
do.
On indices.
Oh, indices. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right? Did you trade the
That's right.
indices?
Yeah.
Okay, so we gotta put that in mind.
That's
We
why.
trade-
That's why I brought up the growth.
That is absolutely. That's absolutely.
That's why I brought
This
up
is
the
a
growth.
competition about
You
platform
really, Mickey,
versus
you really
platform, right?
want to win off commissions.
Okay.
Of commissions.
Well,
Listen,
okay,
you
so
want to know the results. You want to know the results, guys.
If
Okay,
it's gross,
so-
are we gross or net? Because gross, we were up.
Now
look at
GPN
these.
is rising.
Net,
Look at
net
DX.
is the only thing that matters.
Okay, so we're looking at the actual results or the actual balance in the account here, and the fivers are down 0.06%.
Oh,
Traded
just
pool
held
are
another second on that.
traded
Yeah.
pool. You're down 0.07%.
No way.
So the fivers won with 0.01%.
I don't know if anybody can hear the music, but there you go. We're going to have a little bit of a party up in the Fivers stream. We're going to pull Trump up to have a little Trump Fivers dance. Thank you very much, boys. Mickey, I know you have something to say
We did great,
to
guys.
the fans, to the guys. Shall I pull you up? Shall I pull you up on
Seriously,
the
are
full
you-
screen? Oh, sorry, that's
Yeah.
Anastasiia.
Oh, that's not.
Sorry, hold on. 2 seconds.
Well, hello there, Anastasiia.
Are you really,
Hold on.
Alex?
What?
Are you really enjoying winning 0-0-1? It's insane.
Why did you
You know
remove
what?
Anastasiia?
You know what? I will take what I can get, mate. I'll take.
I
what
think this
can
calls a rematch.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
No doubt.
Yeah,
The
I
only
think
thing
so
is-
too.
Mickey and I had a
team-
gentleman's agreement that we would do a little speech of whoever's team did lose. So we got to pull Mickey up for just a brief 2 seconds. If we can do this, let's have a look. No,
That's me with the hair. Yeah. Okay, guys. First of all, it was a very small win, right? 0-0-1. So it doesn't really count. But because I'm a gentleman, Alex is a better trader than me. By the way, we need to check it, Alex, if you did better than me, right? On the specific, on those trades. So we'll check that. But
Yes.
go ahead and join
we
trade.
can check if you want. We can check my panel as well, and we can go head to head on that. But thank you.
Well,
That
I
was
think,
very
I
nice
think
of
this
you,
has
Michael.
been super exciting actually, because it kind of gave me a glimpse into the world of stocks, and it was very interesting to hear you guys talk about the way you were trading. You were looking at the same assets and you're kind of planning. It feels like it's way different than trading the Forex market. And I feel like if you know technical analysis, you can apply that to the stock market as well. So why not do both? Like why not have an account with the fivers and traded pools? So I think doing something like this in the future. Definitely would like to see another battle, and very cool.
Have you guys?
I want to
Sorry,
say.
have you guys got any kind
go
of
ahead.
tips for somebody that's coming from Forex? I know, Michael, you've done this. You've gone from Forex and you're into stocks as well. But have you got any tips for the people that want to get into the stock market and trading? That might be. I'm
going to bring up a link for that. They have a website specifically for that, so I'm going to bring up a link, and you can go in and read that as well.
Yeah, and while he's bringing that up, you said it right. It's technical analysis works everywhere, right? I'm just kind of touting my CMT here, but it's technical analysis, just kind of behavioral finance. You're looking for where people are buying and selling assets at. So a lot of that will work the same. I will say that with the main benefit of stocks is that there's 5,000 of them that you could potentially trade. So if you're going from one world to the other, just have a way to filter all of that down into a couple different things that you can watch each day. And again, another beauty of stocks is that every day there'll be a company that did something great, a company that did something awful, a company that did all of these. So you have these volatile movements, and you can stick to those as opposed to sticking to single assets. And again, there's a benefit to becoming an expert at trading gold or a single asset. But then there's also a good benefit of saying, okay, well, every day there's going to be something new happening, and I'm going to go over to that thing. So like everyone's saying, why not both, right? Trade gold with the fivers, trade I don't know, whatever crazy low float penny stock is doubled with Trade the Pool.
Yeah, what I would say is it's all about, I always say for any trader out there, whether you're in Forex or stocks, it's about learning how to hit the gas pedal and brake pedal. And the number one ways to make money is to understand trends, when trends are working for you and when they're working against you, right? And there's times when the gas pedal can make you so much money. And what you got to do is sometimes you got to leverage all around, right? When it's working. And I think that that's the important part. It's all about understanding accuracy and probability and then really riding the trend. Because what I talk about, what separates day traders, whether you're on the Forex side or on our side, it's about bending that equity curve, really getting that nice swing up. How do you do that? Manage the down and really ride the trends when you find an industry wide trend. Or in this case, it could be because a specific material is making stocks make a boost, and of course on the commodity side, getting the lift on the contracts. So I think that's the important part, all about understanding rotation and how you can play within the game of the big boys, of course.
Awesome. I want to add something on that.
Yeah.
We have okay, Victor, you obviously want to add something as well.
I
so
want to say
ahead.
before we continue further, I want to give credits to the TTP team, because as you guys have noticed, I was very quiet, but I had the benefit. I could focus completely on my trading. And you guys, thank you, Jonatan. You did a great job at distracting them. You guys were talking quite. You guys were talking quite, quite nicely a lot in our benefit, and I wouldn't be able to do that. Trade actively and talking and holding that conversation line. And you guys did it quite nicely. I think you guys did a very good job, even though we won. You guys did a very great job. So credits to you. And by the way, Alex, that trade needs a replay. That pound, everyone has been giving you a hard time on your GU trade for the last couple of days. Man, the trade of today on GU, I want to put it, I don't know if we can, put it, the entry, the history on the chart where you get the entry and your close on the GU trade. I don't know if you can do that, Jonatan, but it's a beauty of a trade. It's the match or the play of the day, really. Alex.
And it's also the most profitable pair today was actually GU. So congratulations to that, Alex. Mike, we have Michael, we have the giveaway in the comments. And when are we going to do the giveaway? Next week, right? We're going to give everyone enough time to make sure that they sign up and do everything that's supposed to be doing.
We'll announce it live here Tuesday. We'll do that. So everyone go ahead and sign. And do you have the link for them?
Yeah, the link is in the description of this video. So make sure you go to the description, go to the Gleam website that we got set up. You should sign up for the Trader Pool Hub, the Firebase Hub, and then subscribe to both of our YouTube channel. But I guess that's it for today, guys. We definitely have to do this again. This was very exciting, very fun, and I'm pretty sure you guys all want a rematch as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. What are you guys doing tomorrow?
Oh, yeah.
Awesome, guys. Well, see you all next week, and have a great weekend and I guess a long weekend. We got some holidays and bank holidays and everything. So have a great time, everyone. And if you're a crypto trader, try not to look at the charts over the weekend. All right, guys, take care.
All right, have a good one.
Take care.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at the Fivers. We'll see you in the next one.